Well, it was interesting on your show to have the debate that involved Michael Shermer, who's the editor of Skeptic magazine, and some colleague of his who came in online, who I got a bit annoyed with, and myself and my great friend and colleague, the genius Randall Carlson. I felt that was a very useful debate. I felt that it's possibly the first time that those of us on the alternative side of the argument about history were given an opportunity really to put our evidence forward and to confront so-called skeptics. Well, it's so-called, that's what he calls himself, Michael Shermer, with this evidence. And obviously I'm biased, but I don't feel that he fielded the situation particularly well. I don't think mainstream archaeology came out of that looking really good. I think it came out of that looking rather ignorant and uninformed. And a man like Michael Shermer, who is a professional skeptic, cannot begin to match the knowledge of a man like Randall Carlson, who has devoted his whole life to walking the walk of the geology of the end of the Ice Age in North America. And that showed on that debate. So I think the debate was worth doing. I think it showed that the alternative side isn't just wishy-washy stuff out there on the fringes of things, that there are those of us working in this field who are using really solid information and who our project is to rewrite history. And we're not going to do that with slight information. It has to be solid information. I think we had the opportunity on your show to say that solid information is there. I'm not claiming it was a complete victory for the alternative side. Michael Shermer's a smart guy, and he put forward some good arguments too. And there were constructive aspects of that debate, which I appreciated. I'd like to see much more engagement and much more positive approach. I wish the skeptics, welcome to their skepticism, but I wish they'd be less hateful, less full of derision, less despising.
Well, they're so defensive with their ideas,
and so defensive with their ideas when the possibility is there for a constructive debate.
Well, what's interesting to me is that as this evidence piles up, and it seems to be continuing to pile up, as more like these impact sites and more of this ancient civilization material gets unearthed, it's almost insurmountable.
Yeah, it's almost, and this is how paradigms shift. I mean, everybody's familiar with the concept of a paradigm shift, and there's a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, which outlines what a paradigm shift is, where an established model in some discipline of science that has been in control of people's thinking for a very long time suddenly falls apart. And it doesn't fall apart suddenly. What happens is that there's an accumulation of evidence which that model cannot explain. That paradigm cannot explain it. It seemed like a great paradigm at one point, but then it doesn't explain this. And then it doesn't explain that. Like the paradigm that says that megalithic architecture is only 6,000 years old and that the first megalithic architecture was in Malta. That can't explain the massive megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey 5,500 years before that. It's evidence like that, the slow accumulation of evidence that the existing system cannot explain, that at an eventual point, no matter how strongly the advocates of the existing system hold on to it, no matter how determined they are in their defense, no matter what dirty tricks they may choose to deploy to undermine their opponents, sooner or later the evidence overwhelms them and the paradigm goes down and you have a new way of thinking. And that is the story of science, and it is a story that I think we're at a tipping point in our understanding of the past of the human species. I am not saying that I am 100% right. I believe that what I'm doing that's worthwhile is I'm asking questions about the past that haven't been asked enough. I'm putting archaeologists on the spot and demanding that they explain themselves. I don't claim that I'm right. I'm offering an alternative theory, and my objective is to get people to think for themselves, to think about this stuff, and not to accept the voice of authority as the sole medium of truth. That's what I've tried to do.
Have you had any archaeologists review any of this work and change their opinions?
No, no, I haven't. But what I have found, and I found it interestingly during the research trips for America before, is a younger generation of archaeologists who are in the field, And they are quite different from the older generation of archaeologists who were running the whole scene 25 years ago. Now we have a very different younger generation, a younger generation that has been exposed to open-minded thinking, that has been exposed to the internet, that itself, as part of the general pattern of the younger generation, is suspicious of authority. I'm meeting young archaeologists on sites. For example, I met a couple of really amazing young minds on a site called Blackwater Draw in Arizona, New Mexico, where one of the first Clovis sites. The young archaeologists I met there were incredibly open-minded and really willing to consider extraordinary possibilities about the past, and privately admitted to me that they'd read my book.
Well, that's where I get the hope. I get the hope in this young generation that is growing up with the internet, that does understand that there's a lot more out there than just what they're being taught in school.
Yeah. This is where the hope lies, and it lies in every area, and it's why one of the intriguing things that has happened with me, and your show is an important part of this, is that when I go around giving public events, doing a public presentation of my work, the demography of the audience is extremely interesting. And this is true whether I'm giving the talk in Britain, whether I'm giving it in Canada, whether I'm giving it in America. Part of the audience are older people who read me in the 1990s, who got onto my work with Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, and they've stuck with me, and they've carried on reading my work. But another part of the audience, a very big part of the audience, consists to a large extent of young people, most of whom are men, but there are women amongst them as well. And what those mainly young men come up to me and say at the end of the event is, we first encountered your work on Joe Rogan's show, and it completely opened our minds. It changed. I've had so many young men say, this has changed my life. And then I asked myself, well, why should a different take on the past change people's lives? Why should people feel that their lives have been changed by a different take on the past, which I add they would not know about unless you'd had the good grace to bring me on your show. These ideas would not be known, but they are known because of the amazing outreach of your show. And the answer to that question, why does it change a person's life, is that once we realize that we have been misinformed about our past, that everything that we've built our idea of who we are upon and of where we're going as a culture may be founded on falsehoods and perhaps even deliberate lies. Once that is realized, then all the questions about the nature of the society we live in become open. And people, young people, are feeling the need to take an independent path, not to follow the path that has been set down for them by previous generations. And in some way, I'm very gratified to hear this. The fact that I'm an elder now, I'm 69 next birthday. The fact that
You look great.
Thank you. The fact that I, as an elder, have consistently pursued an independent path, have been willing to put up with the shit that's been thrown at me over the years, but have stuck to my guns and have continued to add new information to the dossier of information that I put forward. That is, and I'm encouraged to see this, that's found as inspiring by younger people. And what better gift could an old guy hope to leave to the world than a younger generation who feel inspired by that person's work to change the world?
Well, I'm very, very thankful that I could introduce people to you, because your first book that I read of you, Fingerprints of the Gods, changed my view of the world. I mean, I remember putting that book down after I was finished and going, wow, like if he's right, like this whole thing is a mess.
Yeah, a complete mess. Because our idea of who we are is very much founded in our idea of who we were. And I think one of the mistakes that's made in our civilization is that we are very conceited, we're very big-headed, and we tend to view the whole story of history as though it's a project that leads to us, that we're what it's all about. And I think what is how can I put it, undermining of the existing system about a new take on the past is the notion that we're not what it's all about at all. That there may have been an earlier civilization that reached a high level of advancement, perhaps different from ours, but nevertheless an advanced civilization, which was just taken out of the story completely by a global cataclysm. Then we suddenly realize that in a way we're here accidentally, that it's not been a process that's been all about us, and that if we've been misinformed about how we got here, then we need to get the true information about what's going on. So these are in a way profoundly revolutionary ideas. They do lead people on a path of inquiry that leads to questioning of everything.
And our fears that you were just discussing earlier about how soft we are in comparison to past civilizations in terms of like our ability to live off the land, that's one aspect that bothers me. But one of the big ones that bothers me is the fact that everything is digital. All of our information is stored on hard drives.
You bet.
And if that goes down, there's not much left. You have paper books and you know, a few thousands of years. Imagine what would be left.
Yeah,
we would lose all of our advancement.
Well, I can speak to this at a personal level. There was a time when I was an excellent map reader. I could navigate with maps. You know, my wife Sartha and I did huge journeys in Mexico back in the early 1990s in really cheap hire cars with maps, and we found our way everywhere without any problem. Today, I can hardly use a map. The skill of using a map has lapsed within me. Why? Because of GPS. GPS technology has come along, and it always tells me where I am. And being a bit lazy, I just accept that technology. But then I had cause to ask myself this just the other day. Supposing all the satellites go down and there's no GPS, is the whole industrialized human race is going to suddenly be lost. All those Uber drivers who don't know their way from A to B and who rely entirely on their GPSs, they won't know where they're going. And it's true with digital data. The digital data, unlike print data, is very fragile and requires programs in order to access and interpret it that are much more complicated than simply cracking the code of a lost language.
I mean, the programs vary between different phone platforms.
Exactly.
They vary in computer platforms. It's so fragile, and it's so, I mean, I don't know if there's any precautions that have been taken place to preserve this information in case of, like what Robert Schoch described, coronal mass ejection or something crazy.
Take down all the satellites.
Yeah.
No, I don't think preparation has been made, and it's very clear that preparation is not being made for the risk of another cosmic impact. And again, a point that I'd like to make about this is that we are in a sense in a place where history can repeat itself, that there are certain cycles at work. The work on the comet impact 12,800 years ago has very clearly and specifically identified the debris trail of that comet. And that debris trail is the Taurid meteor stream. And it's called the Taurid meteor stream because it appears to emanate from the region of the sky in which the constellation of Taurus sits. It doesn't. It's within our solar system. It's an optical illusion. The Taurid meteor stream is a giant complex of debris. It is 30 million kilometers wide. What you had was an original comet that might have been 100 to 200 kilometers in diameter, a small moon, which fragmented and broke up into multiple parts. And those parts began to spread out along the whole orbit of the Taurid meteor stream and to widen. The whole thing widened, so it's like a giant tube of debris. And the evidence and the argument is that 12,800 years ago, several large bits of that debris fell out of the Taurid meteor stream and impacted with the Earth. The problem is that the Taurid meteor stream still exists, and our planet still passes through it twice a year. And those passages take place in June and in November, and each passage takes 12 and a half days. And the same group of scientists who are looking at the evidence for the impacts 12,800 years ago are deeply concerned that we may face future impacts from the Taurid meteor stream, that there are still large objects up there. This is not theory, this is a fact. There's a comet up there called Comet Encke, which is part of the Taurid meteor stream. It's a large fragment of the original giant comet. Comet Encke has a diameter of, I don't know, 5 5 or 6 kilometers. There's 19 recognized huge objects within the Taurid meteor stream. Calculations indicate that there may be as much as 200 asteroids within the Taurid meteor stream of a diameter of 1 kilometer or more, which would have catastrophic effect if they hit the Earth. And responsible astronomers regard the Taurid meteor stream as the greatest collision hazard facing mankind at the present time. And it's not something that we need to fall into despair about, because it's perfectly within the level of our technology to do something about it. What did they do? Well, to give you an example, commercial interests are looking right now, and the technology is there, to mine asteroids. We can go to asteroids if the commercial interest is high enough. We can go to them, we can mine them, we can extract minerals, we can bring them back to the Earth. The same technology would allow you to move asteroids or comet fragments. You don't want to blow them up with a nuke. That would be a really bad idea. That would turn one large object into multiple smaller objects, which could cause equally massive devastation and would be very difficult to predict where that devastation is going to fall. What you want to do is to nudge them and move them out of a dangerous orbit into a less dangerous orbit. And the evidence is in the next 30 years, we are going to be passing through dangerous filaments of the Taurid meteor stream. And if we were smart, we would be devoting some resources to protecting our cosmic environment. Just as there are many issues that we need to devote resources to, unfortunately, the one that's most attractive to our politicians at the moment is warfare. We devote limitless resources to technologies of mass destruction. There really is no end to the amount that we're prepared to spend on that in terms of our so-called security. We feel somehow we're making ourselves more secure by having these incredible weapons and spending trillions of dollars on them. But the cosmos doesn't give a fuck about any of that. The cosmos is out there with these giant objects, which have a far greater explosive power than all the nuclear weapons stored on Earth at the present time. The comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, which hit Jupiter in 1994, had a total calculated explosive power of 300 gigatons. If you took the entire nuclear arsenal of the world today and blew it all up at once, it would yield 6.4 gigatons. So these objects are producing catastrophic results on a scale that far beyond anything that we ourselves could do with nuclear weapons. It's time we spent a bit less time and money on weapons of mass destruction and a bit more on looking after this beautiful garden that we call the Earth, and that is our home, and that will be the home of our children and our children's children. I'm a grandfather now. I feel passionately about this. We need to look after this planet. It's our responsibility as a human species to do so. And one of the challenges, it's not the only challenge, there are many, many other challenges. One of the challenges is to pay attention to our cosmic environment and to realize that the cosmos can intervene cataclysmically in the human story, and that the Taurid meteor stream in particular may have been a hidden hand in human history, but there may have been other impacts in the last 13,000 years that have affected and changed the course of humanity on this Earth. And the ancients were very good at paying attention to the sky. We ourselves have amazing tech to study the sky, but for some reason we're ignoring this problem of cosmic impacts. And that's incredibly irresponsible because, as I said a moment ago, it is a solvable problem. It is within the limits of our technology. It would require a global cooperative effort to sweep our cosmic environment clean, but it could be done. And the side product of that global cooperation might be a friendlier, more nurturing, more loving, more positive human community.
It is very odd that we have this infantile nature, even as grown adults and world leaders, that we do like to ignore imminent danger as long as it hasn't affected us in the past.
Yeah.
There's no real moment we can point to other than Tunguska in photographic history, modern history, where you can take pictures of things.
And if I can pause you on that very point, the evidence is compelling that the Tunguska event was an object that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream. That happened at the peak of the Beta Taurids in June 1908. It's extremely likely that Tunguska object came from the Taurid meteor stream, because we were passing through the Taurid meteor stream at exactly that time. And what the Tunguska object is estimated to be between 60 and 190 meters in diameter. So it's not a very big object. It's not a kilometer scale object. It's big, but it's not that big. It doesn't even hit the Earth. It's an airburst. It explodes in the sky above, fortunately, an uninhabited area of Siberia. But the devastation is huge. It wasn't even noticed for some years afterwards, until scientific teams went in and studied the area and discovered that 80 million trees across 2,000 square kilometers had been completely flattened by that airburst. And to put that in context, 2,000 square kilometers is the size of London. So anybody who knows London is aware that there's a ring road around London called the M25. If that airburst had taken place over central London, everything of London out as far as the M25 would have been gone completely.
Is that what it looks like today?
Pretty close. It says like 100 years later, there's
Yeah.
no trees.
Yeah. And if you look at above there, you're looking at the black and whites that were taken in the early 1900s.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Which revealed the extent of this of this damage. So it's just stupid of us not to pay a bit more attention to this, especially when we have the tech to actually do something about it.
We have that nature, though, when it comes to climate change.
There's a
when it comes to
curious
pollution.
denial.
Yeah.
There's a denial of the role of cataclysms in the human story, and there is even a word for that in science, and it's called uniformitarianism. And this is a particular philosophy of science where the view is that everything as we see it in the world today is how things have always been. So if we don't see cataclysms today, and they're not playing a major part in our story today, then there weren't cataclysms and they didn't play a major part in our story in the past. That's why, although it's before the time of human beings, when the evidence that the dinosaurs were made extinct by a comet or an asteroid first came out, Lewis and Walter Alvarez, the father-son team who were behind that science, were ridiculed by their colleagues, and they were told it's absolutely absurd. Of course, no cosmic event could have made the dinosaurs extinct. They spent 10 years taking that ridicule until they found the crater in the Gulf of Mexico. Since then, the whole scientific community has accepted that the course of life on this planet was radically changed by a cosmic impact. And, I like to joke about it, but it was a cosmic impact that was big enough, literally, to turn dinosaurs into chickens. Because that's what's left of the dinosaur line, is, the birds. And at the same time, skulking in those primeval forests is this little mammal. And it looks a bit like a shrew, 65 million years ago, going nowhere. The dinosaurs rule the earth. Then the cosmos intervenes. The dinosaurs are swept out of the way, and what happens? The mammals start to evolve very rapidly, and they start to occupy niches that were previously closed to them. And the bottom line is, we would not be here, the human species would not be here, we would not be having this conversation if the dinosaurs had not been made extinct 65 million years ago. So these are world-changing events, and my argument is that such a world-changing event occurred between 12,800 and 11,600 years ago. It's high time we paid more attention to it.
Is there any evidence that there was other species of human beings that existed in the Americas? Like we're finding in Russia, and there's many of them that are being discovered all over the world now, these subspecies of human beings.
Yeah, this is an issue that I go into in America before. And what first drew me into it was Denisova Cave in Siberia. I think everybody's heard of the Neanderthals, and these days I think everybody's heard of the Denisovans as well.
A lot of people haven't.
I guess a lot of people haven't. But first of all, let's take the Neanderthals. For a long time, it was held that the Neanderthals were stupid, primitive subhumans, shambling, lacking symbolism. Turns out that that's not true at all. The latest scientific evidence on the Neanderthals is that they were symbolic creatures, that they did do art, that they were in every sense human, and they were in every sense human because anatomically modern humans interbred with Neanderthals. You can't interbreed with another species. They clearly were human beings, but they looked rather different from us, and that's why certain populations in the world today still have 3 to 5% of Neanderthal DNA. Then in Russia, in Denisova Cave, they find a single pinky bone from the little finger. and they do the DNA testing on it. They're able to get a complete genome from it, and what they discover is this isn't a Neanderthal. This isn't an anatomically modern human being. This is another human species. Who they named the Denisovans. They think they're more closely related to Neanderthals than they are to anatomically modern humans, but they're clearly another human species. And they also interbred with anatomically modern humans. And Denisovan DNA survives, interestingly enough. It survives predominantly in Australasia. In Papua New Guinea and amongst Australian Aborigines. So as part of the research for this book, I went to Denisova Cave. I had an amazing, actually just incredible trip to Russia. I hadn't expected it to be like that at all. Siberia, I mean, America is vast, but my God, crossing Siberia, this endless rolling plains, this just vast area.
How did you cross it?
We took a car. You can't travel independently in Russia. It's very difficult. You have to get permission, and you have to state in advance where you're going to be stopping off at. So what I found, and I just did so through the internet, was a local guy called Sergei Kurgin, who had a little tour business in Siberia, in the city of Novosibirsk. I got in touch with him. He found a translator who would translate my emails, and I said, we want to make this journey to Denisova Cave. And can you set this up for us and get all the permissions? And he did. And so we flew into Novosibirsk. Sergei and his translator, who turned out to be a Russian student who spoke good English, joined us. And we did this immense journey across Siberia.
How long did it take?
Oh, it took us 3 days to get to Denisova Cave. 3 days.
Driving every day?
3 days of driving every day. Some stopping off along the way. Incredible hospitality of the Russians that we were amongst. Very independent people. People who are living out there in the wilderness and who actually do know how to survive. It's the first time I've ever drunk milk fresh from the cow. Literally milked right out of the cow and poured down my throat.
How was it?
It was delicious. And the cream, I mean, thick cream. Very, so there was a lot of things about Russia that surprised me. Denisova Cave is a fascinating, beautiful place to visit. It's another example of a missing chapter in the human story that is beginning to be pieced together. It's obvious now that we were not alone, that there were multiple other human species who were human enough to interbreed with us and leave DNA.
And these Denisovan species were only discovered in, like, was it 2000 something?
Very recently, the 2000s. It's a very recent discovery. And
did they leave behind art? Did they leave behind art?
Better than that, they left behind certain physical objects which are extremely hard to explain. One of them is a green stone bracelet, and that bracelet is in the form of a torque, which was therefore slipped on sideways onto the hand. It's not a full ring. And a hole has been drilled through the bracelet, and from that hole it's been possible to reconstruct that a pendant was hung. Then the archaeologists, there it is, then the archaeologists started to take a look in detail at the drill marks on that hole, and what they discovered was a huge anomaly, that was drilled with a stable, fixed drill, and it was drilled at extremely high speed. This is thought to be 40 or 50,000 years old. There is not supposed to have been any such technology in that period that was capable of drilling with a stable, fixed drill, and yet there it is, and there it appears. So there are also incredible, very fine needles, bone needles that the Denisovans made, very long ones, which suggest that they were stitching very heavy stuff together. And the suggestion has been, were they making skin boats, for example, to use to navigate? That would explain how they managed to get themselves to Australia, which is where the largest amount of Denisovan DNA survives today. There's one of those needles. So there are indications of strangely out of place technology amongst the Denisovans, which is 20, 30,000 years earlier in the human story than it should be. Those kind of needles, that kind of bracelet, you could expect to find them in what archaeologists call the Neolithic, but to find it in the Paleolithic is very puzzling and very odd, and it suggests that the Denisovans were certainly not shambling subhumans, that they were refined creatures.
Can you find out what year they discovered the Denisovans, Jamie? Can you Google that real quick? I want to say it's in the 2000s, but I mean, imagine that human beings have been around for this long. Here we are in 2019, and within the last decade or so, they figured this out.
Yeah, we're discovering new stuff about ourselves. We're discovering that our story is much richer, much more textured, much more layered than we thought it was. It's not a simple story. It's a very complicated story, and we ourselves are a hybrid species. We are the result of interactions with all kinds of different looking human beings, and the end result is ourselves. So it's not just that we carry Neanderthal or Denisovan DNA. In a sense, we are Neanderthals and Denisovans, and they are part of the anatomically modern human heritage. So you make a good point. The fact that this is only being discovered now, and that it's incredibly important. I mean, it completely rewrites the story of our ancestry. The notion. 1970s.
Oh, okay. I'm way off.
The real work that's been done in Denisova Cave has been done in the 2000s, from 2006, 2007 onwards. That's when the major papers have been
2008
have been published, which have revealed the genome of the Denisovans and revealed the Denisovan connection to anatomically modern humans. The fact that we're only finding this out now, that we told the story of our past and weren't aware of this, raises the question: how much else in the story of our past is there that we are not aware of? Let's stop being so arrogant, so sure of ourselves, so confident in our findings. Let's be more tentative. Let's keep an open mind and see where it takes us. That's the main message that I have from all of this. And I think, and I hope that this will be an effect of this book. I'm not kidding myself that the archaeologists are going to jump on board overnight, particularly so since I'm very critical of American archaeology in this book. And I'm critical of it specifically and explicitly because of the dominance of the Clovis first model for so long, which prevented other research taking place. And I have to say, archaeologists like to insult me by calling me a pseudoscientist. I can't think of anything more pseudoscientific than the Clovis first doctrine, which locked American archaeology for 50 years in a particular framework, which we now know was totally wrong. Nothing good about it at all. A complete mistake. What I'm hoping the book will do in the long run is that it will lead to more attention being focused on the Americas. This is a very neglected area of the world as far as deep and ancient archaeology goes. The recent history of the Americas has been relatively well studied, but the deep and ancient history has not been well studied. And I think America is going to contain revelations for us about our story and about our past. And I'm serious when I suggest that America is the most plausible and the most likely home base for a lost civilization. If you're going to propose a lost civilization, there are certain preconditions. You can't have it on a small island. There's got to be a large landmass with enormous resources and the ability for population to grow and for those resources to be mobilized. And what I suddenly realized, you asked earlier why I started to write this book at all, is what the new evidence is pointing to is that the Americas have been wrongly neglected. That here we have a giant continental landmass with extraordinary resources that has just been ruled out of the story of human civilization. But once we take account of the fact that there was a giant cataclysm over North America 12,800 years ago, and once we start looking, as I do in America before, at the incredible deep, in-depth similarities between, for example, the religious system of ancient Egypt and the religious system of the Mississippi Valley, then you realize that you're into a global mystery here, and that the answer to that mystery may not at all be in the old world and may very much be in the Americas. See, it's odd. I mentioned Moundville earlier on. It's kind of odd that we should find what is essentially the ancient Egyptian religion manifesting in the symbolism of Moundville, the ascent to Orion, the transit to the Milky Way, the journey along the Milky Way. These are very specific and idiosyncratic ideas. And what makes it doubly odd is Moundville isn't that old. Moundville, as a site, is about 1,000 years old. Ancient Egypt had already been gone completely from the world for at least 600 years before Moundville was created. The end of ancient Egypt, there's Moundville. And what we're looking at in the foreground is Mound B, and we're looking at Mound A in the distance, and a complete circle of mounds. What is odd about it is we find this system of ancient Egyptian ideas in Moundville 500 years after ancient Egypt has gone from the world. The Romans were the end of ancient Egypt. By 400 AD, ancient Egypt is gone. Moundville doesn't even exist then, but 600 years later, it is created and it manifests the entire set of ancient Egyptian ideas. Clearly, it did not get that as a result of direct transmission from ancient Egypt, unless they were time travelers. The only way I think it could have got it is as a result of a legacy passed down from a much earlier civilization that had influenced and affected many different parts of the world. And the characteristics of that civilization, the shamanistic heart of it, the use of altered states of consciousness, the focus on those, are amongst the reasons that I would suggest that America is the place that we should be looking. And the big mysteries are in the areas that were so devastated at the end of the last ice age, up in the north of North America, the channeled scablands in particular, and then the Mississippi Valley, the whole story of the Mississippi Valley. Yes, Moundville is 1,000 years old, but then you can go back to Poverty Point in Louisiana, which is 2,700 years old. You can go to Watson Break in Louisiana, which is 5,500 years old. You can go to sites like Conley, which are 8,000 years old. The system keeps on going back and disappearing back into time. And I think the most fruitful new work on exploring the origins of civilization is going to occur counterintuitively in the Americas, the very last place on Earth that archaeologists have ever thought to look.
What do mainstream archaeologists, what do they think caused those drill marks in the Denisovan bracelets?
They've not really explained it. The Russian archaeologists who published the report on that are themselves mystified by it, and they realize that it's dynamite. It's an explosive discovery. It's an out of place technology, and so they're trying to explain how come fixed stable drilling, which we thought was introduced first in the Neolithic, maybe 8,000 years ago. How come that is now found in a site that's 40 or 50,000 years old?
That's how old those bracelets are?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Those bracelets are 40,000 years old.
They may have been older. There's recent research suggesting that they may go back 65 to 70,000 years. That they're extremely ancient, and therefore they're incorporating an out of place technology which doesn't fit with the timeline of history that we've been.
How out of place it was.
Very, very out of place. Very odd feature that we have here. So what this says to me is that we as a species, and I guess this is kind of my pet phrase, we are a species with amnesia.
It's my favorite phrase of yours.
We have forgotten so much more about ourselves than we remember. And what the process of history and archaeology should really be about is a process of remembering. We shouldn't be imposing our ideas of what we should have been on the past. We should allow the past to speak for itself. And when it does so, it speaks eloquently. One of the sites that we visited and explored for America before was Serpent Mound in Ohio. I don't know if you've ever been there, Jamie.
No, I've heard of it.
It is an amazing.
Jamie's from Ohio. You ever been there?
Yeah, Jamie and I were talking about it earlier. There's Serpent Mound. There's an aerial view of Serpent Mound.
Oh, that is crazy.
But here's the thing. You see the head end of Serpent Mound there? So Santa and I went there at the summer solstice in 2017. We were there on June 21st, 2017. And my wife Santa is a photographer, and we acquired a drone for this specific purpose. And she flew the drone up 400 feet above Serpent Mound, and we sat it up there watching the sunset. And what happens on the summer solstice, and you can only see it perfectly with a drone, there's pictures of it in the book here. What happens on the summer solstice, you can see it from ground level, but you get up 400 feet, you really get it. The head of that serpent is pointing directly at a niche in the distant hills through which the sun sets on the summer solstice, on the longest day of the year. So it's a sky-ground alignment of perfection that is taking place there. It's a beautiful thing to see, to watch that sun majestically sinking down into the horizon and see this awesome figure of the serpent gazing directly up at it with its jaws open, almost as though it's about to swallow the sun. And then we remember that there are other sites around the world which are also aligned to key moments of the solar year, aligned to the winter solstice, for example. The Temple of Karnak in Upper Egypt, that kilometer-long axis, targets exactly the rising point of the sun on the winter solstice. One of the interesting things about Serpent Mound, and I urge anybody listening to this, go visit Serpent Mound, and especially go there on the summer solstice, because that's the moment, that's the marriage of heaven and earth. That's when sky and ground unite in majesty at that place. But one of the mysteries of Serpent Mound concerns how old is this mound? How far back does it go? And there have been arguments that there is a group of archaeologists who would like it to be just 1,000 years old, and they attribute it to a culture called the Fourth Ancient Culture. There's another group of archaeologists, in my view, who've done much more thorough work, who attribute it to the Adena culture. The thing about which goes back to 2,300 years ago or so, there's evidence for an earlier construction enterprise. It looks like the site has been continuously reconstructed and remodeled, as we would do with any sacred site. If it begins to wear down, you remodel it, and then you get later organic material being introduced to the site that may give you the impression that the site is only that old. What's intriguing about Serpent Mound is it stands on a natural ridge, and that natural ridge, and this is entirely an accident of heaven and earth, that natural ridge, the head end of it, if you like, is naturally oriented to the summer solstice sunset. Somebody, a long time ago, noticed that natural orientation, and they decided to monumentalize it. Here was a place where earth whispered to sky. The earth, in her own nature, looked directly at the place on the horizon where the sun was setting. This was a highly significant place. This place mattered. So they then created Serpent Mound on top of it. They memorialized it. They turned it into a special place that human beings had had a hand in making to honor the marriage of heaven and earth. And what I found researching this book is that Serpent Mound is not alone in that respect. A lot of people are puzzled by Stonehenge in England. Stonehenge is built on Salisbury Plain. And there are two kinds of big megaliths at Stonehenge. One of them are called sarsens, and the other are called the blue stones. The blue stones, we know for sure, were brought a long way. They were brought from Wales to Stonehenge, a distance of about 150 miles. The sarsens are found in abundance on a place called the Marlborough Downs, which is about 20 miles from Stonehenge. But until very recently, it was thought there were no sarsens on Salisbury Plain at all, and archaeologists couldn't understand why Stonehenge wasn't built on the Marlborough Downs, where the big sarsen stones, the 20 to 30-ton megaliths, were available locally and didn't have to be brought there. Very recent research, 2018 research, has provided the answer that two of those sarsens were naturally in position all the time at Stonehenge, and they are sarsen stone 16 and the heel stone. And if you stand behind sarsen stone 16 and look at the heel stone at dawn on the summer solstice, you see the sun rising in direct alignment with the view. And the heel stone is like the sight on the barrel of a rifle targeting the sun, and that was there naturally. Earth was speaking to sky. The ancients saw that. They decided this was sacred. They went to huge lengths to bring the sarsens, the rest of the sarsens, from the Marlborough Downs to create the big stone circle at Stonehenge and then to put the blue stones inside it. But initially, what they were celebrating was a natural union of heaven and earth. And that brings us to the notion of as above, so below. That we are connected to the cosmos, that it is part of our heritage. We in modern cities forget the cosmos exists. We have all kinds of tech that can look at astronomy programs. We can all do that. But actually looking at the stars is something that's very difficult for people who live in cities to do. We're cut off from the cosmos. We're cut off from the notion that it is sacred, that it matters to the human creature. And what the ancients seem to have done is to realize how vital that connection is, and to memorialize it, and to celebrate it, and to draw our attention to the intimate connection between ground and sky.
Yeah, light pollution sort of fuels our infantile existence in a lot of ways, right? Because it doesn't constantly remind us that we're a part of this great thing.
Yeah, light pollution is a huge factor. It's very easy to forget that we live in a universe. It's very easy to forget that. Very easy to believe that it's just about these cities that we live in and the intimate concerns of our daily lives. But in fact, we're part of something much bigger. And my God, I mean, it's a mystery enough to be born a human being at all.
Yes.
You know, just to be alive is an extraordinary mystery.
Yes.
To have the ability to love, to feel emotions, to understand beauty, to be moved by a symphony. All of these things we take for granted, but actually they're deeply mysterious. We don't really know what we are or who we are, and which is one of the reasons I'm so fascinated by Rick Strassman's work. You presented his film DMT, the Spirit Molecule, and on my upcoming speaking tour, I'm going to be doing an event with Rick on the 14th or 15th of May in Sedona. I think it'll be the first time that Rick has spoken publicly for quite a while. Rick has a colleague called Andrew Gallimore, who teaches at the University of Okinawa in Japan. And Rick and Andrew have together developed a technology for releasing DMT into human volunteers in a very slow drip that will keep them in the DMT state, if they wish, for hours on end. and the intention is to use this technology to explore and map the DMT realm.
When do I sign up?
As soon as possible.
Where do I go?
It's very close. Imperial College, it looks like Imperial College London is going to deploy this technology in further research into DMT, and that research is not going to be purely and simply into the therapeutic potential of a psychedelic, which is very important research to do. It's going to be an investigation into the nature of reality using a psychedelic, the mysterious nature of reality. And it is odd, and you know this from personal experience, that when you get plunged into that DMT realm, it is so different from the realm of our daily world, filled with geometry, filled with these sprightly intelligences, completely internally coherent. How can that be, generated by the brain? Or are we dealing with some other level of reality that we haven't encountered yet? I think that ancient cultures, and in particular my lost civilization, were deeply involved in exploring the mysterious nature of reality and used the plant medicines as part of that process.
When it comes to the Serpent Mound, where the head points in the summer solstice, does that take into account the precession of the equinoxes in terms of
The position of the summer solstice sun on the horizon is not affected by the precession. However, it is affected by another factor, which is a slight nod on the axis of the Earth.
A nod, but not a wobble?
Not a wobble.
What is the nod?
A nod, and it's called mutation. And the axis of the Earth nods back and forward over a cycle of about 41,000 years. And that does adjust the position of sunrise on the horizon over a very long period of time. And it would, in theory, if this idea can be taken seriously enough, it would, in theory, be possible to use very precise observations using the latest modern tech, not simply being up there in a drone and seeing the general connection between the position of the sun on the horizon and the head of Serpent Mound. It would be possible to refine that and actually say astronomically the precise date on which Serpent Mound must have been first created to precisely target the rising sun on the equinox.
Wow. On that note, which took 3 hours.
Did we?
Flew by.
I would ask your listeners and viewers, while we're talking about Ohio, don't forget about Newark and High Bank.
What are those?
These are two incredible, amazing, absolutely stunning, gorgeous geometrical sites. It's sad, but one of them is preserved within a private golf course.
Oh, no.
However, it's not so sad, because if it hadn't been preserved within a private golf course, it would be gone completely. More than 90% of the Native American earthworks that were documented in the 19th century are gone now. They've been plowed under for agriculture. That's another part of our missing story. There we're looking at Newark. See that octagon and circle combination? That's repeated at another site called High Bank, which is 60 miles away. And the octagon circle...
Go back to that, Jim. Give me a large image of that.
So
So
you
is
see-
this an overlay, or is that what it actually
That's
looks
what it
like?
actually looks like. That's a graphic based on it. Well, the octagon circle combination in the top left of the image are best preserved. The other bits are not so well preserved. And the reason the octagon circle are best preserved is because they're in a private golf club, where otherwise they would have been plowed under. The interesting thing is that octagon circle combination is 60 miles from High Bank, but there's another octagon circle combination there, and it is oriented at precisely 90 degrees to that one. That speaks of high science in the Mississippi Valley a very, very, very long time ago. There's so much to explore and so much to investigate and so much to inquire into in America. It's just an incredible land, and its mysteries have been hidden from us. And I'm hoping with this book that I have managed to pull the veil back a little bit on those mysteries. And if we're really coming to the end of our, is it really 3 hours? My God, if we're really coming to the end of our 3 hours, can I repeat, I would love to see readers of my books at my events. I'm doing 3 events in Canada, Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And I'm doing something like 17 or 18 events in the United States. I'm just speaking continuously right the way across the US. I wish I could visit every state in the US, but my goodness, this is an enormous country. Every state in the US is as big as the entire British Isles, you know. But I'm visiting as many as I am. I'm going to be giving illustrated presentations. I'll be signing books afterwards. I'll be taking pictures. I would like to meet my readers, and please check out my website, grahamhancock.com. Look at the talks and events page, and you'll see where all these events are occurring over the next 7 weeks. We're on the 22nd of April today. I will not leave North America until the 5th of June.
Well, I hope I see you again then.
Indeed.
Listen, thank you so much. You're a treasure. And this book is, I can't wait to get into it. America Before, and the audiobook is available now as well.
Yeah, the audiobook's available. I read it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Graham. It's always a pleasure having you here. I really, really appreciate you.
Thanks for having me back on, Joe.
Graham Hancock, ladies and gentlemen. Bye. Come on, let's go. Boom, and we're live. David Goggins, your book is fucking fantastic, man. This has been my running partner. The audio version of it has been my running partner for the last week. It's fucking amazing, man.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, you guys are doing something very unusual. The book is great. I've read it, like sat down and read, but the audio book is really interesting.
Right.
Because you and the gentleman you wrote it with,
Yeah, Adam Skolnick.
Adam Skolnick, who reads it, then you come on and talk about things in between. So it's more than just the book.
Right.
It's the book plus. It's the book plus like a podcast.
Right. Yeah, so how that came to be, man, is as I was going through this book for the last year, we would go through, change stuff up. I have so many stories, man. We went through interviews, so many people, so many stories. He would come back and read it to me, all my changes. And he'd read it, I'm like, man, this guy has a great reading voice. I love his reading voice. And I started getting these different ideas about doing it. Like, you know what? Maybe he can read, and I can do my podcast thing on the side. He can, like, after each chapter, in between chapters, make a real interactive type of thing. And that's kind of how it came to be, man.
At the beginning, I gotta be honest. At the beginning, I was like, "Who is this motherfucker talking for David Goggins?" I was gonna call Dave. Like, Dave, can you redo this? Why don't you do it? Why are you? But it works.
Right.
It really does work.
Yeah.
Like as it goes on, and I got also. It's very obvious that you and him are good friends. So when you guys are talking, then I don't mind him reading for you as much for some strange reason.
Right.
I know it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I wouldn't say we're good friends. I'm just joking to Adam Lincoln here right now. He became a pain in my fucking ass during this process, man, because, you know, he's just he's a real anal guy. You know, he helped out a lot. You know, I'm a real raw, sadistic type of mindset, and he helped me put that on paper, man. So I give him a lot of credit for that.
Well, it comes across. The book is outstanding, and you know it's more than just sitting across you and you telling your story is one thing, but this long, detailed history of how you became to be the person you became I think it's very educational for people because they can realize, like, oh, he wasn't always this guy.
Right.
This is what's fucked up about people. Like, you see a guy who's like you who runs. I mean, how many ultra marathons did you run in a row? You had some
I
insane
think it
number.
was, I ran 800s in 8 weekends in a row.
Just stop and think about that, ladies and gentlemen. 800s means 8 100-mile races. 8 weekends in a row. A 100-mile race will put you out for fucking 6 months.
Right.
You know, and you ran 8 of them, 8 weekends. So it's a fucking insane accomplishment.
It was nuts.
You think about a person like that, you think of them as in this like static, fully formed version. You don't usually get to see, and especially someone like you, who you went into so much depth about your rise and fall and rise and fall. It wasn't like a straight linear process between you getting inspired and then you becoming this bad motherfucker.
No, it wasn't like what's that show called that Will Smith plays, that black guy who kind of makes it in the financial world. Pursuit of Happiness.
I never saw that.
Yeah, that's a great movie. It wasn't like Pursuit of Happiness, man. Like where the guy struggles and he gets over it and he makes it.
Yeah.
I fell on my ass. I thought I got to the top of Mount Everest, and Mount Everest just fucking slide right underneath me, man. I was like, God, dog, I gotta start from scratch again. Scratch became my friend, literally, man. So, you know, that's how you put in the book, man. Just going up, going down, going up. Just a real raw version of how my life was, and it was so in depth to go back through your life with a fine-tooth comb that I almost got embarrassed to even put it out there to people.
Yeah.
That's what I understand, man. Like, even me right now to talk to you, I'm in the car for a fucking hour getting pumped up because I'm a shy, introverted, leave me alone type of guy. Like, I'm still that motherfucker who is 6 years old, you know, at a play, who can't say his line because I know I'm going to stutter in front of 5 people. So I walk off the stage. That's still me. So every day I'm fighting that dude. So people think, oh my God, man, you're on a podcast. You look so crazy, so evil. No, I'm trying to be locked into Joe. So my mind's at off saying, let's run out the damn door because people are watching me on the fucking podcast. I want to open this damn door and get the hell out of here, man. So that's the real me. So I'm not sadistic, man. I'm focused on what I have to do to stay locked into the game of life. And that's why I tell people, man, I go there. I go there.
That's one of the reasons why this book is so good, is because you're so honest about your vulnerabilities and how you overcome them. And for people that see someone who's a beast, who's done great things, you just assume that they're different than you.
Right.
But then you hear about your insecurities and your pitfalls and all the things that went wrong with you, and you realize, well, God damn it, those are the same things that go wrong with me. Like, maybe I have that inside of me, and I've just never summoned it.
Right. And I'll tell you this, I started really realizing that when I started overcoming myself, I started getting around these real alpha males, these hard men. And I always put people way above me when I was growing up. Like, my God, they had to have a lot more than me to get to where they're at. And a lot of them did. But once you get around the best of the best of the best people, you can kind of start breaking them down and realizing, man, you're just as fucked up as me. Like we all have, but all you did was you hit it better. Your upbringing, your mom and dad, your society, the way you were raised, it hit it better than mine. You weren't the only black kid, or it was like 5 in a school. You know, I can't hide. Going through buds, I was the only black kid. You can't hide. But I started realizing, just because I look different than you, a lot of you motherfuckers can't hide either. So it started giving me courage through watching people that we all have a story. We all have a jacked up life in one way or another. Some of us don't have the guts to talk about it, though. And that's where I found the guts to talk about mine.
Well, there's purity in physical pursuits, right? Because it doesn't matter what your social status is. It doesn't matter how people perceive you. When it comes down to how long can you stay in that pool, when it comes down to how far can you run, when it comes down to how much can you push yourself past the part where you want to quit, how far can you keep going? There's a purity in that it dissolves social order, all that bullshit, all the what people think about you goes out the window. It's who are you right now?
That's right.
Who are you right now?
That's a true statement, man. And I look at it as psychological warfare. And that's where I started learning that life is one big psychological warfare that you play on yourself. You play on yourself, man. The most important conversation I ever had is with myself. And the shit I was telling myself was so fucked up, it was so wrong, it was so misguided. And other people start to write that dialogue for you also. And it starts to be what you say to yourself every single day. And I started creating a whole nother warfare, a whole another battle started becoming. I was like, oh, hang on a second, guys. You have these tools. You have these tools. Your life was basically the perfect grounds for training for where you need to go in your life. All the beatings, all the bullying, all the, you going through learning disabilities, all the struggles. It was the absolute perfect training ground for you to go to where you need to go. And that's how I started looking at my life versus woe is me, poopy pants, kick a rock down the street mentality. It was, no, God just hooked you right the fuck up. He hooked you right up, man, with the perfect place. You were training. For the first 18, 19, 20, you were training for this stuff, man. You have the advantage of everybody else versus, my God, they're so above me. They came from a great family. Mom and dad loved them. They didn't have a learning. They didn't struggle. No, man, your struggle is what made you who you are now. So I started flipping this into a whole different. I started being a master of what I was scared of. I was scared of my mind, and I became literally a master of that mind. And that's what from now on, it sets me apart from most people. I started diving into that.
Well, that was a big part of the stories when you go over your childhood and your abusive father, and then having this great guy that was going to become your stepdad, and he gets murdered. It's like right when you're about to get out of it, everything looks good. Boom, then he gets murdered. It's like these things really did sort of set you up to start from scratch again. Just go, okay, roger that, start from scratch. And now you have that attitude. You developed it through all of these horrible personal experiences, all the trials and tribulations, all the evil shit that people try to do to you. That sort of set you up to be able to deal in a way that a lot of people can't.
Well, I used to look at my life from a different vantage point. And when you're in all the muck and you're just walking in muck and walking in muck and walking in muck, you don't see that if you look off to the fucking left of the muck, there's a sidewalk, brother. Get off of it. You have your head down looking in this muck. Once I saw the sidewalk, got the sidewalk, I got a little break. And I got a different vantage point. And then from the sidewalk, I found a cliff. Then I found a mountain. I got way up high on top of my life and looked back down on it and said, okay, I got to figure this out, man. I'm not going anywhere. I'm starting to lie. So when you have a messed up foundation, I started lying about everything. I wanted people to like me. I wanted to be accepted in some society of life, some social society. And I was like, man, this isn't the right way. I messed up here. I messed up here. I messed up everywhere. And so I realized the worst thing that happened to me is I lost myself. I never had myself. I never found myself. I had no self-esteem. So I knew through working out and through learning, it took a lot for me to learn also. I started finding self-esteem. Once I found that, that's when doors started opening up. I stopped caring about people, that what they thought, being judged. Wow, if I say this, if I started right now, are you gonna make fun of me? I stopped caring about that. And that's when my life started really changing for me, slowly but surely.
That's such an important point when you're talking about the working out. Because a lot of people, when they think about working out, they think of it as being a physical thing.
Right, no. I did it for mental.
Yeah.
People always say, my God, like, no, don't look at it like, I didn't care about losing weight. I didn't care about being the fastest person. I wasn't making the Olympics. I wasn't going to pros. I could barely read and write when I was a junior in high school. I wasn't going anywhere. I saw working out as a way for me to build calluses on my mind. I had to callous over the victim's mentality. So I watched these movies. I talked about Rocky last time I was on here. I always equated training to mental toughening. Like, it always looked brutal. People waking up early and doing all these things. It looked horrible. I was like, wow, man, I got to start doing that. Not to get better, bigger, and stronger, but that is what's going to build me. That looks uncomfortable. That looks brutal. And getting up early, I don't want to do that. So I had this long list of things I don't want to do. And through that, I found myself. I'm like, you guys aren't doing this shit in high school. You guys are getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, running over here in this golf course. So I started seeing myself very differently than the average human being. I was like, hold on a second. I have something they don't have. And that's when I started to develop these things through working out. It was this great, never-ending work ethic. And through work ethics, I developed self-esteem.
Now, is this something that you learned? Is this something you learned yourself from exercise yourself? Or is this something you've read or heard about? Like, what made you equate doing this and doing these difficult things physically to mental toughness, to being, this is the discipline that you need in order to get your life out of the situation you're in?
So I never read anything. I could barely read, so I wasn't reading back then. I watched a lot of movies, and I was really big into visualization. And I always equated working out to struggle. And I struggled my whole life, but I ran from it. So I started realizing that I got to start facing the struggle, and I got to be mentally strong for the struggle. So that's where I started coming up with, like, I'm training for life. Mentally, I'm training for life. I'm not training for, like, to lift 400 pounds. And I found out on my own pretty much is that through discipline, through self-discipline, through repetition, through tons of repetition of the same thing that you don't want to do, that's the key thing. Through repetition of things you don't want to do, you develop mental, like an armor for your mind. You start to armor your mind. Your mind's like, okay, we suffer every day. That's what we do. We do stuff that sucks every day. So then when the suck stuff comes, you're ready for it. And that's how I started coming up. I just started being very uncomfortable. Now it's like just a way of life.
It's a crazy thing to figure out, though. It's like that you figured it out, and you didn't just figure it out, you embraced it. Like when you were talking about your senior year of high school, when you're talking about your mirror being your accountability mirror, like you had a radical shift. Like you just decided to not be a fucking loser and to start tightening up and start holding yourself accountable and get ready for things.
So I had this my whole life. I mean, I don't know if people believe in God or what. I don't care what you believe in. There's been this unrelenting voice in my head. We all have this voice. It's the right or wrong voice. And a lot of times that voice guides us into comfort. And my voice guided me to comfort a lot. But I had this other voice. I heard it my whole life. Say, hey, motherfucker, what are you doing? No, man. We got to go over here. We got to go over here to that rock pile over in the fucking corner where nobody's at. That's where victory's at. We're over in that corner. So this voice was giving me all these answers. Now, I wasn't a real smart kid growing up, but I had this crazy voice in my head saying, over there is where the fucking answers are. And I didn't listen to it because over there was pain. Over there was me looking in the mirror. Over there was me being accountable for all these things I went through my life. Even though people put them on me, it's now mine to own. And I didn't want to go over there by myself, but I had to. And his voice was guiding me there. It's God, whatever you want to call it. But that's what it was.
Do you think that's just what when you separate yourself from your ego and what your insecurities and all the if you were giving yourself advice, you would say that's what the thing is to do. So do you think that's what it was, like your subconscious, or you stripped away from all the bullshit when you couldn't lie to yourself and it's a voice in your head?
That's exactly it. It's exactly it.
Because it knew.
It knew. I was a character. I was trying to find myself through a character. I was making different hairstyles and sagging my pants, and I was off. I was off, man. I was a clown. I was a clown, and I was like, this is not what you're supposed to be in life, man. It's ugly when you look in that dirty mirror and you're trying to do a new hairstyle to go to school. I had a hairstyle one time where I shaved the top of my head. You know how old men had the hair like leaving their head? Yeah. So I went to school with hair on the side of my head and in my back. And I shaved the whole top of my head. I went to school like that, and then I had like, what did the kids say? I don't remember what they said, but I was just a funny dude. So that was my thing. I was the funny dude that came into school, like Crisscross came out when I was in high school. So my pants were backwards. I said, I'm gonna have my pants backwards, sag down past my ass crack, shirt turned backwards with a toothbrush in my mouth with the reverse part. Reverse part is your head is shaved and you have some hair on top. Just a little piece of hair versus like a part through hair. The part was on a bald head. So it was just, I would sit at home instead of studying. I would think about what can I do to impress a motherfucker at school, and that became my life. And it's a long road to hoe to get to the guy who says, now you don't ever smile on any podcast. You look so serious. I look at that shit. I'm like, you motherfuckers have no idea who I am, where I come from to get here today.
You could have probably been an entertainer. Like you probably, because you were doing all that kind of shit.
I have some jokes, Joe. I got some jokes, Joe.
I bet you do.
So what people read in this book can't hurt me. It's a sad story. It's a horrible story. It's a tragic story. It's a story that made me who I am today. But you have to learn to laugh at yourself too. Once you go through that shit, so there's a lot of parts in there where there's a lot of me against a lot of white people. you know. And I have a routine that I won't do. So people who hire me to speak, I'm not going to do the routine. I often do it sometimes. And think about it. I was a 36 black guy to go through Central. Okay.
How many people?
Out of probably looking at probably 11, 12 to make it through, probably 13,000 SEALs. I was probably the 36. I was the 36 black guy to make it through. You know, since like the 1940s. You know, you're looking at almost 70 years. Yeah, so you know, do the math on that. So there's not a lot of black guys, and so I take that and I make a nice comedy skit out of that shit. You know, like the first time they tied me up and threw me, it's called drown proof.
Yeah.
So I'm negative boy as hell. You know.
Me too.
Oh.
I'm related to that big time.
Yes, you and a few white boys, man, are negative boy. You sit like a rock, and that's hard. So imagine them getting your hands and feet, tying your ass up and throwing you in the fucking water and say swim. It was like throwing a cat in the water with fucking a brick on. So I was just losing my fucking mind. So it's so many things I had to get over, you know. And I found humor. I found humor in my suffering. I was like, mother, what are you doing out here, God? It's like, this is crazy. Like, you're literally trying to reinvent the wheel. But I was trying to reinvent my mind. I was trying to reinvent my mind. And I used every single tactic possible to do that. I didn't want to live in this world where I was a fake human being. And I was tired of blaming everybody for where I was at. My dad beat me, this happened. I mean, my dad ran prostitutes, man. My dad literally snatched the soul out of my mom. Like, my mom is still battling. Like, after my mom left my dad, and this is what I'll talk about in the book, she got married 3 times for a total of 6 months. You know, I don't go there. And I'm not even talking about the guy she married. So this woman, she's beautiful. She's so smart. All this stuff, man. This guy literally stripped her soul away. And I'm a young kid watching it, and I had no story to begin with. And my brother, he has a story that he could write 8 books. You know, my dad just came through and just washed this all clean. So to come out, he died about 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, not for sure. I didn't go to the funeral, but I forgave him. So I saw my dad through an 8-year-old's eyes. So we left when I was 8. And then at 22, I went back to see him through a grown man's eyes. He's the same person I remember. But I had to. You can't live with hate. You cannot move forward. As much as that guy tried to ruin all of our lives, that's where I came from. I had to figure out the origin of where I started from. So when I was going back through my life trying to fix who I am, the fucked up person I was, like, if your knee hurts, it's usually not your fucking knee that's hurting. It's something else, man. It could be a tight quad. It could be the right leg if it's the left leg. You got to find out the origin of where all this shit began. And it was him. So I had to go back to where, you know, my roots and the origin of all this happened. And it's hard to do that.
Did you make peace with him?
I made big peace with. So we didn't have a peaceful conversation. We left very Garanimal. He's a vicious man. He was a vicious man. I mean, medieval motherfucker. So I had become a medieval motherfucker at that time. I was 22 and I was a big boy. So I was no longer the guy who was afraid. It was now like, hey, I want to kill you type of shit. And we were sitting at Denny's after an all-night skate or whatever. You own bars and skating rinks and shit like that. So we were sitting down and we kind of got into it. And I was kind of left. But I had to make peace with it in myself. I could not hold on to that hate, because holding on to that hate was half the reason why I kept falling into the same pattern of failing. I had to start dumping off some baggage. I had to start figuring out me through him, and that's all he was there for. He was the origin. I had to figure him out, figure out why he was so evil to my mom, to me, my brother, and I had to start studying him. Like, a lot of people have situations where someone does something, and we all attack that person, like on the media. If someone does something wrong, everybody now is fucking perfect. And we now judge this guy. I don't judge him. I don't judge anybody. What I do is I start studying them. Why did they do that? Not in a judging way. I want to learn from you.
What'd you get out of your dad?
I got that he grew up rough. He was very insecure, had a lot of kids. And his insecurities just trickled over onto us. So, yeah, he jacked us up real good, but he never fixed himself. So if you never fix yourself, the next person in line is going to get the rap. And we were next in line. You know, his first wife, killed herself or whatever happened, and, got burned up in a house or something, some craziness, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on there that I didn't put in the book because I don't feel like going to court.
Yeah.
But, it was a lot of stuff.
one of the great parts about this book is that you detail exactly what was going through your mind in terms of like your weaknesses and how you had failed, and then it's not just one time. You do the thing in high school where you get your shit together, and then you join the military, and then you wind up getting fat again, and then when you have to lose 106 pounds in 3 months to qualify for SEAL training.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah, because I realized at that time, once again, I failed again. I thought, so what you talk about is I took this ASVAB test. I didn't know how to read and write pretty much in high school. I was like at 4th grade reading level. I took that test a few times, and I finally passed it. And when I passed it, I actually drove my car to the daggone airport and watched planes take off. Because I was like, I'm going to be on one of those planes one day going to Air Force boot camp. So I always fixed the things on the surface. So if I couldn't read and write, I learned to read and write. I would always fix these things on the surface level. And so whenever something hard would raise its ugly head, I didn't have any kind of tools to handle it. Like, man, I thought I fixed this already, man. But no, I didn't go deep into the dungeon of my soul and say, okay, what is making you a quitter? What is making you a weak man? What is making you afraid? And so that's why I kept on quitting, going back to start, or not knowing how to get through hard times. And that's why I was telling people, I'm not a theorist. I didn't study, I didn't study a fucking book. I literally put myself in a fire repeatedly like a sword. You put a sword in the fire repeatedly. If you keep on doing that, you're going to get a nice sword. And then you keep on beating. You got to beat the shit out of it. And that's what I am. I became that, but I said, okay, you can't quit. You got to figure out why you are this pussy. Why are you this pussy, man? What's wrong with you? What's going on here? So I kept on putting the sword back in the daggone fire, and I just beat it harder. And I beat it harder. Before I knew it, I started realizing, all right, man, the brain is starting to get hard. The brain is starting to get hard. I'm no longer a theorist. I'm now a practitioner. I put it in hell. I dissected it while it's in hell, because you can't dissect anything in a normal environment. You can't dissect anything in 72-degree weather. You must put it in the fucking freezer and freeze the fuck out of it. And then you dissect it. Dissect it when it's miserable. Dissect the brain when all it's thinking about is, I need to get out of here, man. I want to get out of the fucking freezer. Open the door. And he said, nah, 5 more seconds. 5 more seconds in the freezer. And that's when you start to pick that brain apart. And that's what all this stuff did to me. I kept on putting myself back into the freezer or the fire and beating the shit out of myself, mentally and physically. Before I knew it, this is what happened.
Wow. It's an interesting way to self-teach. Like most people that you talk to that are disciplined, they have something that they read that inspired them. They have certain people that they look up to. There's certain coaches that taught them. There's certain important moments in their life. But for you, it's a system of failure and reflection and then rebooting.
Repeated failure. And people think a lot of times they call me that I'm angry. Oh my God, you sound so angry. You cuss so much. Oh my God, why you cuss so much? Why are you so crazy? If you read my book, I cannot explain my life by saying, hey, it was a Merry fucking Christmas, man. No, it wasn't. I want you to go there with me. I'm taking you there with me. I'm a storyteller. I want to take your ass down paradise. So the house I lived in Buffalo, New York, that I got my ass beat every day, funny. We lived on Paradise Road. And it was anything but fucking paradise. So I want you to go there with me. You want to learn from me? Let me take your ass home. Let me take you there. So that's the whole thing about it, man. We're scared to dive into our lives. What made us who we are. The beautiful people that we are. We're all jacked up in so many ways. That's the beauty of us. That's the beauty of me. I'm jacked up. But I figured out my own little process on how to get unjacked up and how to. I'm not going to get the same. I'm not going to get the same way you're going to get there. You may get there by going plenty of punky. I'm at go point C to D to E to F. I'm gonna be there the same way you are, just a little harder. That's how I train my brain. So it's just different. It was just different thing.
When you stop and think about all the different times you did have to reboot and how you found like new goals and you found new inspiration and you fired up new discipline and you became stronger and harder and you got one of the things that people always look for in life, they look for a point where they can rest. I'm gonna retire. You know, like people they love that expression, the golden years. They love that expression. You know, they love the idea of struggle as long as it ends, and then when it ends, they're gonna have a nice, comfortable spot.
It must end.
Yeah,
The suffering must end.
yeah, you should relax, man. You've done so much.
That's right.
You've really done so much, but the idea of reaching this golden year is it's a very flawed idea because it's an idea that you're gonna work hard, but then you're gonna reach the finish line. But there's no finish line. No, it doesn't exist.
That's the scary thing about life, my friend.
That is a scary thing, right?
And that's what fatigues me. People go, man, why don't you ever smile? There's no fucking end, my friend. There's no end. There's no end.
I know that you're going to meet Cam Haynes after this.
Yes, sir.
And listen, please, if you guys run, put a number of that miles that you're going to run and leave it at that. Do not say, let's see who quits, because you will both die. Because that's a hard man.
He is a hard man.
Cameron Haynes is a hard man, and he will run until you die or he dies.
He's a hard man, dude.
He does those 240s. He does
Yes.
those ultra. He's a sick fuck.
And see, those are the guys I'm looking for.
Yeah, this is scary. The two of you guys need to pick a number.
I know.
I think you guys are gonna run 35 miles.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do good?
Yeah, I think
35 is a good number.
Yeah, we've been texting back and forth, trying to make it sensible,
Yeah.
so we don't go off the chain.
Because if one of you motherfuckers wakes up and has a good strong espresso,
I know.
goes, fuck it, let's do 300.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a long day, man.
No.
That's it.
Yeah. Do you know this new race that they're doing where they're you run for 1 hour? You run like as many, and then you have like a bell rings, and then you sit down for a little bit. You know what I mean? Like there's like a 4.17 mile thing.
Yep.
It's that sick fuck. What was the guy's name that created that?
I think I did the bar.
Yes.
You talking about Laz?
Yeah, this crazy fuck.
Laz.
So he had people running for days and days and days.
He invited me out there for this race.
Yeah.
I actually got into the Barkley last year, but couldn't do it because of the book. So I'm supposed to do it this year, but now we'll see again how the schedule goes. But yeah, that's a sick man. I've done a couple of his races. Like he has one called Strolling Jim. I actually won that one in 2016. But he's a sick man.
What is a strolling gym race?
It's his probably easiest race. It's like through the back country of Tennessee. It's a 41-mile race on the road. It's one of the first ultra marathons out there ever. And my mom lives in Nashville, so it's like an hour drive. I went up there, and it was like one of my first races back after me being all sick and jacked up for so long. And I got lucky, had a good race, and I happened to win it.
You're talking about psoas muscle.
Yeah.
All that. We have this thing now that we got. What is that called? So right. Have you ever used one?
I
of those
have it
fucking
also.
things?
I saw it in there. That little black contraption.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that hard plastic thing.
Yeah.
That thing's phenomenal.
it's evil, man.
Yeah, it's good.
It's
Straight
amazing.
I started getting tightness in that when I was running a lot. Like I'd never gotten tightness in that area before.
Yeah.
It seems like that's a running thing, right?
It's a running thing, also a very stressed thing. If you're real stressed out, man, like for me, I could talk about the origin, where things start. My body was so wrapped tight, I didn't know where to start.
Yeah.
So I started with the psoas muscle, so that's a real good spot.
Well, the problem with these races is the problem with people like you. That's the problem with these races. It's like if you get you and another you,
Right.
and they're in there together, like you motherfuckers are gonna kill each other.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
It's a long day.
It's a long day. Because if they're doing a last man standing type deal, right?
Yeah.
Like the first person to quit.
Yeah, it's a real long day, man. I mean, I've been up. I got a couple of hills under my belt, man. I know how to stay up for 130 hours and move,
Yeah.
and I know how to self-motivate. A lot of motherfuckers don't know how to self-motivate, man. Like, we like to put the headphones on, like before the big game, and listen to the music.
Yeah.
What the fuck do you do when the headphones come off, bro? It's you in your own mind.
Right.
I know how to do that. That's the hard part,
Do you
man.
ever listen to music when you run?
Never.
Never. I told you, James. Cheap.
Here's that video I got. You
But-
thought you want to see it.
But
He talks about like running with music.
No, what did you say? Find it. Find the video. We'll play it. We might not be able to play it. Is it somebody else's content?
I actually, but I did during my last pull-up record. I listened to that song from Rocky 1, round 14, when Rocky gets knocked down the corner. I listened to that. It's 2 minutes and 13 seconds long. I listened to it on repeat for 17 hours. Merry Christmas, motherfucker. Merry Christmas.
Oh, man.
17 hours, man. I went to such the dark, dark evil. I have a picture in my hand in the book. I was in a dark. I went to a place, man, that I'm like, I can do anything here. You gotta live here for a while. Cause I kept on feeling that record. I go, I don't want to see a pull-up bar again. I mean, like, I did 67,000 pull-ups, man. Like, this is my third. I'm like, I can't. I don't want to see no pull-up. So it's like, I'm doing this come hell or high water, man. So I broke it out.
It's just a bit. Let me hear this.
So I never trained with music. There's a reason why I don't do that. The music's not going to always be there. The TV, the distractions, all these external things. I'm in the gym right now with all this loud music. People need it to get fired up. They need it to stay motivated. They need to stay in the fight. They need it to just go in the gym. Do whatever you're going to do. What do you do when you have no external motivation? It's about the internal. What do you say to yourself? How are you going to fire yourself up? What's that flame inside of you that keeps you going? Let that keep you going. Not this.
And when you're doing this, the whole time you're doing this, you're doing some of the hardest chin-ups you can do. You got a chain around your neck.
Right.
For the folks that are just listening, and you're pulling down on ropes. You're doing chin-ups on, it looks like taped up ropes.
Yes, sir.
That's what it is? Yeah, those are grip.
Yeah.
That's like jiu-jitsu guys do a lot of those.
Yes, I was. I spoke to the University of Alabama, and they were in there. Most of these athletes, man, they got to get hype. So that music is blaring.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, once that shit comes off, and you get popped in your fucking mouth. Your headphones are on the sidelines, brother. What's gonna happen?
Yeah.
We're gonna save yourself in. So that's how I train my mind, man. I train my mind. 'Cause I'm not gonna get popped in my mouth, man. I'm gonna get popped in the back of an alley one day, man, running around doing what I do, and there's gonna be no music.
Yeah.
You better figure it out.
I told you Jim was cheating. I was telling, but when I first started running, people said, "Do you run with music?" And no, running, it's cheating. When you have music on, it's cheating. You're cheating. I listen to music, but now I listen to music all the time. But more than I listen to music, I listen to books.
Yeah.
Books on tape, audio books, and yours is, like I said, has been the last 2 weeks. It's been my running partner.
I appreciate that, man.
It's fucking phenomenal, man. It's phenomenal. And you're doing this kind of independently, right?
Yeah. So what I did, man, is I pissed off a lot of people. So in 2012, I got an offer for my book for $30,000. I said, you can go fuck yourself. You know what hell I went through, bro? So then everybody was like, we don't see a market for a black guy, ultra runner, fat guy who couldn't read. 15% of America's black. We don't see any fucking, people buying your book.
They think only black people will buy your book.
There's some ignorant people out there, man. Everybody that follows me is white. I don't have a black. I have like 3 black followers, man.
Yvette was just left.
It's
He follows
hilarious.
you.
Yeah,
Yvette
right.
was a big fan. He's black.
Yeah, he's like an unusual species out there, man. And so I'm sitting there walking around going, man, you don't even know who. Everybody talks is white. It's the ignorance of the world. And I'm in these meetings hearing this kind of stuff. So now, 2018, I get a $300,000 offer for a first-time author. So I'm sitting back, I'm like, my God, man, I used to make like fucking $60,000 a year. This is the biggest payday yet. And I started thinking, I took that 1 second. I talked about the 1 second decision a lot about what I went through in my life, what I've done. And I was like, you know what? I struggled so hard in my life. I went through so much that the biggest trophy I own now is that book. The biggest trophy I own now is not the book itself, it's what's in the book. It's what, I don't give a fuck if that sells one copy. Honest to God, man. What I did, and that's what I hope people understand. Your life and the journey you put yourself through, there's nothing more than that. And that's all I want people to do is realize that you have to struggle. You have to struggle. The bigger the struggle, the bigger the peace. the bigger the suffering, the more peace.
I'm not just saying this because you hear this book is valuable. This book is very valuable. It's valuable to people like anybody that, biographies are always valuable when you get to see the mindset of a person who's done things that you haven't done. You get to understand that they're overcoming sort of the same sort of situations in their mind that you are.
Right.
Same insecurities and pitfalls.
Yeah, everybody's going through it, man.
Yeah.
Everybody. That's what I say. I'm blessed that way. That my story, there's no color involved in it. It's a human story about struggle. And I happen to be in so many different situations that so many people can relate to about struggle that I guarantee you, mark my words, you read that book, there will be a section of that book that resonates with you hardcore. It will make you think. If you're not ready to think about your life and think about, where you can be and think about what you haven't done, the book's not for you. If you're not ready to really self-reflect and hold yourself accountable for where you're at and where you're not, the book is not for you. It's real.
I've read a lot of self-help books. I've listened to a lot of self-help books on tape too, and there's some of them that I have to shut off. I have to shut off a quarter way, and I feel like someone's lying. I'm just like, you're bullshitting me. You're just saying things. This doesn't resonate with me. It's not working. Like, I'll give it a chance. But if I'm, half hour in, 2 hours in, it's still the same nonsense. I don't feel anything. I'm getting itchy listening to you. I just want to pull the headphones off and I'll just kill it. And I'll stop it. This is the total opposite. This one, man, I was running extra miles so I could stay with the headphones on. And the thing that I think is going to happen with this book is people are going to get it. They're going to get a hold of whether it's an audiobook or the book, and they're going to recommend it, and it's going to spread like wildfire. This is a powerful book. This is a real self-help book. This is a real one. Like, it's not like someone orchestrates this whole thing. Like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to become a motivator. I'm going to be a personal influencer. I'm going to be that guy that goes out there and tells people, you can optimize your life. Here's how you do it. And there's so many of those fucking guys out there.
Right. Yeah, that's not me, man.
I know this one dude I ran into recently. I ran into him at this restaurant. He's fat as fuck. His big old belly. And I know he does these motivational things. And I'm looking at him, I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You're weak. Like, look at your body. Look at your own temple. Look at your meat vehicle. You're carrying around this fucking donut around your waist. It's just, he was eating shitty food. He looked soft. I'm like, wake up, bitch.
So many people are doing that now, man. So many people are talking this noise.
Exactly.
And I see them.
Yeah.
I know them. I'm not going to say names, but I know them. I'm like, man, dude, you know why my life is miserable right now? Because I can't go on your show right now, your podcast, if I didn't get after this morning. So I cannot talk to people unless I'm authentic. Because I used to be the most unauthentic motherfucker on the planet. Now I have this voice in my head saying, oh no, I'll call you up. If I lie to you about something, even a white lie. Hey, yo, Joe, guess what, dude? I fucking lied to you, man. Like, that wasn't real. Like, it will bother me that badly now. So another thing, what's funny about all this book stuff, man, I didn't set out to write a book. Like, literally, man, when I was 24 years old on the couch, fat, spraying for cockroaches, eating donuts and drinking milkshakes, I did not plan on doing this. All I wanted to do was change the fucking reflection in that daggone mirror. This is a byproduct of that. And that's the funny thing about it. Like, everybody's like, oh my God, David Goggins, what the hell you I'm like, what the fuck?
That's why it works, though.
Unbelievable.
It works because you really did do it. You really did do all those things, and you show how you did it. And you're not using any bullshit theatrical jargon.
No.
You're not saying a bunch of buzzwords. Can you live the life of an actualized person? I can show you how. And you look at this guy talking. He's got a neck like a pencil. And his body is just frail. Like, you don't even understand adversity. You don't understand overcoming.
This is not The Secret. This isn't about the law of fucking attraction.
Yeah, exactly.
No, this ain't no attraction here, brother. This ain't no attraction here, man.
Yeah,
like, this book is straight up. Yeah.
I love nonsense.
This is no nonsense, man.
No nonsense. This is a real self-help book, man. This is a real deal. That's how you self-help. You self-help by people who've done it, and you learn what they did, and you realize there's no shortcuts.
Right.
And then you learn to embrace that no shortcut mentality and enjoy the suffering and the grind of it. And what we talked about earlier, there's no fucking finish line. It doesn't exist.
You know what's funny about that is I have people now. So when I was in the worst part of my life, those people want to bring you back in. Those people, like you can see who you hang out with, like when you're in your worst. And when you try to get better, what makes it hard to get better is that you are hanging around people who, like, let's say you are an alcoholic. You hang around people who drink. And let's say you want to stop drinking. Those people want to bring you back in. Like, I used to be this guy who was, who wasn't worth anything. Now those people who are still there, they're 16, 17, 18, 30 years ago, they're trying to get you back there. So the hardest part, you got to see who you're hanging out with, man. You got to hang out with the people who you want to be like the most.
Yeah, people will definitely drag you
They'll drag you down.
And especially if you're around someone that makes a lot of excuses and they're always failing. It's just like they're the opposite of inspiration. They're like a vacuum.
100%.
Sucking it out of you.
Why are you doing that today, man?
Yeah.
Why are you getting up again so early? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The people you hang around with will suck the fucking life out of you.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just gotta be alone, man. Get your shit in.
And then there's also people that you're gonna be around that are always failing and always fucking up, and then always coming to you to try to get you to help them.
Exactly.
Become a giant burden.
Yes.
Never look in the mirror and get their own shit together. You're always looking for external help.
That's right. Always looking for a story. People don't want to go in deep, man. All the answers are inside of you. It's a very primitive way. How this book is written, it's primitive. It's very barbarian. It's how we all think. It's how man once walked the earth. And then we get all soft and all these computers and shit. We start going away from the most powerful thing we have is our fucking brain. It's our mind. And we don't use it anymore. So, it's like everything has to be so quick.
Yeah, you use your mind when it comes to certain things, right? But what you're saying is you don't use your mind when it comes to enduring.
Exactly. That is it. You can't Google that shit.
Right.
Hey, let me Google how to suffer. No. That ain't gonna be in there, brother. That ain't gonna be in there. That ain't gonna be in there.
There's no answer.
It's not in there.
It doesn't exist.
No. Find some water, real cold.
And what's interesting is that is a mind thing. And people think of mind things. They think of calculating, mathematics, they think of literature. No. There's many aspects of it.
That's it. Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Don't overthink it. Put your shoes on. Lace them up. That's all you got to do, my friend. Don't overthink the process.
Yeah, but because you've overcome and because you've accomplished so much now, that even when you talk about that moment of like embracing that suck, like you see the big ass smile on your face, like you've got a total different approach to it than the average person.
Oh yeah.
The average person, you talk to them about doing chin-ups for 24 hours or anything fucking crazy. They don't look at it like, oh, there's like a negative, a doom feeling.
That's the thing about it, man. I talk about my book, Open-Mindedness. What separates me from a lot of people is they go into a daunting task, and the task is overwhelming. Like when I heard the pull-up record was 4,020 pull-ups, and I was talking about breaking this record, people are like, oh my God. I went right to a pen and paper. What are you doing? I'm doing the math, man. What are you talking about? I'm open-minded to the fact that, okay, if I do 5 pull-ups in a minute for so many hours, I can get 20 pull-ups in. How much time do I have to rest? I was breaking the math down. You have to be open-minded to the possibilities that I can do this. Once you shut your mind down to the possibility that it can be achieved, there's no way it can happen. So that's why my eyes and my body light up about things, because I know that if you're in a fight, you have to attack. You have to keep attacking. The enemy has to know he is not going to give up. You must break the soul of whatever the fuck is in front of you. That's what I realized. I was never breaking the soul of anything in front of me. So that's why I came with this thing called Taking Souls in my book. I started to devise ways to break a soul of a human being, of an object, of whatever's in front of me. If you keep on attacking something, nothing wants to stand in front of anything that is relentless. Nothing.
The Taking Soul part of the book is really interesting because you talked about like the mind shift that you had when you were in Buds.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's an intense part of the book.
It is. That's when a lot of stuff started clicking, man. I started watching those instructors on the side because there's 3 shifts. There's 8 instructors, 3 shifts. Because the guys going through Hell Week, they're up all day and all night for 130 hours. This is the promised land of mental hardening for me. I love this place. And you have the instructors who they've been there, done that. Now they're instructing you. So they do their 8-hour shift. They have their practice on. It's usually cold, coffee, drinking their coffee. And they're beating the crap out of us. And when I started to realize, I started playing mind games. I was like, you know what? Get these fuckers. are looking at us, judging themselves about when they were going through really tough. And so I'm looking at God and saying, how dare you? How dare that God bring that fuck over there? Okay. You're judging. It's something to do to you. So what I started doing was I got my Boku 2. It's in the book. It's a great, great story. I said, come here, guys.
You can't break Boku 2.
You can't break Boku 2. So it's Wednesday, and everybody's broken, everybody's beat up, man. And like this, and you start moving like a robot. Everybody's like just kind of just trying to get through hell right now. And your energy's zapped. And they know Wednesday's like that over the hump.
I love that you talked about that in the book too, that they put it in your head.
Oh,
That
yeah.
Wednesday you're going to be tired.
Oh yeah, and that's another thing. They tell you how you're supposed to feel. So you are feeling that way. I was like, don't let these motherfuckers tell you how you're supposed to feel. No, it's day one, motherfucker. This is hour one. So I was getting my Boku all jacked up. I said, we're going to take these motherfuckers' souls. So when they had us doing this simple thing that guys are struggling with, Boku 2 is just launching the fucking boat and they're yelling, yeah, you can't fucking hurt us. You can't hurt Boku 2. And I looked on the instructors' faces and it looked like someone had just fucked with their soul. And I looked at my guys in the book and I said, hey, guess what? Those motherfuckers aren't fucking tonight. We own space in their fucking head. We own space. They're gonna think about us tonight. They're gonna think about how we
Killing boners.
That's right. How on Wednesday are these guys doing this?
And screaming out, you can't hurt
You
Boku
can't.
2.
We were bringing the fight. We were attacking. So when you keep on doing that, guess what people start doing? I ain't fucking with these guys. So Boku 2 got a lot more sleep. Boku 2 just became that Boku, like, hey, we just kept charging and we started fueling off that. We started fueling off the fact that, man, it takes 1 second of energy to kill everybody. And then you have all the energy you need. That's all you need. You need to look at someone's eyes. You know how it is when you fight somebody, you broke that motherfucker. He's like, oh God, man, I don't want to go back to the next round. And you feel like, my God, I can fight all day. I can fight all day long. That's what taking souls is. But you have to have the will, the heart, the courage to go that distance when you're exactly jacked up. You have nothing left to give and give more.
That is an interesting thing about the mind, is that you can find inspiration, and when you find inspiration, when you get charged up, all of a sudden you have energy.
That's right.
It's right. It's weird.
I talk about in the book also is about I learned how to control my adrenals. If you know how you get that fight or flight response when you get to move real quick.
Yeah.
And I started learning the mind about how to get myself jacked extremely fast, like in a horrible environment when everybody's miserable. I learned how to really find strength in the misery when everybody's suffering, everybody's all poopy pants and their mentality's down and everything. I started just like, my God, this is where I shine. And I started using all that misery for tons of drive and motivation to then lead people further. Because you can get a lot of power through misery. And once people see that, my God, Goggins is going, then everybody says, roger that. Let me get my shit and go too. So I started realizing that if you can just find strength just a little bit longer, you will have a crew of people following you along the way.
And that is another thing that no one can ever teach you. You're going to have to learn that on your own. You're going to have to figure out how to pull that energy out of your mind on your own. There's no book you can read that all of a sudden I have it. I've got the technique now. I know how to do it. No, it's a grind that you have to start and finish on your own.
You have to take great pleasure in the fact that no one wants to be where the fuck you're at right now. Great pleasure in that. What makes it has to bring a passion out of you. It has to bring something very, very weird out of you, man. Like, people don't really understand what that is. When you're in the worst environment possible, the worst situation possible, and everybody's looking like, God, man, I hope this ends. And you see that. Time slows down, and you see that. You're feeling that. Everybody has that look on their face like, God, it's got to go.
Have you ever gotten rhabdomyolysis?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you get it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When did you get it?
I got it on my second pull-up record attempt, and I talk about it a little bit in the book there. And I have sickle cell trait, and a young kid just died from rhabdo, because sickle cell is not a good thing, obviously. And rhabdo is a bad thing for having sickle cell.
You have sickle cell trait, but you don't have the disease.
I don't have the disease.
A buddy of mine died from it when I was a kid.
Really?
Training. Yeah, he was always sick. He'd have it, he'd get sick.
It's horrible.
He'd be gone. He'd be out of the gym for months. And he'd come back and just be trying to get his body back in shape again. And
Jacks you up.
He wound up dying. He's a talented guy, too. When you got it, what did you have to do?
So they put me in the hospital for a while. That's when my hand got real messed up. And my fluids were extremely low. And I had done I think I did 3,000 pull-ups. And they're like, man, your body is wrecked up.
Were you just not drinking water while you're doing it?
I was drinking water, but not enough. So I was sipping this carbohydrate drink. And my calories were extremely low. I didn't know how much I was going to burn through. And you burn through an awful lot of calories, man. You got me pull-ups for that many hours.
Yeah.
And with the repetition, with using the single points of just my hands, my biceps, my back, like my body was swollen like the Pillsbury Doughboy. I mean, it looked horrible. And so they kept me in there for a while, but
How long?
probably about 8 hours. I was in about 8 hours on IVs and stuff like that.
So they just it's basically a
Tons of fluid,
rehydration
yeah,
issue.
tons
That's
of
a big
fluid.
part of it.
Mhm. Tons of fluid. They sent me home though. So I went home that night.
And how long did you wait before you jumped back at it?
I think I was back on a pull-up bar about a week and a half later. And then I broke the record six weeks later. Wow, I broke the record.
Jesus Christ. So when you did get back on the pull-up bar, how fucked up was your body?
It was bad, but what I do is like what I've done through everything, which is a little smart. I mean, it works for me, so I'm not saying to do this. Is I've trained through a lot of my injuries. And I started developing, I started doing that in butts and still training, because in still training, you got to start from day one, or they just kick you out. So I started from day one enough. So my third time going through, I was really jacked up.
You had pneumonia.
Yeah, I had pneumonia and I had really bad stretch fractures. So my stretch fractures, so I would put a sock on and then duct tape my foot all the way up to the top of my, or to the mid of my ankle, or to the end of my calf. And because my stretch fracture was so bad, so like the pivot point between my ankle and my shin, I just cast that all the way up. And so I went through for several months, for a few months, with stretch fractures. What's crazy about that is they heal. By the time I got to third phase, my stretch fracture was healed. Wow. And I don't even know how, rhyme or reason behind it. I ran on them. A few months later, they were healed.
Wow.
So I don't know what that means.
Pushed through the agony, and eventually your body just said, "This crazy fuck is not gonna stop."
It's a true statement. Yeah, it's weird. A lot of my injuries I just pushed through, and they've I duct taped it up. I mean, I'm
Have you
doing
ever had
that.
to have surgery?
No, just a couple heart surgeries, but none of my actual physical body.
And what was your heart surgery for again? You talked about this before.
Yeah, ASD. I had a hole in my heart.
Yeah.
So we
Which
talked
is even
about
more ridiculous.
yeah, that's what we talked about that too, man. They took me off and studied me for a while. So they realized when I got home, I shouldn't even been in the military. I wasn't even qualified to be in the military for whole life. Let alone be in special operations and jumping planes, stuff like that. So I was lucky.
How'd they seal that up?
So they went in with the helix patch, and through my femoral artery, and they went through, put a patch, and they realized, I missed like 3 or 4 years of a military career because of this heart surgery.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was off of jump status, dive status. I was just so that's why I talk about recruiting so much. I stayed in recruiting for like 3 or 4 years. And, I became like a Navy SEAL recruiter when I was doing this for a while. So I got extended there because of the heart surgery.
And other than that, you never had to have any other surgeries? No meniscus, no nothing like that? That's crazy.
No, and I've had some jacked up injuries. But see how I grew up, like I talked about in the book, my dad didn't even take me to the hospital. Like that's just how it was, man. It was barbarian stuff, man. But, you learn to deal with it. You're fine. You get hard.
Get MRIs?
Oh yeah.
Get everything checked out?
Matter of fact, man, I was terrified of the MRI machine for a long time. I was claustrophobic. I was like, man, there's a lot behind that, man. But yeah, I've been checked out a lot. I've had so like I said, like 6 years ago, I started stretching out like I thought I was dying. I couldn't even get out of bed. So all that stretching out was from pretty much all these injuries I had that I never really fixed. and my body got knotted up and more knotted up and more knotted up. I mean, it's going to heal. One way or another, it's going to heal. When it heals, I can heal right. It's going to heal all jacked up and crooked.
Yeah.
So I'm a crooked, jacked up dude, man, but I can still get it done.
It's amazing that you haven't had like knee surgery or anything like that. You consider all the running you've done.
My left knee right now is no joke. So like I say, origin of pain. My right foot is messed up because of my left knee. So right now I'm taking care of my left knee. It's getting a lot better now. But don't worry, Cameron Haynes. I will still be fucking out there running with your ass. I'm not gonna get out of it, buddy. So if you're listening, motherfucker, I will see you this weekend. Merry Christmas. All right, just so you know, brother. Merry Christmas. I'll see you soon.
You don't know what's wrong with the knee? You have no idea?
It's from stretching. So basically,
Stretching?
yeah. So my whole, because my body was in such bad alignment from just what I did to it, that now I'm in this huge stretch routine, and my body's getting back into alignment. So your muscles, like I was a powerlifter, and like I grew these huge muscles, and I'm this small guy. And from the stress of my body going through the pelvis, and also my body's became one notch. So as things start to open up, joints start to hurt, things start to hurt, and I'm like, God, so it's been this big long process. So I'm faster in better shape than ever. My organs work better. I'm healthier than ever. But I have these little tweaks here, these little tweaks there, from the fact that I am now, my body was locked in position from these muscles being so tight. Now,
What are you weighing now?
about 182, 183.
And you were at like 300 plus pounds. You got your fattest.
My fattest, when I weighed in for the military, I don't know what my fattest was, but when I weighed in on that scale, when Steven Saljo hit that scale on me, man, it was 297. And he's like, brother, you got to lose 106 pounds. I was like, what are you talking about? How the hell is that possible? So it just,
And not a lot of time. That's the crazy thing. That even you 3 months to lose that 33 pounds a month is a lot of fucking weight. Plus a few.
almost impossible. And that's what I thought. That's what I thought. But see, you see the person now. I was 175 pounds in high school. So I was a skinny guy in high school. So I made myself big. I'm a small boned person. So it wasn't, trust me, it was hard. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. But
What did people think around you when they saw you 3 months later and go 100 pounds lighter?
my mom couldn't believe it. Because my mom, so I was living in Indianapolis, Indiana at the time. And so I was trying to study for this ASVAB test again. I got to take it again, going in the Navy. And I'm out here trying to lose weight. And I'm, working for this company, spraying for cockroaches and all sort of crap. And I would lay in her pond in fucking November in Indiana. Just lay in the pond. Cause I'm like, I'm going to bust. I got to get hard. So I would lay in the pond, get out of the pond, and go for a run. Just all wet, cold. Like the daggone shirt just freeze up from ice and shit. And I was be out there running and said, what is wrong with you, man? Like, you were that kid who just didn't want to, like, what's wrong with you? So she started seeing the transformation, like, this guy is obsessed with trying to become somebody. Next thing she knew, man, my God, you actually lost that much weight that fast.
I love the fact that you did it, but what hurts me is when I hear stories about people that get like stomach stapling and surgery and all that shit that they do. Like, you just need to just lose the weight,
Right.
and if you just did it the right way, you would have earned it, and if you earn it, you'll keep it.
That's the thing about it, man. Like, we like to take these very quick fixes in life. We want the 6-minute abs approach to life.
Yeah.
Oh, man. There's no permanent in that.
Yeah.
There's no permanent in that, man. There's no scarring. There must be scarring.
People are terrified of this thing that you're saying, that there's no end, that there's no finish line, that every day is a new thing, that you have to earn it still. After all the shit you've done, every day you get up and you have to earn it.
Yes. You know what's funny about that? I want you to be scared of me.
Yeah.
I want you to be scared of it.
Fuel.
It's great motivation. And see, if you look at it that way, the reason why I speak the way I speak, because I believe in what I'm saying. If I ever shut it down, that's the end of me. And whatever my 100% will be, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Tomorrow, what if you can't run? I will figure what the fuck I can do and do that. That will be my new 100%. You must continue to find your new 100%. Whatever life throws at you, you must find what you can do now. I may become the best, scientist of all time. Who knows? Watch out. You know what I'm saying? Just watch out. Who knows?
Well, that is an approach, like this approach, this mental approach. You can use that for anything once you get past the quitting mechanism of your mind. Once you get past that thing, that this is applicable. You can take these lessons that you learn from these grueling runs, from this losing 106 pounds in 3 months, from all these different things of struggle. You can take these lessons of struggle and you can apply them to anything.
Yes. I talk about it in my book here about that race I did that made SEAL training look like a child's play in Ranger School. That the first 100 mile I did, I shit on myself and all kind of stuff. That 19 hours it took me with no training, I sum it up like this. You're talking about struggle, how you can put so much of life into struggle. In that 19 hours, I lived 5 years. 5 years of struggle, of happiness, of depression, success, failure in 19 hours. That's what's great about some of these things I do. You get a wide range of life in just 19 hours. You know, like when you get to like mile 50 in your mind saying, we got to get out of here, man. And then you get to like mile 60, okay, we're feeling good. You have all these highs and lows that you have to manage within this suck fest of 19 hours. And that's what I get from a lot of these different things, that human growth, you know, growth of the mind. Without friction, there is no growth. Without friction, there's no growth.
There's no growth and there's no satisfaction. Like there's no really, like people want to sit around and rest, but you don't really appreciate rest unless you earn it.
That's it. And people, they think I'm the craziest person on the planet. You are so far fucking removed from that statement. It's not even funny. I was 290 pounds twice in my life. I do not like to do the things I do, but there's humongous satisfaction for doing it. There's humongous satisfaction from lacing your shoes up saying, I don't really want to go for a run today. And then run. And then getting back and saying, wow, I did it.
Yeah.
And that's what it's about. It's about these small steps to doing things you don't want to do.
You know Jocko.
I know him, yeah.
Jocko's.
I don't know him great, but I know him.
I know him pretty well. He's awesome. But every morning, you look at that motherfucker's Instagram, he's got a picture of his watch at 4:30. He gets up at 4:30 every morning and he earns the sunrise.
That's good
He
stuff.
works out like a motherfucker and then earns the sunrise.
That's good stuff.
But it's that thing that there's no end. It
No.
doesn't end.
And it's scary.
That is scary.
It's scary.
Everybody wants that holding hands while the sun sets,
Oh.
retirement, you walking off into the sunset.
The biggest question I get is, so when do you rest? When do you recover? And I don't want to scare people, but the truth answer is, I don't take any days off.
No days.
No days.
7 days a week.
7 days a week.
Well, what is it? A normal day?
Normal day for me, a normal day. So let's say a light day.
Light day.
Light day is at least a 7 mile run. I will every other day, so about 4 days a week, calisthenics plus gym workout. So I don't do any gym workout without hitting pull-ups, push-ups. I call nickels and dimes. So like 5 pull-ups, 10 push-ups, or I'll go, quarters and whatever, like 25 pull-ups or in like 50 push-ups. So I have all these different things I mess up. So I will do weights with calisthenics, and every single night I stretch. For at least every night I stretch for at least 2 hours.
2 hours.
Every night. Every night.
So you stretch after you're done working out.
Yeah, so at nighttime, usually I'll be either in a quiet room or I'll be watching TV. I love sports. Be watching the game, and I'm on the floor, man. And that's what I do.
So you just stretch while you're doing stuff.
I stretch while I do stuff.
2 hours is a long ass time to stretch. Is this just because you're trying to correct all
I'm trying to correct
years of not doing that?
years of
Did
this
you ever fuck with yoga?
a lot.
Yeah?
Yoga's the shit.
What do you do?
I have my own yoga.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of invent my own little yoga for what my body needs. I've done hot yoga several times. Yoga's huge. Yoga's huge. Like holding those positions. And I'm big in holding them for a long period of time. So that's where my stretching is. Like people say, no, hold stretches for a long time. Hold it for a long period of time. I'm trying to get full range of motion. A lot of people go in for like my shoulders all messed up. I get surgery on it. No. If you don't have full range of motion in your body, don't go in and get cut on, man, until you know that your body is actually opened up. We start to get knuckle dragger syndrome from doing nice push-ups. You gotta work your back, you're delts. So here you are, start hunching over, before you know it, your joints are out of whack. You need to get full range of motion before you know how fucked up you truly are. So I'm always working on full range of motion like a kid. They run so effortlessly. They're always in full range of motion. As you get older and tighter and sit and more stressed, your body starts to get more and more tight. Therefore, your shoulders start to get out of balance, not a joint, not a socket. Therefore, you know, it's popping.
Yeah.
It's popping because you're fucking tight. Open it up first. Open it up. Can you touch your hands behind each other and raise them up behind you? You know, it's all these different ranges of motion that I got real smart on from a guy, and I took it to another level.
So do you work with a trainer, or do you always work out by yourself?
Everything I do, I've never had a trainer in my entire life.
Really?
Never. Not one time.
Do you read about physiology or exercise science or anything like that? Nothing. But what about like when they learn new shit about new ways to, enhance shoulder stability or new exercises? You're not interested?
Nope. I don't do it for that reason. Still to this day, man. To this day, it is for me to become better mentally. How I look has just become like I have thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles on this body. Running, pull-ups, push-ups, swimming, whatever you want to call it. This body is what it is now. It's from repetition. It's not from studying, hey, if you hold the plank for this one, fuck all that bullshit. I don't care about it. I just do it for my mind.
Right.
I want to continue to harden because that's the only thing I want. That's what I want. I want to have that mind ready for life.
But you also want to increase your range of motion.
Range of motion is huge.
Make sure that you're not causing any additional injuries. Wouldn't you want to stabilize some areas that maybe you feel like you might have weaknesses and find out new techniques to do that?
Have you seen me with my shirt off?
No.
Yeah. It's stable as fuck.
I saw you when you had your shirt off when you first came here. I walked in. Dave got here early, and by the time I got here, he was already doing chin-ups.
Yeah, it's stable. It's stable. Do some pull-ups, push-ups, man. That's some stable shit.
Yeah.
But all that stuff is very important, honestly. Just all jokes aside, man. Full range of motion, getting your shoulder rotation, all that stuff is very important. I learned a lot about that coming up. I had a lot of people I worked out with that are real smart about all this stuff. I'm a real old school meat eater, like Bill Kazmaier type of lifter. I don't look like it. Back when I was that guy in the back of the skinny guy, that's what I did. And I got off really big into human performance, about the body, strength, fitness. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a hybrid motherfucker. A guy that can run 200 miles and then go to the gym with your meathead who's scared of running and lift with him. And so that's my whole thing in life. I want to be the guy who can run 200 miles with the skinny guys and then go to the gym with the big meathead and say, okay, load it up. Let's go. So that's my whole thing.
That's a very difficult thing to tie the two of them together. When you think ultra marathon runners or people that run long distances, they're very thin.
Right.
Very thin guys. Like when you were talking about the first time you ran 100 miles that you did deadlifts the night before, like that is just fucking preposterous. Nobody does that.
No, yeah. So me and the guy I talked about in the book, this silverback gorilla is what I call him in the book. That's not his real name, obviously. But yeah, he saw me go into my car the night before my first 100-mile race. And it was like he called me out. He said, "Hey, Goggins, come here. When a Navy SEAL calls you out, gotta put you through 3 hell weeks. You're like, you know what? I gotta go to the gym and lift heavy now. So we're doing squats, deadlifts, power cleans, heavy bench presses. And I'm thinking, I have to run 100 miles tomorrow. But I also knew he was coming out there to watch me. So I was like, you know what? You put me through 3 hell weeks. You were my instructor. So now it's my turn to educate you on what a human can do. Because I know you could be sitting there thinking while you're watching me with your wife and your kid, and you just worked out with me the night before, you were real heavy, you did heavier shit, you were sore. You can sit there while you watch me run around this 1-mile track. How the fuck is he doing that shit right now? We lifted heavy as hell. He's running 100 miles and never has run past 20 miles in his life. I use that for a lot of fuel. So that gym workout, Mr. Silverback Gorilla, there was a lot for my mentality that brought with me. I knew I would see you. And he came at mile 50 with a package of 6 donuts that I chunked up with the quickness. So I used that workout for a lot of motivation. I knew he'd see me. I know he'd be thinking,
how'd you not get wrapped around there?
You know what? I don't know what I got that day, but I talk about it in the book again. That when I went home that night or that morning, that was single-handedly nothing even close. I'm 43 years old now. There's nothing even close to that pain. I knew for a fact I wasn't going to get out of that tub. I knew I was done. I was talking about dehydrated, no nutrition. I was eating Ritz crackers and Malplex. That was the worst pain I'd ever experienced in my entire life. I was pissing Coca-Cola out of me. It was bad. It was bad.
She probably did have wrapped up.
I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I was bad. Coca-Cola.
No bueno.
Yeah, no bueno, son. It was bad. And my ex-wife was like, and she's a nurse.
Yeah.
And she called my mom up, and mom had her friend there was a doctor friend of hers, said, hey, you gotta give him to the doctor immediately. I was like, hey, you gotta give me that fucking phone. I got called Chris Costman, let him know I did 100 miles, so I get in the bad water. It didn't go as like I planned, but I did get in the bad water after another race. But
didn't you do a marathon like how
yes.
long later?
So basically, I had never run a marathon.
Right.
I did the 100-mile race first, no training. But I had signed up for the marathon because it's the first Las Vegas marathon running down the strip of Las Vegas. So Las Vegas had a marathon, but it's the first time it's going to go down the strip. 2005, I'm like, hey, I'm going to sign up for it. I went on to Iraq, did deployment. When I come back, I'll be training for it, and I'll go do this race with my family. Me and my ex-wife and my mom signed up for it. So in Iraq, me and my boy, Sledge, in the book, we're just working out. We're doing crazy workouts. And my cardio was 20 minutes every Sunday on the elliptical trainer. That's the only cardio I did. So I call myself training for this marathon, right? So then, my boys got killed in that incident that happened on Survivor, the whole Operation Red Wings. So that's what prompted me to do the 100-mile race. After the 100-mile race in November, it was like 2 or 3 weeks later, that marathon that we all signed up for, that I didn't train for. I didn't train for the 100-mile race, didn't train at all for this. Like, hey, I'll drive there with you all. Because I tried to run the day before. Like, I can't even run. I can't even run down the block. So I didn't do it. So we were driving to the race. I said, hey, Mom, my mom's going to walk it. I said, I'm going to walk it with you. My ex-wife, I said, you can go ahead and take off, do your thing, run your race. I'm going to walk my mom. That gun went off, and something fucking happened. I took off. I was like, what? I took up like a jackrabbit. Gone. I said, what the hell? So I was thinking those times, I was like, man, I just ran 100 miles like 3 weeks ago, like the first time ever. I was peeing blood, pissing shit on myself. I go, my body's broken. My Achilles and my tendons and my feet are broken. I go, what is this? And every time I started running further and further, I go, okay, I got to the 10K. I'm a Boston Marathon time. Because I knew the Boston Marathon was like 3:10:59 for my age. I'm like, hang on a second. And then I started using all this external shit for motivation. Like, okay, who the fuck can go out here and run 100 miles, no training? Then I'm broken. Most broken I've been in my life. And now I'm running a marathon. Who can do it? So I started just feeding myself. I get to half the mile. I'm about 30 seconds off the pace. I said, oh, man, you got this. You can do this shit, man. And I started just feeding myself. You can do this. Before I knew it, man, I kept like for like the last 6 miles, and I was off the pace, and I just kicked it. And the next thing I knew, I did like a 3:08 and change. It was like, and I was like, what the fuck? What have I been leaving on the table?
Right.
I've been leaving so much on the fucking table for pain. Like, and that's when I started like going crazy about the mind. Like, what the hell am I? Like, what is up? Like, it opened these different doors of like possibility and like, what is humanly possible? What are we capable of? Like, people, I didn't even know. I was just amazed by what I was able to do by a simple fact of just reasoning and working with pain and pain management. And my mind just kept on growing from there. And it happened in Hell Week, it happened in 100-mile race, it happened here, and started just evolving into what it is now. To where now I'm like, God, dog, man, the mind, we are leaving so much on the table. When people take me, he cusses so much, he sounds crazy. Don't listen to all that shit, man. Just cut off the bullshit. cut the bullshit. Just get to the weeds of that you are fucking yourself up by not examining your brain. You're not examining your brain. Mess is it. That's not. You examine your fucking brain, and that takes some hard work and suffering. If you're not going to do that, I'm sorry.
And it seems like there's no way to do that as a bystander.
No, you can't watch it, man.
Yeah.
You got to get out there and be like, oh, this hurts. This hurts real fucking bad. I don't think this is smart. And then, guess what happens? The body will adjust. It will adjust. Everybody goes, well, then the next question I get, but is there a time when it doesn't adjust? What the fuck? I get some of the stupidest shit, man. Like, don't take it with a grain of fucking salt, people.
Those questions are people that want to quit.
Yes. That's what I say.
When should I quit?
Yeah, like, did you ever feel like, no, shut the fuck up. Stop. I don't want to, like, that. There's always that next question. No, don't take it like go out there and run through a brick wall as many times as you can. No, I'm not saying be me. Don't run towards them 5 miles at one time. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying start to learn the mind is powerful. It's powerful, man. It's unbelievable.
But people need a thing to get them going, right? They need a thing, right? They need a goal. They need a like it's sometimes the first step is the hardest. Like it's hard to take that 1 million step too, but sometimes the first step is the most. Something about the they start going over their phone. They start calling people. They don't get out of the house.
Right.
And there's something about procrastination. It's like it's painful.
Oh, yeah.
You know you should be doing things, but you just keep doing it. You keep itching that scab.
I procrastinate like a motherfucker, man, every day. I don't want to do this shit. That's what's so funny, man. People looking like I'm some damn superhero that came down from the gods, from the heavens of earth. No, man. I don't want to do this shit. I'm looking at my shoes for 30 minutes sometimes thinking, man, fuck, man, people look up to you, Goggins. Fuck them. I don't want to do this shit. I'm like, I want to do this shit, man. But guess what?
You do it.
I'm going to do it.
As long as you do it.
And that's what I know about it, man. That's what I stopped doing. I'm thinking, man, you're going to fucking sit here, you look at your shoes for 30, 40 minutes. You go, you're going to think about it all day long, and you're going to do it anyway.
And sometimes you don't have the time to look at your shoes for 30 minutes.
No.
Those are the beautiful days.
Yes.
Because you just have to go.
That's right.
And so there's no room for procrastination.
And that's when I was in the military, I loved my schedule. Because I knew I'd be working 7 o'clock. So you better get your ass up at 4 o'clock, man. You gotta get your shit in, brother. Because I had to get my shit in before I got my shit in.
Right.
You know? So that was my mentality back then, man. You know, like I had to get the miles and get everything in, man, and get to work, man. I'm competing with the alpha males.
Yeah, but how much did that piss other alpha males off that you were imposing a very high bar?
I was a very misunderstood human being when I was in the military. The Air Force guys liked me a lot. The Rangers liked me a lot. So much not the SEALs. They didn't like me so much, which is fine. You know, I respect them. I think a lot of them respect. I have a lot of friends in the SEAL teams, so I got to like-minded mentalities as me. And once again, man, I grew up and I got over it. A lot of guys still have, a lot of them can't get over the fact or whatever. When I became a SEAL recruiter, a lot of guys thought I wasn't deploying for a lot of reasons and whatnot. And I heard a lot. I was that guy who grinded. I grinded hard. I mean, I grinded hard. I was that guy who was like, if we went on an op or we had a workup, let's say we had a workup, we're at an island, we're out there shooting guns and doing land warfare. And we did it till like 1 o'clock in the fucking morning. Most everybody go to sleep. They didn't go to sleep. I went to the gym. I worked out. Or I go to sleep. Let's say we'd be up at 5 o'clock. I was up at 4 o'clock and got an hour in. I made sure to always do that. And I did it to a point to where I think it pissed some people off because I wasn't a quiet person about it. You know, I wasn't the most humble person always. You know, so when you're around alpha males, you're sometimes picking a fight, you know, all the time. And I look different. I acted different. I was different. I am different. I take a lot of pride in that. And so, you know, if you didn't get after it, I didn't respect you. Because I believe that, you know, where I'm at, I know that human potential is what we have. It's all we have. It's what the world sees us a certain way. And when I saw that people weren't doing that, I had a funky ass fucking attitude. And I own it in my book. I come back from Ranger School a big time leader. I was a big time fucking leader. I got honor man out there. I led by example. And what I realized a lot of times when you're in these schools, people want to graduate these schools because they suck. They don't ever go back to these schools. Those schools became my fucking life. People don't want to see a fucking guy that wants to go back to day one, week one, fucking Navy SEAL training every fucking day of your life. And that's how I live. And it's a disgusting human being that I can be. It is. And a lot of people didn't like me. A lot of fucking people started some stupid shit and started saying this and that. The bottom line, man, is my fucking resume says it all, man. My resume is out there. Google the motherfucker. You say whatever you want to say about me, man. I missed some diplomas, man, for having fucking 2 heart surgeries. And people try to start some rumor shit on me, man. You started rumor shit on me, man, because I fucking got the fuck after it. Real hard guys, like a guy named Hawk I talk to all the time. Yeah, he's a great friend of mine. When the heart's my first, before my heart surgery, my second heart surgery, I went on a 10-mile ruck run. Before my second heart surgery, the day of it, I went on a 10-mile ruck run, 50 pounds. I saw that guy. He's like, what the fuck is he doing out here? He got heart surgery. So I said, that, brother. I'm getting in before I'm be out for about 6 months after the heart surgery. That was my mentality. Because I started realizing at a young age what I was leaving on the table. And once I found out what a human being is capable of, I didn't know how to control that. I was a fucking, you want to talk about fucking savage? That's what I was. I was a fucking straight up, people talk about savage very lightly. I was fucking from the backwoods motherfucking savage, dude. I told you what I thought. I had 8 chips on my shoulders. And a lot of times that wasn't great.
So is it a situation where, like with the SEALs, where once you've gotten through buds, once you've gotten through all the physically grueling parts of getting to be accepted, once you're in, then you were imposing standards that they didn't want to keep up with?
I would say some people, I had one platoon that I had a problem with. I graduated Ranger School and I got in this platoon and I didn't see eye to eye. I was in charge of a PT program, and you put me in charge of the PT program is fucking your ass. And the thing about it is, I didn't like it either. I didn't want to do this shit either, man. But
what were you making them do?
It was some bud shit. We went back to buds, log PTs and carrying logs over the berms and shit. And I had us do pull-ups, rope climbs, pull up for an hour. So imagine doing a rope climb, and then go and do 10 to 15 pull-ups coming back. And we would do these, they were very hard workouts. There was no go to the gym, lift some weights type of shit. And I was imposing my own mentality on everybody. These are grown ass fucking men. They don't want to be what I'm trying to make them to be. And when they called me off, hey, we're not in SEAL, we're not in buds anymore, guys. And it pissed me off. And I got a little fucking attitude, got my chip, and I got my ball, and me and Sledge went ahead and started to work out together. And we developed this me and Sledge work out like fucking animals, and we had this fucking mentality of fuck yeah, we're getting action every day. And everybody's kind of did their own thing, man. And that's when I started looking at people, not just SEAL, but people very differently, man, because I fit into to be the special operator, you could have broken legs, these guys, all those stories. I was the same guy, man. I put people on a pedestal. I put people, I could never be them. I could never be that guy, man. Never put anybody on a pedestal. That's what happened to me. I put them on a pedestal, and once I got up there with them, and I saw them, and once again, not everybody. Some hard motherfuckers out there, dude. Period. Dot. Hard motherfuckers. I thought every motherfucker was hard. Yeah.
Uncommon amongst uncommon men.
That's all it was about for me, man. And I took it to another level, and I pissed a lot of motherfuckers off. And they were trying to find chinks in my armor then. They were trying to find chinks in my armor. All he does is run. All he does is fucking run. That's why, but once again, that's why I don't talk about the military too much. Like I said, the Air Force loved me. The Army guys I work with love me. The Ranger School, all that stuff love me. You know, I wasn't, you know, it's just what it is, man. It's I was part of the Navy SEALs. I was the team guy, but I wasn't part of the brotherhood. And that's just me, man. That's just me. It ain't saying nothing bad about them. I got a lot of love for a lot of them. A lot of them ain't got love for me. I ain't gonna talk bad about them. It's just, I'm different. That's the thing I figured out. I'm different from everybody in the fucking world. And I had to own that and say, you know what, man, you made a lot of fucking mistakes being who you are. And I should have been more of a leader at times. But a lot of times, a lot of people should have been a little bit harder too.
So was it that some of those guys just didn't want to work as hard, or was it just that they weren't appreciating how competitive you were always against them? Is that what it was? That it didn't foster the sense of brotherhood because you were more like, come on, pussy.
I don't really call them pussies, but you can look at my face and how I look at you, and you know you can kind of say, you know. So what happens? I started developing this separation. Another thing about me too, man, is I don't go out. I don't party. I don't hang out with the guys. I don't, you know. So I was always forming this kind of separation. I'm a big time introvert. You know, I do my job, and I don't want to see your fucking ass again. I'm gonna go home, refresh, and we'll see you again. You know, you're in a platoon with these guys for two years, sometimes year and a half. And I would, you know, we work out, do our shit, and I'm just a different fucking cat. I'm a different cat, man. Like you know, I think differently. I believe differently. And I believe strongly in what I believe in.
Well, some people must appreciate the fact you were self-motivated and that you were pushing the envelope, that you were pushing the pace. You were setting a high bar.
Yeah, I have a lot of guys right now within the community. A lot of guys. Once again, this is like, it's like a big soap opera sometimes, man. When you're in a fraternity like that, that's what it's like, man. So I had to get a different vantage point, look at it, and see, like, you know, a lot of guys did respect who I was and what I did, and I brought it fucking hard a lot and every day. But I also rub people the wrong way. I'm like that itch you're talking about. I'm like that itch. You want to scratch the fuck out of my ass, you know what I'm saying? You want to like, fuck this dude, man.
I love what you talked about. When you ran the marathon, you realized how much you were leaving on the table. That is, I think the unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is. And it could have been a story of mine. And I tell a lot of people go, what's your biggest fear in life? And my biggest fear, honestly, was, let's say this. Let's say, I don't care if you believe in God or not. I don't care. So this is play game. Let's say you're God. And we have a big fucking long line of people. And I made the heaven. 75 years old, 300 pounds. I made heaven. I worked for Ecolab my entire life, spraying for cockroaches. That's what I did. But I'm dead. I'm in heaven now. And you're judging us all now. So we're in line. We're all sitting there in line. You have Adam Brown. He has a big board up. And you're talking to Adam Brown about his life. And you rip it down, and I'm next to mine, David God. I see my name. I see all this shit. God goes, hey, you say, read this, man. And I'm reading this list, and I'm seeing
Dr. John Curtis online columnist.
82 pounds,
Another month, another hot jobs report that has Wall Street wondering when the Federal Reserve will finally cut interest rates. They meet tomorrow.
Okay, man, pull up record and all this shit. And I'm like, that's not me, man. And God looks at me and says, that's who you were supposed to be. And my biggest fear, I visualize some crazy shit. My biggest fear is that one day I'm going to reach a judgment of my life. Something's going to judge me what the fuck I was supposed to be in life. And what I want now is that whoever's judging me up there, I want them to have a board and them up there right now getting their pin out. Because, you know, this person who judges is supposed to know everything. You're supposed to know from the time you're dead, the time you're, time you're born, time you're dead. I want this person up there to be like this, up there writing more about me, saying, fuck, I know you do that. I know you do that. So I want to impress whatever the fuck is up there, whatever going on in life. I want to go up there and not have anything left on the table. I want to drain my soul of every fucking bit of person I am.
Now, how do you plan on doing that, like going forward in the future? Do you have a plan?
Yeah, so what I did, I believe in going back to scratch. So a lot of us, like right now, I've come a long way in my life. I've had to grow up a lot, accept a lot of the fucking things I've done in my life. I accept a lot. I took all this information, big database, took it all. So what got me to be where I'm at today is data. I collect even more data now. That's why I can write this book, so I can tell people, hey, you know, I fucking have a lot of faults. I have a mentality that can sometimes look at all this shit. So how you get better is, so right now I'm way up here now. I was way down here. But what makes you way up here is being from way down here. So I love going back. I call it, so when I was growing up for like 3 years, so from the time I was 8 to the time I was like 12, we lived in a $7 a month place. And what I call it is I'm always paying rent in that $7 a month home. Every day of my life, I go back and revisit that place. That place made me this good animal. That place made me this hard man. And then from that place, so that place is hard work. That place is going back to the fundamentals of life. The fundamentals of what made David Goggins. Going back in there, going back to the library of David Goggins, studying even more than what I know, taking that out, going back to where I'm at now, and then moving forward. So I believe in always taking steps backwards to your roots. We cannot forget the roots and what made us the good animal. We can never become civilized.
Isn't a good animal like little kids' clothes?
It's little kids' clothes, but I love the word. I don't know if it's clothes or drinks. I don't know if it's clothes or drinks, man, but something like that.
So when you're living like right now, like what kind of goals are you setting? How are you feeding that beast inside of you? How are you calming all that down?
Stressing took a lot. You know, so when you wire yourself up so much, yoga and stretching has really helped me to like, you want to be quiet in your mind to see where you want to go, because noise is the ultimate kryptonite. Yeah. Too much noise in your mind, you're not going to be focused on what the task at hand is.
One thing that I've come to is like long cardio is the best thing ever. That noise.
Yes.
We all talked about that. All the guys that did that Sober October thing with the fitness challenge. That like if you work out 5 hours a day, you don't get the fuck.
No.
It's amazing. I'm like, if you could take that and put it in a pill form, how you feel about life after you work out 5 hours.
Yep.
You don't give a fuck. Nothing bothers you. Like,
nothing.
Because you struggle.
True. My fiance right now, she's like, hey, I got X, Y, and Z. I'm like, I'll take you. She's like, man, you look at shoes, I'll take you. What? I'm like, I just worked out for 4 hours, man. I'll fucking sit down this motherfucking chair all day long, son.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm chill.
It's different.
Yeah, I get all that shit out. I wring the rag out in the morning time, and whatever you want to do, I'm here, man.
Most people never get there.
No.
They always have that chatter.
Always.
Negative anger. The guy who cut you off yesterday at 3
all
o'clock
day
still
long.
in your head.
Yep, all day long, man.
Yeah.
Chatter. All day long.
Chatter. Maybe I should do this. Maybe I should have done that. I should have never let that guy get away with that.
Exactly.
I should have done this. I should have taken that job.
Yep.
Oh, I should have stuck with her. I should have done, all that.
That was me, man.
Yeah,
That was
a lot of
me.
people.
Yeah. Why don't people like me?
It's amazing that long cardio just calms that chatter like that, though.
Yes.
Like I never, until October, I'd never really done long cardio every day.
It beats that testosterone up, man.
Beats everything up.
Yeah, that just you're like fucking done.
Yeah.
You're cool.
Yeah.
You're cool, man.
It's not just that. It's like I always talk about people's brains that I think that the way people's minds work, that we're like a battery. It's like leaking out. It's like since we don't use it, because we have all this potential, we don't use it, like it oozes off the top of the battery and it gets messy. Right? It's going down the sides of the battery. It's all fucked up. But when you just drain that bitch, like nature intended, like give you the potential to run away from predators, avoid invading tribes, and to fight and to gather and hunt, and all the physical potential that your body's capable of. When you do drain it with like a 10-mile run or long cardio session, long workout session, then you can just be you.
It's a great purge, man. It's a purge. You purge all that fucking demon shit out, man. All the evil. Evil can't stay in a 10-mile run, bro. So get leaked right the fuck out.
It gets pounded out.
Pounded out.
Yeah, but you can see things more clearly. And that is only available through effort. I mean, maybe it's available through meditation. I don't know. But I feel like there's a different thing that's available through effort, because there's also a satisfaction of accomplishment.
Oh yeah, effort's huge, man. It means everything. Because you gotta feel good about yourself.
But what do you plan out your future?
I do. So I'm very goal. So I have that accountability mirror, but I also plan out all my small, big time, medium goals, all these things I do in life. I'm a big planner. I'm a big planner. So, right now I'm going back to scratch. So I'm trying to be wildland firefighter. I did that for a couple of seasons.
You can do that now?
Yeah, so I did it for 2, not full seasons, but 2 half seasons. So this year was my second year doing it. I had to stop about 2 months before it ended because this book, to start promoting the book and start finishing the book up. But I've been doing that for 2. That's some fucking work, man. Those fucking guys get after.
What made you decide to do that?
The work, like when your hands stop becoming really calloused, it's time to get back to work. Like I retired from the military. I did 21 years in the military. The military was my life. I loved everything about it, the discipline of it. There's something about going back, and the money you make is nil. It's not about the money at all. It's just about the hard work. I've always been looking for those people, like those guys, like you're out there digging a 3-mile fire line. Literally, a 3-mile fire line. You're cutting down these fucking huge ass trees, digging this fire line. And the fire line is like 20 to 18 inches for 3 miles. And you got like fucking 12 people digging this shit. And I'm out there thinking, man, this is some of the hardest fucking work I've done in my life. And it's that challenge that you can't find sometimes by going to the gym or by running, a 100-mile race. It's that new challenge of like, hey, and you get done digging, all right. You work 17 hours, 16, 17 hours. You get your fucking little fucking sleeping mat out. Shack down. Boom, right on the floor. Right there on the ground. Get up. Dig some more. You're out there 2-3 weeks sometimes, man, it's doing that shit. And there's great satisfaction in the kind of work that you do out there. No one's watching. No one gives a fuck. It's hard, dangerous fucking work. And, you're doing it to help shit out, man.
How did you get drawn into that?
So I got drawn into it because I was always looking for the next challenge. And I was like, hey, what is there after the military? What the fuck is it, man? I'm 43. I'm getting back in shape, I'm fucking getting these health issues taken care of that I had. I started, once again, Google's amazing shit. Hardcore fucking jobs, pretty much, hard ass fucking, that's how I found the horse, like the first race, hardest races in the world. So basically I started finding this wildland firefight. Like, what is wildland firefight? Started Googling that, started Googling smoke jumpers. I'm like, what the fuck these guys do? What? They jump out of planes and attack small fires? I'm like, that's the shit. So I'm like, okay, we can put down a list. Okay, hot shots. What's a hot shot do? They go out, big fires, and they dig fire line. And I'm like, fuck, what's dig fire line? And I saw a video of it. Like, that shit looks like it sucks. It's hot. You're out there on your own. You're out there on your own, man, just digging a fire line. So that's kind of how I found it. I'm always looking for the next challenge. I'm never satisfied with, I did that. Like, I became a SEAL. I was an Air Force guy. I became a SEAL. I went to Ranger School. I tried out for Delta Force twice. I'm always looking for what is next, looking for those uncommon men and women, uncommon people. Because I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to grow. And a lot of times, you won't be the one person that's making yourself grow. You're looking for those Cameron Hayeses, those Joe Rogan, those people who are like just different. People who understand what the fuck you're saying. Because a lot of things I have to say, I can't say them all. You may not understand them. So I had to really find a way to communicate with people so they don't think, oh my God, like, what did you just say? So these Cameron Hayeses, these Joe Rogan, these people get it. So I go in those little nucleus spots, get a little more strength, get a little more knowledge, get a little more tools. Take those tools with me, put in my tool shed, and I go off down the road on a new journey. So that's what I do.
Well, the proof is in the pudding if you're really doing woodland firefighting, because there's no glory in that.
No, sir.
No, there's no fame. There's no one taking pictures of you.
No, and that paycheck is raw. So I'm a fucking make you want to. Yeah. Should I eat today?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. There's nothing involved in that, man. They work their ass off.
But you're just doing it as a challenge.
That's it.
Do they freak out when you're there?
You know what? I think they're wondering why is a 43-year-old retired man, all the stuff you've done, why are you out here?
Yeah.
And I explain it to him. I'm out here to learn from you all, to grow, and also to never forget where I came from. That's where it starts. It's that mentality of I'm going to pick up that fucking Pulaski and I'm going to dig this fucking fire line for 3 damn miles. That's that mentality I never want to lose. I never want to get so nice where, oh, yeah, I did it, man. I did it. I'm good. That mentality of I'm willing to pick up that shovel and I'm willing to dig a 3-mile line, there's something about that mentality that I'm ready to go to work anytime. And that's what keeps me, those are the sparks. Like, I look at motivation as just a spark. It's like kindling. How a big fire starts, it starts with a little smoke. It starts with a little cigarette being thrown in the woods. Next thing you know, all California's fucking burn up. That's what I've been doing my whole life, is I find these little sparks. And once that little thing takes off, that's a 1-hour fuel. And you got 10-hour fuel. Then you can move that thing to a 10,000-hour fuel. These big logs and big trees that burn for days. And that's where you want to bring that motivation. That's where you want to bring that drive. So if you have no kindling, the kindling is me going out with these young guys saying, all right, motherfucker, you're 43. It's a 20-year-old. Keep up with them. That kindling now, when I leave those young guys, it has now become that 10-hour fuel. And now that 10,000-hour fuel that I use throughout my whole life. I use that through my whole life, man. Hey, this summer at 43, you went out there and you did that, man. So, you're not giving up yet. You're not done yet. Not today. You're not done today.
That's a crazy choice to make, though. Woodland firefighter is a very interesting choice.
It is. It's a nasty job.
Because, again, that's proof of concept. Like, you're really just doing just for the struggle.
That's it.
Is there other things you considered like that?
So I applied for smoke jumping this year. So I'll be out smoke jumping this year, God willing. That's where it's at now. That right now is my next military. That's my next military. And it's always about human growth. It's not about money. Not about money. Human growth. That's the biggest, like I said, my biggest trophy. That's why I turned down $300,000. The biggest trophy in life is what I've learned. Like this brain. If I could put this brain in somebody's head and say, here you go, Merry Christmas, they'd be a happy person. What I found out is that with no crowds, no one cheering for you, no races, no finish line, it's an amazing thing I've learned in my mind. By no one cheering you on. Like what that is every morning I do what I do, I don't have a trainer waking me up. There's no one saying, David, you have to do this. I don't have to do anything anymore. I've done it. That's the beauty of all of this. Knowing that everything I talk about, no one even knows what the fuck I'm doing every day. And I know that I am grinding like a motherfucker. They see a 1-minute video, let me run in there some bullshit. Hopefully it motivates you. Merry Christmas. Dude, I'm out there for fucking hours every fucking day, and no one sees what the fuck I'm doing. No one. It's a great, beautiful thing, man.
That is the beautiful thing about it, right? That you really are just doing it for the benefits of it. That's it. That you have to do it that way. It's not for show. Like, there's a lot of people, like, to see they have, like, a little video they do on Instagram. Like, bitch, you are not doing that for very long.
No.
You're going too fast.
That's it.
This is not real.
I got my 1 minute on.
Yeah.
Take now.
Yeah, exactly. It's so much of it is for show. I do enjoy those videos that you're doing on Instagram, though. Where
I
you
appreciate
do, like,
it.
these little motivational things. I put some of them up on my page.
I appreciate you.
Posted it. Those are great, man. Like, are you just like, do you just get a thought in your head while you're out there running? You just want to get it down?
Yeah, so what I'll do is my fiance does all these videos, man. So God bless her. Sometimes it'll be 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. And I'll be working out. And I say, hey, wake the fuck up. I got some shit. And she's like, what? I go, hey, man, it came to me, man. I got some shit for these people, man. So that's what happens. Like, usually when I'm working out, I get this great inspiration. Some people think it's bullshit, but my mind works best under extreme pain and suffering. Like, I'm like, God, I want to be out here. And that's when I'm going deep into the cellar of my mind. And that's when all that gargoyle shit starts to come up, man. You know what I'm saying? And so she gets called out all the time, like, hey, I'll run home and say, hey, get the car, meet me at 17th Street, because by that time I have all my shit together. So that's how this happens, man. It's not like a rehearsed thing. That's why sometimes I may post on Monday. Usually it's like every Monday, but sometimes it's Tuesday, sometimes it's Thursday. You know, that's what I do. I'm trying to now give back to people in a way that's real and authentic and just being me.
What has the response been like? Like after you did the podcast the first time, what was the response like? And what was the response like on social media?
Well, what's crazy, man, is that you are my usher and I'm fucking people. That's the fucking response, man. So your crowd, for some reason, they resonate with me. They understand. They get me, and they love the message. And like, so if you put some bullshit up on my site, I block and delete your ass. This ain't a playground. Like my site, I'm not fucking around with you motherfuckers. I want to give you some tools that I learned. If you want to take them, take them. If not, Merry Christmas. I'll go on my merry way. I don't care. So if you go on there, you want to play around, and you want to, they call it, those people go on site, troll. Fuck, you ain't trolling my shit. I'm gonna block your monkey ass off my shit quick. I've developed,
Tell your friends, Jamie.
Yeah, tell them. So I've developed like a small community of people who can go in there, and it's not just me talking. So people have now joined in, and I've seen people lose 150 pounds on my site, man. Like, and they're writing about it, and they're starting to break themselves down. Like I broke myself down. They're like, hey, I went through this. I went through this divorce, and this happened, and I tried to kill myself. It gets raw, and then people are now going on and commenting on their shit, saying, hey, keep it up, do what you're doing. It's become like a big fucking like, hey, it's a community of people trying to fucking get better. And that's what it's about, man. This ain't about David Goggins' fucking show. No, man, I'm Mr. King. You motherfuckers take this shit and let the shit burn.
Also, you probably need all these other people out there grinding too for fuel.
Oh, man.
I want to know.
That's the thing now. Like, people go, what motivates you now? What motivates me now is that there's over 600 some odd thousand people looking at me saying, motherfucker Goggins is somewhere out there. He's somewhere out there fucking getting after it. And I am. So you ain't ever fucking alone. I'm out there somewhere. 600 some thousand people. There's a chance that when you're working out, I don't care if you're in fucking Washington, D.C. and I'm in Nashville, there's a good chance at the same time we're getting after it. And I want people to know that. And it's the real deal. We are getting after it together. Not no like happy family shit, but we're getting after it. You know?
Yeah, but that's giant for people, man. The sense of community and to know that there's like-minded folks out there that are also trying to improve. They're trying to overcome their own demons, get past their own bullshit, squash their own weaknesses, callous up their own mind.
I love that. It's not time for some soft shit. It's not time for soft shit, man. This isn't the fucking playground. Don't come on my Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter talking some bullshit. Come on, if you wanna join the community and get hard and see what you're about. Don't talk about rest. How do you do it? No, let's fucking stop thinking so much and let's put the shoes on and get grinding.
You do get some of that, though. Some comments that say, this is terrible advice. Rest and recovery is the most important thing.
Oh, my God. Block. Delete. You ain't on my shit, son. It's not going to last. Not on my site.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that shit.
There's a lot of people looking for built-in excuses.
They are, man.
They are. Mm-hmm. They're looking for it. But then there's a lot of people also that are just really interested in personal growth. They're interested in really finding out what they're made of. They're interested in improving their ability to toughen up and discipline themselves. And they're looking for people like you and other people just to add to that momentum. Right. Once you get going, it's easier to keep going.
That's it, man.
Once you get going, it's easier to keep showing up.
It is. It is. You have to get past that hurdle. Yeah. Once you get past it, man, you're flying.
And you see other people that are doing it too, and you realize like this is a movement. There's a lot of other people out there.
It is a movement.
Yeah,
it is a movement.
Well, that's the thing that resonates with you, I think, about the audience of this podcast. That I've had quite a few people on that have that same message, and it resonates with people because we're all trying to improve ourselves. No one's perfect. Nope. I'm not perfect now, and never will be. You're not, and you never will be. But you're better than you were yesterday, and you're gonna be better tomorrow.
That's the true statement right there, man. That's what that book says. I am not fucking perfect, man. I have the balls to now finally tell you all, I am very flawed.
But in that saying that you're very flawed and saying that you're very perfect, you exhibit way more strength than someone who bullshits and pretends.
Right.
Someone who puts up some fake ass fucking fake facade of perfection, of moral integrity and growth and honesty, and those people are a real problem.
It's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
How the fuck do I did it for a while. I'm like, I can't. Hey, I'm fucked up. I give up. I quit. I'm fucked up. I'm going to tell you all, I can't do this anymore. This is who I am.
But the confidence of you constantly grinding and constantly putting in that work is what leads you to be able to express yourself so honestly.
Oh, you're right. I for the first time believe in David Goggins. And I don't care who else believes in me. I don't care. For the first time in my life, I can tell you all my fucked up shit. And without lying.
That's powerful.
No longer care.
That's powerful. See, everybody can get to that. Then you don't have any excuses because you don't need any.
That's right. Don't need any. None. You don't like me? Merry Christmas. Shit. Kwanzaa.
Keep moving.
That's it. Go.
Yeah. Good luck to you. Keep moving.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're all in this thing together. Yeah, you got your own path. You don't want us to stare at those shoes for 30 minutes.
Every day. That's so true, man. That's so true.
So fire jumping and woodland firefighting. I didn't expect that. I didn't hear that coming.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah. And what did you have any other options that you were looking at before you dived into those?
You know what? Those are the first that came up because I saw how hard it was. You know, like at 43 of these jobs, like in the military, you're a dinosaur, kind of retired. And while they're in firefighting, you know, you start moving to these desk jobs. And that was the challenge of it. You know, I'm like a fucking rookie at 43.
Right.
So I'm like being talked like a little bitch. So it takes a lot for me. You know, I'm like, I've done some things, man. Hang on now. But I have to now humble myself again.
Right.
It's hard to humble yourself. You got some 21-year-old little punk ass bitch saying, hey, pick up that shit and come on. I'm like, what the fuck did you say? I'm like, you know, I'm like, okay, guys, it's like, you're a rookie, man. Like, so that's all the training behind the mindset of it all.
Right.
Is that you can't ever be the point where you never learn from people.
Right.
You know, you have to always humble yourself and go back to that. Yeah, you know, like right now, there's people listening to this podcast, like, oh, yeah, you're great, Goggins. No, you ain't shit, Goggins. And that's the mindset I always want to have. Not like I'm not proud of myself, but you have to always keep that, like, I want to keep that dog in me. And I can't always know everything.
Yeah, well, being a beginner at something is fantastic.
It's amazing.
Learning new things is fantastic for everything else.
So much growth in that.
Do you fuck around with martial arts?
You know what? I've learned a little bit. I've never gone crazy in it. I boxed a little bit.
Where do you live?
I live in Nashville.
Well, jiu-jitsu in Nashville. You should get involved in jiu-jitsu. You would take to it like a duck to water. I'll find you a spot.
Yeah, hook me up. Yeah, hook me up,
I'll
man.
find you a spot. You get obsessed with that shit.
Oh, God.
That's a never-ending pile of fucking tangled bodies and strangled people.
Here we go.
Because it's something that you just get better at all the time, and there's no hiding.
Right.
Either you get choked or you don't. Either you survive or you don't.
I've been a lot of ground. I've been a lot of ground games, man, but I've never really learned the skill sets.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to do that.
So I'll hook it up.
Yeah, please do.
I think you would get obsessed with it. The same way Jocko's obsessed with it. Same way
Right.
a lot of other SEALs get obsessed with martial arts.
It would be nice to do it.
Because it's also constant competition as well. I mean, you can get into competition every single night of the week.
Really?
And yeah, absolutely. And as a guy who's just starting out, you're going to be a white belt. You're going to get strangled a lot. You want to
Get choked the fuck out.
you want to start from the beginning. You're going to start from the beginning 100%.
Right.
There's
I like
plenty of
that.
guys your size, plenty of guys that have been doing it for fucking decades.
I know a lot of guys like to get their hands on me, so I'd be good.
Yeah.
Oh, Goggins, you coming, huh? Okay. Okay.
But it's also a good thing to have the kind of cardio and endurance you have too.
Yeah, that's where I get people at. So I roll with a lot of guys who have skills, but the thing that I really have, and I'm not gonna brag on it, man, is I got a fucked up cardio base, man. I got a fucked up cardio base, man, and my mentality is kind of fucked up too.
Yeah.
So I realized that with fighting, that if you got a big cardio base and your mindset's fucked up too,
Cardio is almost everything.
that's what I know.
Skills are everything because a lot of guys with skills also have some cardio. They have enough
Right.
to fuck you up.
Right.
But to have tremendous cardio with big skills is everything.
I see him out there, man, dying.
Yeah, because so many guys start at 100%, but 3 minutes into the fight they're at 80.
Right.
You know, 5 minutes into the fight they're at 60.
That's right.
And then they recover for a minute, they come back. But if you are in like a rolling session, like when you roll for 9 minutes straight. So you and this guy, and most of the time there's multiple taps. Right? You'll tap him, he'll tap you, you tap each other. But 9 minutes, man, it is exhausting. When that bell goes off, the last, the bell for 30 seconds, and you got 30 seconds left in 9 minutes, and then ding, ding, it's over. You're like, we're done. And then you take a minute off, and you find a new partner.
That's good shit.
Get back in there. You love it.
It sounds like a big grind. Yeah. That's the next grind right there.
You love it. Yeah. Get your grind, though.
Hey, so long that take about if I went like this hard at it.
It's hard to say because it depends entirely upon how much emphasis you put on learning new techniques and rolling and drilling. Drilling is gigantic, and that's the thing people don't like to do because jiu-jitsu is so fun. People like to just roll, right? Because it's sparring is where it's at. Like, I don't want to do those practice. I want to choke people. Right? Like, I knew a few things. Like, do that. Okay. Let me get in there. And it's like a lot of jiu-jitsu schools. They'll start out with like 1 or 2 techniques, and then you roll. Most of the class is just sparring. Right. The right way to do it really is to drill way more than you spar. Okay. You should be drilling all the time and live drilling too. Like you start out where a guy has your back, ready to go, and then from there you got to try to escape with the right thing and try to use the right technique to get out of that position. Or you'll start out with an arm bar, but he's defending, and you got to figure out how to extend it. You know. And those live drills, straight drills, like technique drills, and then live drills are, I think, even more important in the beginning to your personal development and growth as a jiu-jitsu player than even sparring. But a guy like you, who's smart and tough and will go crazy, shit, it shouldn't take that long. It takes people, it depends on how much you dedicate yourself to it. Right. BJ Penn got his black belt in 3 years. What? Yeah, but it's crazy. He's BJ Penn. He's they call him a prodigy for a reason. Right. I had a conversation with him about, though. It was really interesting. He was talking to some other dude, and the guy said, I got my black belt at 3 years, just like you did, BJ. And he's like, wow, man. He goes, you must be good. He goes, no, man. He goes, I'm addicted, just like you. He goes, you're addicted. You're addicted. And he's like, I never thought about it that way. He goes, yeah, I'm addicted to jiu-jitsu. It's like you're addicted, like it takes over your mind. Right, it's everything. Your days are spent thinking about some guy who triangled you. This motherfucker had to get me. Shit. Like, I get that. Dude, I got choked out 10 years ago that I think about sometimes when I'm lifting. I'll be tired and I'll think about a guy who caught me 10 years ago. I'm like, fuck! I'll just...
That's what's great about life, man. Yeah. I think about not being choked out. I think about a lot of shit like that. Yeah. I'm addicted. Yo, they grind on me like a motherfucker, man.
And that's what you're talking about earlier too. It's like the mind has these reserves. You can trick it and pull them out. Yes, these inspirational reserves, like you did when you guys were going through buds. Yes, we just found that trigger, and then all of a sudden you're throwing that boat in the air.
The mind always has the tactical advantage over you. Why is it? It knows your fears. It knows your insecurities. It knows where to hide. Can't hide from that motherfucker, man. That motherfucker has a tactical advantage on you, son. It's gonna get you, man. It's a beast.
That might be your best lesson, right? That your mind knows everything. You cannot hide from it, so don't ever try.
Don't try. You might as well go ahead and beat that motherfucker up. You gotta keep going at it.
That's also what you did in this book. You didn't try to like paint yourself in a glamorous or flattering way at any point in time. You were honest at every step of the way, which I think is just gigantic for people too, because you can tell when someone's stroking themselves or bullshitting themselves, and the message just won't come through. Right. But you come through in this book. You know, like who you are and what you became and how you became who you are and who you used to be and why you were the way you used to be. All that comes through. It's like there's no filter. This is just your thoughts, like what you remember about your life and what you think about right now, just all comes out onto the pages.
Hardest thing I've done my entire life.
Imagine.
I have I don't know how people buy this book. Then I walk up to people walk up to me, like, what are you thinking about? And organics are always. They think about me peeing the bed. You fucking ass. What are you thinking about?
Oh, that's hilarious. I know, right? Like you thinking about? You opened it up all.
Yeah, you know all about me. Hey, how about you, motherfucker? Tell me something about you.
That's what people love, right? When they know some shit about you,
Yeah.
you don't know nothing about
Yeah,
them.
I know nothing about nobody.
That's anonymous trolls.
That's it, man. And they get at me. They come.
Oh, there's a lot of those. Yeah, they're all doing that to themselves. They don't even understand. When you do that, you're doing it to yourself, right? If you are attacking someone because you know that they have a weakness, but you're pretending you don't have one, you are attacking yourself. You are chipping away at your own personal sovereignty. You're chipping away at your own respect.
So true, man.
You can't respect yourself. You
No.
know you're a pussy. You're
But
talking
that's what
shit.
happened, though, Joe, to me. I started looking at people realizing I know something about you. Because they don't want to talk about it.
Right.
I already know it.
Yeah.
If you're talking shit about me,
Yeah.
I know you're fucked up.
Yeah.
That's why all these cats that come out right now who don't like me, whatever, like, really, man, this shit happened 30 fucking years ago, 15 years ago. You still fucked up about that? Oh man, I know something about you, brother. See, I get over everything. I'm good. It's water under the fucking bridge.
The grind.
The grind does that.
Squeezes it
That's
out.
it. You're not grinding hard enough. If you're worried about something that someone did to you years ago, you're being a pussy to yourself, man. You're not getting out there and squeezing that fucking soul out every day.
Yeah.
If you grind hard, man, I got time to worry about your monkey ass. I ain't got time to worry about you, man. Because tomorrow, I got to go back to the grind. And tomorrow, I go back to the grind again and again and again and again. I don't have time to put you into the hate bank. There's no hate. It's all filtered out, man, through the grind. People don't get it. There's great joy in the grind. Great joy in the suffering. It totally cleanses your body out, man. If any kind of hate makes you grow up.
It's also the being honest about it every step of the way you are in this book and the way you are when you talk about things, not trying to paint yourself in a flattering way.
No.
It forces you to continue to perform.
Right.
By exposing all the shit that you used to do, by exposing your procrastination, your slips, your fallings, your falling back down and getting fat again, all that stuff, it forces you to be consistent. Like, you know you did it today. You know you did it today. You know you're going to be able to do it tomorrow. But you have to. You have to know.
That's
You have
right.
to know.
That's my biggest fear, man, is that I know I can slip. Everyone goes, man, you're not permanent? Shit.
No one's permanent.
No one's fucking permanent.
That's
man.
why people that have accomplished great things and then want to talk about those great things to the end of time and not do anything anymore,
No.
they're fucking themselves
That's
up.
it.
Those people that are looking for that golden age, they're
That's
looking
it.
for that holding hands and walking off into the sunset as
man.
the credits roll. That doesn't exist.
It's not tattooed, man.
It's not real.
I thought it was tattooed. I was like, fuck, I'm slipping. I'm like, what? I put all this repetition, I'm still slipping? Can't take a day off, man. Can't take a day off, man.
No days.
Can't take a day off.
7 days a week.
I get after it. But see, the thing about I do active recovery.
Right. Okay. So what's a light active recovery day? You say 7 days, 7 miles is normal.
An easy 6 mile run. That's
That's
active
active
recovery.
recovery.
At a low heart rate. I look like I'm walking. I'm out to like a fucking 9:30, 10-minute mile. Heart rate's real low. I'm really big into the heart rate training, man. It's
Yeah.
amazing. So it makes you a machine. It makes you a machine, man.
How so? In what way?
It trains your heart in a way that the way I was able to run these 100-mile races, like I was able to do it, was off of heart rate. So if you go at 80%, for me, for the longest time, it's like 100, like 147 heart rate, 148 to 152, right around in there. If I maintain that, man, I'm in that, I'm burning that nice basket. And that body wants to utilize that. It wants to burn it nice and slow. If you never getting that heart rate up real high, because the heart rate up real high, it takes a lot to recover from that. And the higher it goes, the longer it takes for it to come down. When I stay at a 145, 146, 147 heart rate for a long time, when I get done running, it will go back under 100 within 2-3 minutes. And that's what you want. You want that quick recovery. So quick recovery means that your body's right on point. And I look at my heart rate in the morning time, it's usually in the 30s. If it's like 45, 46, 47, I'm overtrained. Easy day. Easy day means zone 1. Zone 1 means I'm just going real light today. So I train every day because why? As my mind and as a human, I'm supposed to move. Every day is supposed to move. And I'm not saying get after it every day. Get after it means just do something every day.
Right.
Ride a bike. Like if you're real tired from working out hard, ride an easy bike, spin. And as you're spinning, take in your fluids. rehydrate your body as you're acting, because that's the best way to rehydrate your body. And like taking a carbohydrate drink, it gets all that good carbs. You start to glycogen store your body again for the next day. So as you're doing active stuff, that blood's flowing, nice active blood flow. Nice active blood flow helps the recovery process, along with drinking some like endurance drink or some carbohydrate drink. It gets all that glycogen through the system back to the muscles, loads them back up again, ready to fight another war tomorrow.
What do you use for a heart rate?
I used to use Polar for a long time, and I kind of still use Polar now.
Is that a wrist one or chest strap?
It's a chest strap. It's a nice, cheap little chest strap. And I'm at a point now where I know I only do my heart rate in the morning time. I don't even wear it when I run anymore.
Do you check it with the strap in the morning? Or
Yeah,
you
check
do
the
it
strap.
with your finger?
Check the strap.
So you wake up, you just put the strap on?
Before you get out of bed, put the strap on your body. You don't, first thing you do, put the strap on, or do your finger. Whatever one you can do. You can have a strap, do your finger. Know what your average heart rate is, your resting heart rate. And then from there, if it's a little bit high, a little elevated, you can't go off into that zone 3, zone 4 training day. You got to keep it at zone 2 or zone 1. So it's all about the heart rate, the resting heart rate.
So when you use it, the chest strap, does it register on an application, on a phone? Like how do you read it?
On the watch.
On a watch. Is it a smart watch or is it a Polar watch?
It's a Polar watch.
So it's a watch that shows you the heart rate that's reading off of the strap.
Exactly. That's all it does.
And so when you say zone 1s, these are things that you created? Zone 1, zone 2?
No, these are like zones that whoever created this, like the heart rate zone training. So basically, what I did, what's helped me out so much is my zone 2 training runs used to be 8:30. Okay, so that was my pace at like 1:45
mile.
Yeah, 8:30 mile. Through stretching and get my body opened up. My zone 2 run now is about a 7:21, 7:18, 7:19.
So you kind of minute off just by opening up your range of motion.
Up my range of motion. Unbelievable. At the same exact heart rate. So my stride, people look at videos of me like years ago when I was first doing my first bad water. Look, I was scooting. I had like, it was so tight. I was this very rigid runner. Now I actually run. Everything was so tight. Everything was like kind of like forming in. I was like kind of like my knees and my arms just going inward. And now everything's right, where it needs to be at, and I have a nice long, nice stride.
Do you run on the street?
I run for the most part because I'm always traveling. So the best thing to do, you get your running shoes, you get your shit, you just go out and run. But I try to hit the trails, some dirt as much as possible.
Yeah.
So it's really good for your body. But now my body's like fucking like an iron. I mean, it can take some beating.
Now, when you run, have you ever fucked with those barefoot running shoes?
Hell no. Hell no. You know what? Like, look, honestly, I don't know many people who have been. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe it. I was born with shoes, wearing shoes my whole fucking life. I'm not, I'm black, but I'm not from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not down, man. I'm not down.
Do you ever read the science behind it?
Oh, yeah.
The idea of like using all the muscles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I read the science behind it. I also read the science like motherfuckers have broken feet and shit. I read that too.
But minimalist shoes on trails aren't bad.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. Hell no, man, I will break. Oh my God, man.
I run in those shoes all the time.
Really? So you like them?
Yeah.
It would kill me, man.
But I tell you what, I ran in fat tires yesterday. Under Armour fat tire, which is like a cushiony ass shoe.
You like it?
And I was like, it's so easy.
It's like those hokas, whatever.
No. Under Armour has these fat tires. It's basically like a BMX tire track. I think it's even made by a tire company makes the tread. Yeah, man, it's got a mush to it. And you run these things, man. You could run over. See, the thing about those 5-finger barefoot shoes,
right?
I like running those, but you gotta look where you're stepping. You can't step on any hard rocks.
Game over.
You'll fuck up your foot.
Yeah, quick.
Because it's gonna go right in your foot. It's a tiny little thin. So I went from those to Vivo barefoot shoes. That's what it looks like. So when you run on those bitches, that is a cushiony, glorious padding. Like when you hit the ground, it's like smushy, smushy, smush. I had the other ones, Jamie, the ones with the boa. It's because it's just like got that little click one that you just pull up. Yeah, like those. So it's like you twist it with that. That's how you tighten it up with that little boa adjuster thing. It's like got a thread through it, so you don't have to lace it or anything like that. You just slip them on and pop that sucker down.
I like to feel the ground a little bit when I run.
Yeah, you barely feel shit with those.
Yeah, you ain't feel nothing. Yeah,
but I like it.
It's gotta be good
felt
for your joints. Yeah.
My joints didn't bother me at all yesterday, which is crazy. Like after a good solid run, because most of what I'm running is hill,
Right.
like pretty steep, and it's great. My ass and legs never been.
What do you weigh right now?
200.
Yeah, you're a thick dude, man.
You know, so for me, the pounding of the constant pounding of the feet to the ground, it is it's rough on the ankles, it's rough on the joints, but I don't feel it at all with those fat tires. It was smushy. Like I got done running, I felt like I cheated. I did. I felt like wow, this is so much easier.
The cloud shoes.
Yeah, they're just real cushioning. And Cam's always said that. He runs with those a lot. Yeah, he's run with a bunch of those. Because he runs so many fucking miles. He was running a marathon a day, pretty much every day.
I did that for a while. Bad. I was, my God, I got wired to do that shit, man.
What is this right here?
So this is when I ran a 150-mile trail race. So the year before, I did the same race. It's a 150-mile trail race. I did it in, I think, around 40 hours. I had to walk the last 60 miles. I had pneumonia. Here we go. Yeah, and then I told the race director, hey, motherfucker, I'm coming back here next year, and I'm breaking the course record. I went back and did like 32 hours. Same race.
Now, when you
33 hours.
So when you're running, what shoes do you use?
Right now, I'm wearing Brooks, and I also wear Asics. So it just depends on what kind of train I'm in, where I'm at, stuff like that.
Like for trails?
Yeah.
What run for trails?
I actually, for the longest time, I wore a street running shoe for trails. Yeah, for the longest time.
How come?
Because first of all, my body was so messed up. The only shoe I could ever wear was this Brooks Addiction. And I hate even giving Brooks credit right now, because back in the day, they would help a brother out. I was running so many miles. Yeah, so Brooks, I'm not promoting Brooks right now. Yeah, Merry Christmas on that one. I called him up a million times. Hey man, can I get like a discount or some shit? Hang up, nobody, nothing. So, but they do have a good shoe, and it was
not good PR.
Horrible PR, man. You know what I'm saying? Like so, but yeah, I love their shoe. The only shoe I could wear was that Brooks Addiction, because my biomechanics was so messed up. I tried so many different shoes. And that was so I can now wear a neutral shoe. So how I used to run, and very few people know this, I used to have heel wedges, inserts, heel wedges, and get compression tape, because my body was pushed so far in from being so tight in my hip flexors so how I got such bad stress fractures was my biomechanics. So there's a picture of my toe in there, because my toes just jammed in front of my shoes, because my whole body just got bent in.
So when you say bent in, for people just listening, if your hands are flat on a table, you're turning the outside of your hands up, so that your thumbs are going down.
Those are my so
that's
my
like
thumbs,
your
my
big toes
right.
were going down.
We're going down and into the shoe,
and the outside of your foot was up.
Was up above it. Right. So what I had to do to run, because I was like, God, I got stress fractures all the time, and my feet were so fucked up.
Sometimes you see that with people's shoes, like how they're worn out.
Worn out
on a sideways angle, like a wedge.
Right.
If you look at it from behind, it's
crazy.
Yeah.
That was my shoe. So I had to get a heel wedge to keep my heel from going down. I had severe tendonitis in the back of my ankle.
So you had to make it thicker on one side.
That's right.
Just to force
on the inside.
Flat.
Right. So the inside, I had to push up, and I had to get compression tape. So it was compression tape, heel wedges, and an insert. And that's how I ran every fucking day.
Did you go to a running coach or anything?
Hell no.
But didn't you want to know what you were doing wrong?
You know what, man? That was part of that Garanimal mindset, man. I was like, fuck it, man. I'm supposed to be broken. But then I got smarter as time went. And said, man, this is some painful shit. Running 100-mile races with this kind of tendonitis and my feet being fucked up, it was so painful. So I was like, you know what? So then as I started stretching, I was like, my God, all this is from having a tight. I got so massive. My God, I was in all these different contractions And now this where I'm running shit.
Wow.
Yeah. So I went from being contraptioned up, man. Like literally contraption up.
So it's all just the stretching that opened up the range of motion and
Opened up the
balanced
range of
everything
motion.
out.
Now, when people talk about range of motion, they don't understand how tight I was. Like, no one understands. Like, when you repeatedly do what I was doing to myself, and you were born with the stress I was born under. Like, I can't paint a clear. It's pretty clear in the book, man. My life was bad. The stress I endured on the depth. So I had two people, and my body was proof of literally what my life was doing to me. It literally was knotted all my muscles up because I was always under this fight or flight. You know, my dad had made me so fucking scared of shit. You know, to unwind this motherfucker, man, was like it was a hard task. You know, it was a hard task, man. So it did a lot of damage.
It's not just all the hard training,
No,
but it's also the mind.
The mind, because think about it, man. When you're under stress, that hip flexor, that psoas muscle, which is attached to your T12, that's the only muscle that attaches your lower body to your upper body. And that's the muscle, that's your fight or flight. Whenever you get nervous or scared or something like that, that motherfucker was tightened up. I mean, your whole body is. I lived in that like almost fetal position in my mind for so many years. So I was always under this like tight neck, tension fucking guy. But I walked around like I'm some cool, here's my new hairstyle, pants are sagging, I'm a cool dude, man.
Right.
But that was not
the costume.
the costume wore every day.
Yeah.
Got tired of running that motherfucker.
Next costume, I want you to be in a jiu-jitsu gi with a white belt on.
I'm gonna send you a picture, man. I got it.
I know you
I'm gonna send you a
got it.
picture.
I know you got it because I already planted that seed.
I got it. It's
I know
on.
it's bouncing around your head
It
right
is.
now.
It is.
I'm gonna set it up. Nashville. I know there's some places out there. Nashville. Holler at me.
Oh, trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. We'll find you a spot. We'll find you a spot. Listen, man, this book is fucking fantastic. I'm halfway in. I can't wait to finish it. And just thank you. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for being so honest and
Thank you.
expressing yourself. I appreciate the fuck out of
Joe,
you.
appreciate you, brother. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Man, thanks a lot, brother. Thank you so much.
Oh, like an hour extra in the queue in here. You didn't talk about stuff. Guaranteed for 6 months.
1-0. The stars have aligned. The prophecy has come true. Alex Jones and Eddie Bravo together on episode 911. This is episode 911 of the podcast. You're kidding? No, I'm not. I had to fucking work hard all week to grind out podcasts to make sure that I hit episode 911. When we booked it, I knew how. I go, okay, there's a certain number of podcasts I have to do to get this to 911. So Jamie and I worked it out, and we did it.
Let me just say, I'm very envious because I'm in my studio under bright lights, and I've talked about going back to when I was just on radio, that darkness we can really think. This is a wonderful studio.
I'm going to do a studio, my next one, with a fire pit. I'm going to have conversations outside.
I've talked about that.
Yeah.
Because it's like primitive. It triggers that.
Yeah. And it's comforting. It feels good. And it's kind of cool lighting. So that's in the next studio we build. I'm going to build a fire pit. I'm going to get some logs, some actual real fire. You can only do that like certain times of the year in LA though. Like when they have fire season, they wouldn't let you do that shit.
We just have like a little balcony or like a little outside courtyard with your fire pit, and you kind of.
Yeah, but I want a real fire pit. You know, like I feel like if you're gonna have a fire
You
pit,
need
you
a
should have
roaring bonfire.
Yeah, you should have actual logs.
You should move to Kauai part of the year, and I will too. And then we'll just have a big bonfire in the jungle and create a whole renaissance.
That's what we're
And
talking about
Donald Trump
for
will
the show.
land via helicopter secretly. And take
What happens there? You think so?
Just joking.
That could fix a lot. We could fix a lot with that. Alex Jones, you're like a decorated correspondent for the news now. What the fuck's going on?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're like a official White House guy now, right?
Oh, no.
You're actually like a news guy. Like a 100% legit.
Well, sure,
verified
I'm
this
setting up a
administration.
news bureau and stuff, but that's just part of it.
Yeah, but like you're in deep with the Trump administration.
Well, I've had Trump on and I talked to him some, but I mean, really,
He's your buddy.
really, it's just that we're covering the resurgence of America, what made the country great, lower taxes, empowering the people, bringing people together. the opposite of what MSM said. What's happening is mainstream media is literally almost dead. It's collapsing. I mean, look at you. I mean, I remember having dinner with you like 6-7 years ago, and you're like, yeah, we got 1 million downloads a week. Now it's 90 million or whatever it is a month, and 20 million on YouTube. And for InfoWars, it's similar numbers. It's a good week's 40 million. We've had as many as 85 million people listen on radio and tune into videos in 1 week. That was election week, but our normal's 40-something million. It's just crazy. How can they compete with that? They're still delusional. The average CNN show has like 1 million viewers. Fox thinks it's the big swinging dick. It's got 3-4 million. It's all, I'm sorry, people transmitting and broadcasting to geriatric homes. You know where you see Fox News and CNN is nursing homes. You know what you see with kids 10 years old up to college and beyond. It's a Joe Rogan Experience. And it's InfoWars. And it's all these other folks. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's a weird time, isn't it? It seems like those shows where you have to tune in from 8 to 9 and you have to sit through the commercials, that's kind of all gone away because of DVRs, because now people just have to wait a few minutes. You can DVR through all the commercials, or you record things after the fact.
I remember you like 15 years ago saying, the internet killed television. They haven't announced it yet. You watch it's going to kill it, because how can they compete with what you can do on the internet? You know, a guy getting screwed by a horse or whatever it is. How the hell can you compete with all this craziness?
Did you see the guy in China that got jacked by the tiger today?
I did see that. Yeah,
yesterday, actually. Was it yesterday?
It's like, let me not pay admission and just go through here.
Well, they even shot at the tiger, so they scattered the tigers. They shot at the tigers to get him off this dude. And then even after the bullets were shot off, this tiger was like, nah, fuck that, I'm going back in. And he ran in after they shot at him and finally killed the dude. And it was all, everybody's got their phone up and they're all filming it.
It was in the zoo.
Well, imagine
Yeah,
those tigers.
so crazy.
Those tigers
guy fell in.
No, he jumped in. He jumped in. He wanted to get killed.
Oh, really? First I thought it was a
Yes. Yeah. That was another guy who went in with a lion and tried to convert them to Christianity. Did you ever see that guy?
God, that's crazy.
He went in with a Bible. He's trying to convert the lions. The lion just fucked him up.
I'll tell you what's crazy about that, though, is imagine those
Maybe he wasn't
lions.
trying to convert him. Maybe he was just like praying for motherfucking lion wouldn't do that.
No, he went in on his own. He was talking to them in the name of Jesus, and he's like talking to. You never seen it? Jamie, pull it up.
He was definitely probably schizophrenic.
See, here he is. He gets in there and he's talking to the lions. This motherfucker just jumped the fence and decided he was going to convert the lions to Christianity. And lions are apparently like way cooler than tigers.
And they're like, what is going on here?
Tigers see people and they just fuck them up immediately. The lion like barely fucked that guy up. Just kind of.
Well, that's because they're more tribal or more like dogs, pack animal. They're the only cat that's in a pack or more in a group, so they're not, as
Aggro.
exactly. When a tiger sees you, you're in my territory, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, tigers are totally different beasts.
Like tigers sometimes will like adopt another little animal, like a wild dog or something, like licking on it, being nice to it, like one of the other ones eat it. Yeah, they do weird stuff.
Guys, remember, the only way you could see this before was with those animal attack videos. Remember those?
Animal
And they
attack.
always started the same way. They start off with a dog attack, a dog attacking a mailman, and iguanas out, attacked your leg, and then it slowly ends up with drunk Mexicans at a rodeo on a wild bull with a rope. And those bulls are smart as hell, and they drag them, these drunk Mexicans, and they drag their heads along the rails and just crush these dudes in between the railing. Like, it's a serious
Brain trauma.
Yeah.
Vicious brain trauma.
They need one with just 100% of that, because that was the most exciting shit.
Now, John, how the fuck is TV going to compete with that? See, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, they can't compete.
So I was kind of wrong though. Netflix is TV and it's also the internet. It's like both things.
Sure, and it's forcing the power of Hollywood to basically disperse them.
Yeah, well, look, it's better if the ability to get your workout gets to more people. It's better. It's better if anybody can do it.
And then let's more competition.
Yeah, just YouTube stars. Like, all they have to do is stand in front of a camera. There's zero production value. They don't have. I mean, if you got a camera, you got an internet connection, you have a YouTube show, people find you interesting. All of a sudden, you've got millions and millions of subscribers.
I mean, Andy was bringing up this fact to your audience up front. A lot of MSM lies and says I'm this big right-wing guy. But you guys know that I was really against George W. Bush.
You were arrested early on in the Bush administration. I remember when we first became friends in 1999, we were running around the White House or the state capitol lawn with George Bush Jr. and Sr. masks on, and you were always against
Sure, but that's why I supported Trump. Is the entire power structure, the media, the Vatican, the Communist Chinese, the Saudi Arabians all put money in and said, stop him, and then lied to the Russians for giving him money with no proof. And so the issue is he's simply trying to actually be president and not have special interest in there running him. And that's why the whole power structure is against Trump. So Eddie was asking before we went live, well, how is it you're this outside guy against the establishment, but now you're for it? No, Trump's trying to create a beachhead, just to explain it, to try to take the country back and actually devolve power back to the states and back to the people. Doesn't mean he's perfect, but notice the stock market went up $1.2 trillion. Just in the last month or so, because a lot of institutional investors and others understand that Trump is trying to create real prosperity, not a bunch of social engineering. And I'm not here to pitch Trump to people. The issue is that there were major intelligence agencies and patriots in the government who were sick of what was happening and were sick of Hillary and Obama, of back jihadist groups and other things. And so they're rolling those groups up right now. They really are standing up against them. And this is a historic moment. And so there's been a counter coup through the electoral process in our country. And that's what WikiLeaks was. That wasn't the Russians. That was U.S. intelligence agencies. I said 2 months ago that Anthony Weiner in New York, Uma Abedin's husband, the former congressman that was working for Hillary, I said that he's under investigation for child porn. Okay, and then now it came out yesterday that they're looking at indicting him for child porn. Well, I had that from the NYPD.
That came out yesterday?
Yes.
Wow. Why? What did he do? He had something on his computer?
Well, now they won't tell us, but I was told that tied into that whole Pizzagate thing, which, again, the media misrepresented what we said we did. It came out in all those WikiLeaks, all these weird codes, okay?
Like there was a bunch of weird codes about pizza, and about a piece of pizza.
President Obama wants $5,000 in hot dog delivery. They're like, are these really good hot dogs? The hot dogs weren't as good last time. Well, these are succulent. Because that's not about kids. That's
How retarded do you have to be?
Well, what is that about?
It's male prostitutes. I mean, that's what the code means.
Really?
Yeah, okay, yes.
How do they get male prostitutes to keep their fucking mouth shut?
Well, because, bad things happen if you don't.
Federal child porn charges possible for Anthony Weiner.
But I'm on record months ago saying that that's the case because I have those sources. And so the government, good elements of the government know what's really going on. So the media then misrepresented and said, oh, look at 4chan. They're talking about a thing called Pizzagate, some pizza place in D.C. And the media looks at it and says, oh, Alex Jones is claiming all this bad stuff's happening at this pizza place. I'm like, what is this? So they divert to some probably innocent pizza place to distract off of all the emails that the New York police have and the FBI have. It's just this monstrous reported pedophile network. So to discredit that, they go create a fake story, hoping we jump on it to then divert over to that story. And then once we're on that, it diverts everybody off on Anthony Weiner.
What?
Which then leads reportedly to a larger network.
So they're playing that far ahead. So they're literally attacking a pizza place with fake stories just so that people can focus on that and take attention off Anthony Weiner.
Yes, because it was connected to that story. It was connected to
Podesta,
to stuff in D.C. and New York and all this other crazy stuff. So I would say,
because we're making a lot of long sentences here and a lot of long statements.
So here's what I'm saying.
But let's for a lot of people that go, what the fuck is Pizzagate? There was this Ben Swan guy who did this recent piece about it, and a lot of people got very angry. Did you see the piece? Did you see the piece that he did? It seemed to me to be pretty measured, and he was making some connections between that symbol for child pedophilia,
yes,
and or just pedophilia, right? And
the
logo for the pizza place. He also made. Did he make the Hastert connection with Podesta?
Well, I mean, Hastert
confirmed child molester
and best buddies with Podesta.
And former Speaker of the House.
And then you expand on that.
Right, but let's just do it step at a time because this is really kind of important stuff. So that's all 100% true, right? So it's true that Hastert's in jail. It's true that Hastert is a known pedophile that a judge called a serial pedophile, right?
Yes.
That's true. It's 100%. It's true that Podesta is friends with Hastert. That's 100%, right?
Yes.
And then all this other stuff now becomes odd. Doesn't it become odd? But if you say it's odd, if you look at it, this Ben Swan guy with this, what I thought was, he was just kind of expressing what is weird about this case. And when he did it, he got so much shit over it. I was kind of shocked. People calling him a moron.
Well, listen, I got the same thing, but that's what I'm saying. They build a straw man. So imagine thousands of emails come out with them talking about, we'll have the kids ready 6, 7, and 8 in the hot tub at this time. And they're,
I didn't see anything like that.
Oh, it gets really crazy.
Where did it say that?
It was in the emails. There's freaking thousands of them.
But it said, get the kids in the hot tub?
Yes.
I never saw that. Can you see if you can find that, Jimmy? That seems like it's just the whole thing is so bizarre.
It's like we're gonna have the kids delivered for entertainment. They'll be in the hot tub. Now these are great kids, but kids can be kids.
You know what's fucked up about it is how few people really mention that connection to Hastert. I would have thought that would be a huge constant.
Well, Joe, I love the fact that I'm not your answer is true. That you're very astute. I just bring up this whole big topic of how they twist things. You go right to the key points that, okay, we have Barney Frank, who got caught running a underage male prostitute ring in the 90s out of his 3-story townhouse.
See, I thought it was just a male prostitute thing. I didn't know
That
it
was
was
somewhere
somewhere underage.
And then, but listen,
Because I was with him all up to age 19 plus. Or whatever.
sure, but then what happened is he goes on C-SPAN on the House floor and says, if you continue to investigate this, I'm going to expose half of you that are involved in this room. The investigation got shut down. So the reason this is important is for shadow government, you need something so bad that everybody who's involved in it ever comes out will be destroyed. So that binds them all to secrecy.
So that's where child pornography comes in, and that's where pedophilia comes in.
That's where you get so many of the elite being into it. But just as you said, you have the Republican establishment trying to get Hastert out of nowhere as a wrestling coach to run for office. Then reportedly he's the procurer, just like Penn State, and just like they had
Sandusky
and the underage, kids they were quote mentoring, getting farmed out to supposedly big donors.
What's
So
crazy
this
is we're talking about two very specific cases, right? Two very different cases. But what's crazy is they're both real. It's both real. 100% Sandusky, who was a very respected man in the community, did a lot of charity work with young, disenfranchised children, and was molesting them at the same time, and was super respected in the community. And he was the right-hand man to Joe Paterno. So that whole thing just fell apart.
And the headquarters from our research of the pedophilia is like Pennsylvania.
Right.
Okay.
What about the Franklin cover?
And that's up in
Hold on, what does this see, Jamie? It says we plan to heat the pool, so possibly Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby Emerson and Maeve Lozado 11-9 and almost 7. So you'll have some further entertainment, and they will be in that pool for sure. What in the fuck?
that's only one of them.
But that's a real confirmed email,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Jesus Christ.
But listen, here's the problem. So, I have NYPD telling me before the election, like a month before, yes, we're investigating Wiener child porn photos, not just of kids out on the internet, but kids he's communicating with, and their parents are basically letting them communicate with him. So I'm told this by NYPD detectives. I mean, the Secret Service gave me information about how Hillary was collapsing all the time. Remember we reported that, and the thing got caught on tape. So all this stuff goes on and on and on. And so I'm not saying half the people or 90% of them, are guilty or innocent in all this. All I know is we start covering it, start asking questions. They then divert off into somebody on a 4chan forum pointing out there was some email about a meeting at some pizza place in D.C. where top Democrats go. They then turn the whole thing into I'm blaming some pizza place. I'm sending shooters in to shoot people at a pizza place. Make up all this crazy ass crap when I never even said any of that. And then you go back to me 3 months ago, I said the police had told me they're investigating Wiener for pedophilia and child porn. When it was not in the news, now notice it's in the news. What I'm saying is, I got this from police.
Slow down before we get away from this, because I got to go back to that. There was a quote up there that Jamie pulled up that I wanted to read. The one on the lower bottom about this. Now, these are the emails that you were talking about, and these are 100% confirmed emails. Go back to that one that was on the bottom. Scroll down.
And I'm not saying any of these people are guilty.
Yeah, what is that?
I'm
That's
saying this is
highlighted.
about
Okay, hold on a second here. So 6 grown-ups with 2 toddlers and 2 infants spread throughout the house, and sure enough, one of the toddlers was rubbing my nose at 5:45. What the fuck does that mean?
I just want to bring attention to the
The FBI has a
The parents got back to retrieve the children. They threw in the towel. What? I don't know, man. Just, I don't know what the fuck those emails mean. But let's just now, I mean, everybody wants to immediately shoo this away as disgusting.
But they're in the middle of it.
Impossible. But we're talking about two very specific proven cases, right? Pastor, proven. Sandusky, proven. Real, huge, elite, powerful people that were also active pedophiles, right?
Yes.
So that's a fact.
Who know each other and their buddies. And then you've got Podesta's brother, who's big in Washington. In an article in 2007 in the Washington Post, I'm trying to give the exact headline, which was something like radical art or something. And it's like naked photos of the neighborhood kids in their house, and then they're showing it, throwing it in your face. It's just crazy. But that's not even stuff I get into.
But there is something to that, because some of his artwork was super disturbing that he had in his house. Like,
Well, it turns out you know all about this.
Pink butts. Yeah, they were in their underwear, and it looked like they had been paddled.
Yes.
They were all standing there with their butts facing.
See,
It's
it's
very
Joe knows
bizarre.
more about this than I do, see? And that's all I do is cover these real things. So let me give you the new news.
So that is real.
The government got pissed off about this. The pedophile rings have gotten so big that the intelligence agencies began to leak all this info. And they knew Hillary was planning to steal the election. She did steal 5 states, according to the experts in proof.
How did she do that? What do you mean? But let's
They
not
tried
keep,
to break into 6 states.
let's not go on these
Trump
long
beat her.
rants where there's a bunch of different statements that need to be addressed. So let's just, from right there, you gotta get to that. Like, how did she steal 5 states? You can't kind of gloss over that.
Okay, well, she tried to.
How did she do
tried to
that?
steal 6 states. She did steal 5 states. Well, Deb Harris, who's a big liberal, big Democrat, at the HBO documentary Hacking Democracy.
Right.
She's the leading expert. She was actually a month before the election, through whistleblowers, got the actual code that had been loaded on machines all across the country, traveling studio to steal the elections.
I saw Hacking Democracy, and I saw that they did engineer those voting machines so that you could have a third-party input and change it. And they did it live on the show.
And that was a decade ago with Bush. This is new.
Okay.
So it's one, she's the top election fraud expert. So she comes on my show. The story's on Infowars.com. And she says, we've got evidence, and then I had the hacking experts on, and I had the industry whistleblowers on, and I had the county officials on at every level with the fraud proven, that Democrat-connected groups were already loading code on machines all over the country. It's different companies, but about, I think it was 18% of machines in the country, to be able to remotely break in and flip votes. So, because they were aware of that, a bunch of states were waiting and watching, and Homeland Security broke in live into 6 states and kept trying to flip the results. And they even have screenshots and videos of them in the computers, in there clicking and doing it all. There's major investigations going on. You hear the news like, Trump's crazy. He claims illegals voted, to make it about illegals. That was one statement in a larger election fraud deal of actual computers. So Trump knows about all this. So she comes on and says, you're planning this fraud. Then she comes on after the election. She says, yes, it's clear. Here's where precincts closed. Here's where all this happened, where 100% went for Hillary. Or right after it closed, all the votes that then came in were 100% for Hillary. They didn't even care. But the landslide was so big for Trump, they couldn't steal it. She successfully stole 5 states. She tried to break into 6 others, or her controllers did, and got blocked. The tsunami for Trump was so huge, with the real polling we can break down later, that they still weren't able to steal it. And now patriots inside U.S. intelligence agencies are preparing to roll up the pedophile networks nationwide. So you've seen arrests in Pennsylvania, arrests in L.A.
I haven't seen these arrests. Who's getting arrested?
It's just now breaking, and it's big institutionalized.
474 arrests, 28 sexually exploited children rescued during statewide human traffic operation. Holy shit.
It's a takeover, right?
Holy shit. But look at the numbers there. 474 people arrested.
But they're only rolling up the Renfields that get the people for the psychic vampires.
But how insane is it that this is still happening, right? So all the people that thought that this idea that, well, I mean, whether they tried to make it ridiculous by calling it Pizzagate or connecting it to a pizza place, everybody that thought that was ridiculous, it is not ridiculous that there could potentially be some sort of pedophile ring.
And see how they trick
It's
us,
not
though.
ridiculous.
See how they trick us. They go pick some pizza place, probably have their people, go on, make comments on some message board. CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, the same day come out and say, well, all the emails are discredited from New York and California and Hawaii because there's this innocent pizza place over here that some of the Democrats go to, and they're all saying that's where the pedophiles are at. Okay, so then the internet all goes and looks at that and starts trying to disprove MSM that, there must be something going on there. So then that turns that all into the big quagmire as a smokescreen from all the admitted stuff that's happening. Because again, I was told by my NYPD high-level sources that they got all this stuff on Weir's computer that just got scooped up during the whole hacking story and the whole story about Hillary and the unsecure servers, and that was being blocked by Obama. And then as soon as Trump got in, they would go back after Weiner. Then I was told by a former section chief from the CIA that indeed this was an operation they were running against them to start leaking all this. And so what you're beginning to see is the beginning of all the pedophilia coming out as they roll up the procurers that grab your kids out of backyards or that go out as social workers and get the kids or whatever. They're rolling all those up right now to get the Renfields. Renfield brings the people to Dracula. That's the allegory. I'm not saying right. I know what you're saying. And so they're going to now roll it up into the higher level groups. Right now. That's
here's what's going on with a lot of this stuff. You have to be real careful in how you describe these things and how you talk about these things, because people are looking for any little tiny thing to discredit it. And one of the reasons why they're looking at it, they're doing it for personal reasons, because it seems no one wants to be ridiculous. No one wants to be a fool, and no one wants to be someone who's talking about conspiracies that aren't real. So people are very hesitant to talk about something that's unproven but horrific.
Just like right? 15 years ago, it was a conspiracy theory that the Catholic Church had any pedophilia. Right. Now we know 30% were doing it. We now know the old Pope had to step down, was blackmailed with info about other high-level priests, by the new guy that came in. I mean, this is heavy stuff.
The Catholic Church stuff is absolutely horrible and proven over and over again. And again, when I was a kid, it was rumor. It was just things that were whispered. You would hear about it.
I know. I always wondered how they're getting away with it. So out in the open, how come is it more?
They're psychic vampires stealing the energy from the kids.
Well, what the most common thing they do is
why don't they get thrown in jail?
The most common thing they do is they find very troubled kids that don't talk about it. People with foster care, kids with no parents, kids who come from really troubled backgrounds, kids who are abused.
Just like Sandusky ran a abused children's shelter and group, and then would take the kids out, sometimes overnight at rich people's houses to make them feel better.
Yeah. It's
and then no one wants to believe that the assistant coach and that all these powerful people, but when he finally got caught, he was raping 8-year-olds in the showers at noon on a Saturday at the field house.
Yeah, and someone who worked there found it, watched it happen. It walked in on it, literally, and that's what it all fell apart.
That's what always happens. These guys get more and more arrogant. It's all I'm telling you is I'm not saying anybody's guilty of these thousands of emails. You go read them, and it's like, the last walnut sauce she brought wasn't very good. Oh, well, these are good walnuts. You're going to, I love walnuts. And then you go read the FBI break down what that's code for.
What's code for walnut?
It means people with brown skin.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, Ted Gunderson was talking about this for years. FBI chief former.
He discovered a bunch of it in Los Angeles. He was the head of the LA sector.
So people are going to hear this and they go, "Oh, they're a bunch of Pizzagate truthers. These guys are a bunch of Pizzagate truthers." There's an inclination to automatically dismiss them.
Let me be clear. I'm on the air covering 50 topics a day.
Right.
These emails are coming out. I get contacted at one of my sources by people in the NYPD. I get sent documents, photos that are licensed law enforcement. I talk to these people, and they say, "Yeah, no, it's horrible. It's a bunch of pedophilia. It's a bunch of child porn. It's all going to come out. It's tied to all these different groups." And I'm just like, okay. So I go on air and I say, "Listen, I got this from real NYPD and other sources." And then Eric Prince of Blackwater, who still runs one of the biggest groups in the world.
Does he run some sort of military operation in like Bahrain or something now, or Saudi Arabia or something?
The point is that he comes out and says,
UAE?
He wants to about it. He knows all about it. But the point is that all this happens, and he comes out in the news. Okay, through the White House Oregon Breitbart, that's basically from Trump's mouth, and says, yes, you confirmed high-level pedophilia rings in the Clinton operation. We're going to bring them down. And so that's what all this is.
Why did Breitbart tweet about that in 2011? Do you remember that tweet?
Breitbart knew about it.
It came out.
Breitbart said, I'm going to bring out the biggest thing. It's going to bring down the Democrats. And they poisoned him right here in California.
You think they poisoned him?
No, absolutely.
What happened? I didn't even know how he died. I thought he died of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Are you laughing? Fake laughing? Pull up the.
No, I'm laughing. It's just no. I know you're pulling the media.
I know. Pull up
Don't
the
choke me out.
I won't, buddy. You know I love you.
Anyway,
pull up the Breitbart email or the Breitbart tweet because it's a crazy
it turns
tweet.
out Jonah's all about this.
Well, the tweet is pretty insane. When you read it, you're like, wait, what the fuck is going on? Like, everybody, there's an instantaneous reaction that people have.
Yeah, because
that are
they're not
intelligent.
pedophiles.
Right,
The average person isn't a pedophile.
Right, you're right.
So you tell me people are doing this to kids.
Right, you're like, get the fuck out of here. That's nonsense. But when you tell people about the stuff that's been proven, the ones that have been
Where's the big
proven, they
news?
don't account. They don't attach those.
I was on air saying I'm told this by NYPD in like 3 different shows, and that it's going to come out that Wiener's sending child porn. And it's in the news today.
What they're saying, what they're accusing Wiener of, apparently, is sending sexually explicit text to an underage girl. That's what's against the law. So they're calling it child porn, but it's essentially he was sending pornographic text to a 15-year-old.
Yeah, well, I was told it's a lot more than that. What they're
Maybe
doing
it is just what
What they're doing is minimizing it because the higher ups are being told you don't let this out. Let me tell you, Wiener supposedly had tens of thousands of emails.
Wiener should be a fucking comedian, for sure. He's a freak. He's got real problems. He's a good communicator. I bet he's hilarious. Come on, don't you think?
All I know is I'm not saying even Wiener is a pedophile. All I know is, listen, we all know about Jerry Epstein, okay?
I don't know about Jerry
That was
Epstein.
the Lolita Express. Just Google that. And
What is that?
Bill Clinton was like on 20 flights versus the 7
Oh, that's right.
to
Okay,
this
now I
pedophile
know what you're
island that has a
talking about.
temple in it. And then he was also flying to this Middle Eastern country with this sheik that's admitted pedophile with multi-million-dollar checks and Bill Clinton on the plane. And Bill Clinton's a known sexual predator. Okay, so all this stuff's going on. And so they start bringing up lawsuits against Donald Trump with Jane Doe's, claiming he'd been with Epstein, even though there's no proof in the law, because they make you log it on private jets. None of it was ever true. He'd been at a
Here
few
it is. How progressive guru John Podesta is in household name as world-class underage sex slave cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me. Early on, did John Podesta imagine his baby MMFA, I don't know what that is, would be covering up for underage sex ops and hate crimes against blacks?
We're going to come back and take final calls.
I don't know what that
and
means.
with David.
What is MMFA, Jeremy?
Now you can get
Media
show
matters.
updates and connect with other Coast fans when you
That's
join the
Soros?
Coast to Coast
Yeah, that's Soros, but also guess who owns the pizza place? Who? Well, it's Media Matters head guy David Roth's boyfriend, and that is where they have major Democratic Party fundraisers. And then they had rock bands there that gave live spoken word dissertations of the love of children.
What?
Yeah, I'm talking about guys like in goth brag about how much they love children.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, I don't even really want to repeat what they really told me.
There's a video of them saying that.
This is a common ping pong. So
Why, why is, I mean, this, it's a very, very bizarre subject. But why is this like so what is this right here? You bring it up, Jamie? Yeah, give me some volume.
And you all are very grateful that you all music festival presented by Capital One. One stage.
What are we listening to?
It's a brand new year, and my Ford Bronco
That's
Sport,
super
and I
weird.
can't wait.
First of all,
That's a comic ping pong.
Right, anybody listening, let's describe what that person looked like. They were wearing a wig, a blonde wig, and it was a guy. It was like a transvestite or a woman who just smoked every cigarette. It's one of the two. But that's just the fact that was going on at that place seems really odd. But that sounds like someone ad-libbing. You know, we all have preferences. I'm trying to be funny. It's almost like
no, but it's the guys in the crowd
Right.
saying it. It's
little boys.
It's more that it's all the artwork that was there.
Oh yeah, a lot of creepy artwork connected to that guy. A lot of creepy artwork. I mean, that's a fact. There's a lot of facts. So it's one of those things that are like.
But I'm not saying they've done anything. And you're not saying
And
that.
I'm not either. That's what's really important.
I never even really covered this stuff. And then they had me on the news and also Swan going, they said these people were killing kids in the basement. They say, okay, Megyn Kelly went on and took a clip where I was talking about Hillary funding jihadis and Obama back in the Arab Spring that killed tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of children. Now, Al-Qaeda was putting kids, which is ISIS, into sex slavery. They edited that out and then cut it together on Fox News with me saying Hillary Clinton rapes and kills children in a basement at Ping Pong Pizza. They literally now edit audio, but I was able to go.
They changed your audio?
I was able to go find the day with video with what I really said and throw it back in their face.
Wow, that's really blatant. That's where's this? Can we watch this? Where's this that they did that?
Sure, I think
Do you guys have the comparison, the two up?
Yeah, it's something like Megyn Kelly caught a giant lie against Alex Jones.
Try to find that. We should play that.
But
Because
listen, I didn't
that's
mean
so
to get in here. I
fascinating.
didn't mean to get in
First
here.
of all, Megyn Kelly's so pretty she can say whatever the fuck she wants.
I think she looks like an old tranny.
I love her. Do you? Think she looks like an old tranny?
Yeah.
You're hilarious.
You like
I
old
love
trannies?
you. No, I don't like old trannies, but I think she's hot. You don't like? You don't think Megyn Kelly's
No, I
hot?
just want to insult her. She's a globalist.
Oh, she's global.
Obviously, she's pretty.
Do you
No,
think-
Joe, she's real ugly.
Do you think that she's moved over to NBC? Do you think she's going to change her tune now and go for the liberals?
NBC wants to be the, quote, new Fox News, so they'll be the new kind of Glenn Beck. I'm a conservative, but I hate conservatives and libertarians, and I'm going to speak for everyone, and I can decode it all. So she's going to go over there and be the conservative light and try to get them some ratings.
So it seems like NBC realizes that's where the money is. Is that what you're saying? Want to see how fake news is made from Megyn Kelly on Fox News. Find it, James? Okay, let's play it here. Here we go. Give us some volume. Pizzagate. Conspiracy government.
As many controversies do these days, it began with a tweet. On October 30th, days after the FBI announced they'd be reopening an investigation into Hillary Clinton's emails, someone on Twitter, whose name remains unverified but has several thousand followers, posted that new emails found on Anthony Weiner's computer confirmed that Hillary Clinton was involved in a pedophilia ring. The Twitter post included information from a Facebook user who stated, quote, "My NYPD source said it's much more vile and serious than classified material on Weiner's device. We're talking an international child enslavement and sex ring." The next day, the
Wait, just let me back up for a second. Now, this is probably the whole trying to debunk us. What they do is they misrepresent what we're saying. So again, whoever these rogue people were, or I don't know who they are, saying, "Oh look, NYPD says it's Weiner and all this." See how they were saying none of that's happening? Now it's actually starting to come out. I don't know how far or how deep it goes, but this is when Kelly.
Well, let's let it play out and then respond to it afterwards. Otherwise,
I was not sure what
train
clip
of
this
thought.
is. Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You know what
Information from
this
a
is, right one?
Facebook user who stated, quote, "My NYPD source said it's much more vile and serious than classified material on Weiner's device. We're talking an international child enslavement and sex ring." The next day, the bogus claim was picked up by a website called YourNewsWire.com, message boards like 4chan and Reddit, right-wing blogs, and several pro-Trump websites. InfoWars' Alex Jones, a far-right web host, posted a YouTube video seen almost 500,000 times.
I think about children Hillary Clinton has personally murdered and chopped up and raped. Have zero fear standing up against her.
The rumors spread, inspiring some newfound internet sleuths to start digging around in John Podesta's hacked emails, searching for proof and location of the so-called sex ring. What they found were numerous references to pizza.
Now here's what Alex Jones actually said.
313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of
When I think about all the children Hillary Clinton has personally murdered and chopped up and raped, I have zero fear standing up against her. Yeah, you heard me right. Hillary Clinton has personally murdered children. I just can't hold back the truth anymore. Hillary Clinton is one of the most vicious serial killers the planet's ever seen. Now, there's a twist to that. Am I talking about the devil worship story with her chief of staff or campaign chairman leading the menu of blood and semen and body parts at the Aleister Crowley event, the private event? Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I mean 200,000 plus dead Christians with her operation with Syria and her operation in Libya, and not letting the Christians get out, and directing Al-Qaeda and ISIS, who target and murder children and put them through sex slavery and throw Catholic priests off cliffs and kill people en masse and murder gays and everything else you can imagine, because they don't like peaceful people. And they con everybody. They're for open society, and they love everybody. Anything they do is for degradation.
And someone could have been killed inside of your restaurant for no good reason other than people like Alex Jones stand a conspiracy theory that even the DC police say has no basis in fact.
Yes, it's a pack of lies, and it's dangerous. What happens
That's the top Soros opera's boyfriend.
To drive across 4 state lines with an assault rifle and enter a family-friendly restaurant at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Sunday.
I know Reddit has banned this topic on its website. I mean, slowly but surely, those who help ban it are trying to dial it back out of the safety, the concerns for the safety of those who have been endangered by
Really,
it.
this could happen to anyone. It's not just us. It's any single person.
I know you said to our producers, it's all so surreal until the gun comes in. Wow.
And then some guy, so they went. They got the full clip. They cut the front off, knowing I was actually saying, I don't know about the Satanism before the term Pizzagate was out there. But I do know she's funded the radicals. I came, I saw, they died. They do rape and kill and cut up kids. So she personally is.
You were making a very provocative statement, and you made a very provocative statement by saying something kind of crazy at first, and then backing it up. And so what they decided to do was just edit a chunk of that. And so they didn't really have to edit it and chop it up, but they did take it as bizarre as it seems. They take it out of context
And said that I was talking about comic people.
Right,
Yeah.
you weren't.
And I was talking about the spirit cooking Aleister Crowley stuff. The lady is written, it's real for her. And they go, they take little kids to these parties, and they have vats of blood. That's one thing if you were an adult wanting to do that, you issue some art project. This is real. And so I was talking about the menu where they're in the email saying, we're going to have plenty of blood, plenty of semen for you, and other delicious things on the menu. I was like, what are the juices on the menu? And they go, well, we're going to have cheese pizza. We're going to have the nut sauce. We're going to have pasta. We're going to have, succulent hot dogs. I know you love succulent hot dogs. What the fuck? And they go, oh God, I want to go back to the place in Hawaii that has the best hot dogs. It's like, yes, we've got hot dogs. And Obama wants $65,000 for the hot dogs over the party. Will the hot dogs be there? And then it's in Stratford, the CIA emails that got leaked by WikiLeaks that now people cross-reference where the CIA's like watching, look at Obama in Chicago, another hot dog party.
Well, there's
and I don't care if Obama is at a party with 15 dudes. That's his issue. The point is, though, they can blackmail him with this. And the stuff with Obama, we never got pedophile codes with Obama. Yeah, no, it's men. He's had his
Are you trying to say that Barack Obama is a homosexual?
Saying he's bisexual.
How dare you?
I really don't even care.
Have you ever seen him with a man? How do you know this is true?
Well, I've seen him with men walking down the street.
Maybe he just likes to bring dudes in and have conversations with them.
Maybe he just
orders
orders
pretty hard to talk to people when you're the head of the free world.
Maybe he had a party with $65,000 worth of hot dogs.
Yeah, maybe he loves hot dogs. He says, fuck it. Fuck this diet. I'm not the president anymore.
Yeah,
I'm chilling now.
Now listen. I want 65,000 hot dogs. $65,000.
He's balling.
That's more than 65,000 hot dogs. A gourmet hot dogs were $1 a piece, $2. How many hot dogs? Let's say it's super gourmet. $5 a piece for each hot dog.
President needs a hot dog helping hand.
What if it turns out he was like a 10-time hot dog eating champion? He's like one of those.
That's probably it.
What if that's it?
He probably, okay, let's say a hot dog
It seems
costs
like
$5.
he actually just really likes hot dogs here, Alex Jones. Like there's a whole article
Okay,
on
let's
his
say $65,000 for hot dogs, $5 a piece, $5 per hot dog.
Right, but listen, you gotta get those delivered. Someone's gotta make them. You gotta grind it up, put it in the casing, the whole deal. Maybe he gets like gourmet.
Somebody's got to put those
He
kids
might
on
have
hot
been
dog.
putting together some giant party, some I'm out of this job party. I don't know, but what I'm saying
hot
is,
dog is a code for male prostitution.
okay, maybe it is. But what I'm saying is, anybody who's skeptical, anybody who's looking at this and going, "You guys are so fucking crazy. This is so you're making such gigantic leaps of faith." No leaks. Just look at with the weird code in those emails. There was definitely some code.
And let me tell you what happened to me, Joe. After this one, in fact, my crew actually got out of the office. We're about 5 days into this, and the news hasn't even picked it up. And all my crew is doing is all day reading thousands of emails. I mean, there's thousands that are just related to food, hot dog, and kids, and hot tubs, and kid deliveries, and the spirit cooking, and Aleister Crowley, and there'll be semen and blood. I told my crew, I said, it's probably true. No one's going to believe it. Stop obsessing on it and stop reading these emails because I want to focus on the election and everything else that's happening. So then sites start accusing me of covering up the Podesta stuff before it's called Pizzagate, and then I get blamed for being behind Pizzagate. And I'm not even bitching. I'm explaining what it's like to really be trying to get at the truth, and then people take the fact that it's complex. You'd be better at this than me, Joe, because you know how to put stuff out, clear and parse it. I just know all this crap.
When you get crazy, you start ranting.
People won't listen to me because I got too much data. You know what this is like? I mean, it's just, I'm sick of it. I don't know everything that's going on, but I know this. I have good CIA people and FBI and Secret Service, okay, telling me, yes, Alex, it's worse than you know. Keep getting it. It's going to come out. And it's starting to come out and saying, watch, when we start arresting the pedophile networks, we're going to roll up the Democrats and the Republicans that are involved. That's why Trump said in his speeches at the inaugural, this is not about parties. We're taking these people on. We're bringing God back in. Even somebody that wasn't very religious like Trump has gotten religion learning about this. Because let me tell you something. Trump's not a devil worshiper, and he loves God, and he's been briefed on all this. He's going to roll their ass up. The pedophiles better get ready.
I want you to clear something up right now. Look at that camera and tell everybody you're not Bill Hicks.
You're so stupid. Tell them you're not.
I'm not either. Tell them.
Well, number
These
one,
fucking people think there's a goddamn conspiracy.
Well, here's
Bill
what
Hicks
happens.
pretends to die.
Here's what happens. They think it's a flat earth, too. I take real stuff. Notice Joe's done his research, not kissing his ass. So he knows all these little points I'm making better than I even did. Yeah, I'm not remembering stuff when he brings it up because I try to suppress half this crap. I can't handle it anymore, man. I'm 43. And I'm sitting here looking at all this, and these people come up to me on the street and they go, hey, Joe, it's like 5 times. And then I try, I knew you were, I mean, not Jones. Alex. Whatever your fucking name is. Alex Jones. All right, the program is going out. No, that's what they say Bill. They say Bill. Yeah, no, seriously. They say Bill. I'll be on the street. I'll be at a restaurant. They come over, they say, hey, Bill. Joe Rogan, that's the conspiracy. And I turn around and go, I know it's you. All because I did a few pieces in one little video with a guy that lived in Austin and you knew. It's how I met you.
But you don't look like Bill Hicks. That's what's ridiculous about it. Like, what'd you get? Like, massive plastic surgery, changed the way your voice sounds? Like, your voice is so different than
That's what I'm saying is that no one ever wants to look at real conspiracies because they're complex and hard to understand. They want to just go with the earth is flat, aliens live underneath the Capitol, dinosaurs aren't real. I mean, listen, the point is, look at the bash. It's good to have a free open mind. And he doesn't promulgate stuff. He's only researching what's been said. So I want to just get this out of the way. I am Bill Hicks. You are. How old Bill Hicks being, like 60?
I think he died at 32 in 1994. So, do the math.
I don't think it's hot.
Is it really? I'm not hot. Did you know?
I don't think much to get really cold.
Well, you get crazy. You're a goddamn human inferno.
I'm melting.
You know, there's a lot of people that don't know, like, how you got started. Like, one of the things I thought was really bizarre in that thing is that lady was calling you a right-wing host, a far right-wing host. You've never been a right-wing guy. It's a big misconception. Like, you were always totally anti-Bush. You got arrested speaking twice, actually. Before Bush was even elected, you were trying to stop him from being elected. Back when Clinton was
and then when he stole the election from Gore, who I didn't even really like, I still came out and exposed it, and it's now been certified in Congress, and they've documented it. I just go with what the facts are.
And one of the things that really opened my eyes, this is a really important video you did, 9/11 Road to Tyranny, where you talked about the World Trade Organization protests and how they had sent in these people in government uniforms, government-issued boots, and these anarchists that were dressed in black, and this is an actual tactic that they'll use to break up peaceful protests. Well, they'll send in soldiers or policemen or whoever the hell they're hiring, no one knows, and they send these people, and they smash everything up. They turn into a violent protest, they light things on fire, and then they all hold up in the building, and they negotiate their release, and none of them were ever arrested. And when you showed this, clip by clip, from these various news organizations, and you focused on the kind of clothing they're wearing and the difference in their behavior versus the behavior of other peaceful protests, and then showed the result of it, which had these people that were walking to work with a WTO sticker that had a line through it, and police stopped them and said, you can't have that sticker on that book bag.
It was an admitted beta test for martial law. And again, I'm not anti-cops themselves. The media always spins it. You expose pedophilia, they blame some innocent pizza place. You expose the government trying to make cops do bad things, now you hate average cops. It might not even be the cops, but who knows? They admitted it was Delta Force.
That makes sense.
Delta Force, and I'm not blasting Delta Force, they were given the order by Clinton to go out and to recruit, and they recruited just about 400 leftist foundation funded groups, funded by big private foundations. They trained them for about a month before in Oregon. They flew them there, put them in a government housing facility. This was on the newsletter. I just covered local news stories.
They did retreat to a building and negotiate their surrender, and they were released.
Yes.
But this is after all this property damage, all this craziness.
They went out to start the attack, so they had it on video, so they could then attack the 100,000 peaceful protesters.
So this was something that we don't like. We like to think, just like you don't like to think that pedophiles are real, you don't like to think that anyone in the government would ever organize some kind of an attack or some sort of a fake event where a bunch of people that you hire to start smashing things to make a peaceful protest look bad. We don't want to think that that's possible, but it is possible.
It goes on.
It turns out that this is actually a documented tactic.
Yes, it was the WTO. In fact, Esquire about 2 years ago was a profile on it. And the guy, his dad had been a former CIA section chief and had been involved much like himself. And I told him, I said, yeah, Delta Force ran those riots. And he goes, you're a liar. And I said, no. He went and Googled it and couldn't believe he got the Seattle Post intelligence and stuff. And then even went and talked to journalists that knew because he'd been there covering it as a journalist and he didn't even know. So he says in the Esquire article, okay, Alex Jones got me there because even though I've grown up in the CIA and stuff, I didn't know that was happening. So let's be clear, it's criminal elements using compartmentalization that do this. They always claim I hate the government, I don't have a war and all this other stuff. No. I have to give credit to the good elements of the CIA and the good elements of the NSA. I mean, I'm good friends.
That's a very important point. It's a very important point. I've had this point with a friend of mine. We were talking about, I've had Mike Baker on the podcast before. And through the few conversations that I've had with Mike Baker, who's formerly of the CIA, you start getting an understanding of how it works. Like these drug dealings that always wind up like jets crashing, all the coke on board. They're cowboys. You know, like a few dudes,
guys running side shows.
A few dudes who realize they can make a fuckload of money if they sell, and there might be a lot of people involved, but it's not the whole CIA. It's not like they have government memos on it.
Well, what they'll do is they'll have a covert option they're running. The president says do this. Like Ronald Reagan had done with cocaine. Like, I'm not folks who revolt. He says, I want communists knocked out. Congress doesn't give them the funding. They go, you know what the government is? You go, the president said do this. We're men of action. We're going to do it. So then there's cocaine already being sold. The Congress are using it to get all their funding. Well, screw that. We'll just jack it, bring it in using private contractors. Right. And then they're ever
that wasn't the first time they did it.
Like that wasn't the first time they did it.
But yeah, it was a common tactic. They knew that there was money that was being made from selling illegal drugs. Why would they let that money be made all around? They're not going to.
Well, that's the argument is you don't want to let the communists do all the cocaine and heroin because then they have more money than you.
What the fuck is going on in Afghanistan? It's just as crazy.
And to our
tell
credit,
people how much heroin production went up since our occupation.
Sure, anybody can pull this up. Again, that's what's frustrating is a lot of the fake liberals, I see myself as a real liberal, but a lot of the fake liberals say, oh, that's a lie, this is a lie. No, you can search engine opium production in Afghanistan pre-2009, and then look at the latest years it's come out, like 2014, 15. It went from 3% of world supply to 7%, 30%, and after 10 years of occupation, it went to 93%.
Look at it up there.
Global supply.
So look at the hectares.
So it went from was I right?
It's a pretty substantial increase between 2001, which is at an all-time low on this chart from 94 to 2016. So 2001 is an all-time low, and then the next year it fucking skyrockets.
Yeah, but Google it, you see it from like BBC and AP. Just type in Afghanistan 90+% world opium production.
It's very, very.
It's not a 93%. Listen,
and is it used also for like opiate pills, or is it just
it's used for everything?
So it's not like Oxycontin and things like that.
It goes beyond that. They ordered the troops. The Taliban works with them is allowed to grow it, and then they're allowed to sell it to whoever wants to buy it.
Well, not just that. There's been documented, confirmed instances of troops that are being forced to guard poppy fields.
Sure. Well, let me break it down for you.
Right?
When this started coming
that's
out,
on Fox News with Geraldo Rivera.
Sure.
Remember that?
Sure. That came out a year after I it comes out the troops are being ordered.
You're right. There goes 90% of the world's supply of opium, according to the United Nations.
And it hit 93 last year. How many years old? 3 years old. 2 years old. See, it's gone 93. Jesus Christ. So, but see, I didn't lie. I said 93, and it's 93.
That's what it is. Yeah.
So, but that's what's so frustrating is you know all this, and then
people still call you crazy.
You know what, Alex? Why do you explain the fake news psyop? Why do a lot of people out there think InfoWars is total fake news? Why do they think that?
That is a major deep state government program funded by Soros mainly, and they found the most effective way is anti-Israel bashing. And so this came out on WikiLeaks last year. The U.S. intelligence league of the Russians that is in there saying we're going to overthrow Israel. We've got to deal with Saudi Arabia, and we've got to up the ante with anti-Israel rhetoric. I'm somebody who's neutral on Israel. Never been there. Have nothing to do with it. Israel has liberals, conservatives, some good administration, some bad. But I'm not anti-Israel. It's a tiny little place. I know it does some things that are bad compared to what we've done. It's nothing. So I just don't have some giant hard-on for Israel. You know, never heard of it. And I'm not against the Palestinians or anybody else. Everybody knows that. So when they killed the Israelis for no reason, I say it's wrong. When they white phosphorus bomb the Palestinians, I say it's wrong. So I'm sitting there covering all that, and then they just put out that I'm this Israeli agent, all day long, or I'm the CIA agent.
Let's not get into these crazy rants about crazy accusations.
Explain the fake news. Why do they think InfoWars is fake news? They don't know you.
Okay,
a lot of people are smart people, really intelligent. They think the real news is CNN.
Okay, let me explain. You've got attacks from below and above. You've got major funding by Soros and others. There's a real life Nazi collaborator like True Dr. Evil, the latest James Bond is based on this little company. It's even named after his company. The bad guy in the movie is actually because that's Soros. Yeah, and he tried to crash the pound right down England. He's really bad news. So MI6 hates him. But long story short about George Soros. He's funding this attack on any independent media. How do you attack independent media when the public's awake to deep state and government stuff? You say Alex Jones is the government. And then they always ignore real facts I talk about, where I admit some of my family and stuff is work for the government, and they said the government was corrupt and out of control. That isn't even a real thing. But above that, what was your other question?
He had a question.
With the fake news, how do they think InfoWars is fake news? Explain the psyop.
Eddie, let me just explain. It's pretty easy. They're in direct competition. If it's Fox News, if it's CNN, if it's anybody that's distributing news, you're in direct competition with someone who has an independent news organization. They operate themselves and do it online.
Joe just said it perfectly. That's it.
Now, Alex is in a very unusual position because he's a magnet. People are drawn to him like a lightning rod. He says a lot of crazy shit. He goes on rants. He's very animated. He's fun to watch. And a lot of the shit he says is correct. And we're getting into this right now. Like this thing about the WTO, which was, like I said, was one of the first ones that really opened my eyes. It was a long time ago, too. That was like, you put that video out in 2002 or something? Like, when was that? 2003?
It was like 2001.
Yeah, it was right after 9/11. Yeah, right after September 11th. And
sure, I think I put it on the web right after exactly. I put it on like DVD or something before that. But you just said it, Joe. So let me try to actually think of how to find this thing. Because my problem is, I don't script what I say, that it's kind of all over the map, which is a good thing, also a bad thing. You just hit it on the head. You asked the question, why they call it fake news. We just saw Megyn Kelly 2 weeks before the election say in a whole hour-long show, special, like it's fake news. We played a few minutes of it. Alex Jones is the king of fake news. He just said Hillary is chopping up children inside a basement at a pizza place. Now, granted, I was saying it in satire about her in the Middle East, so it begged for them to take it out of context. They clearly did that to deceive their viewers. She's branding herself. I'm real. You can trust me. Look at this poor victim. Alex Jones almost got him killed when none of it was true. When none of it was based in reality, and what I was getting was from the NYPD, okay, and the FBI, who are good people, at least those agents. So there's an example of them branding. Take CNN. They'll take something real I said, or they've taken videos where I'm acting stupid, with like 5X or 6X underwear that they're giving the illegals or whatever, and they'll show me with underwear on my head and say, look, this guy's crazy. And I get it. I cover serious topics so they can take it out of context. But when I'm being serious, which is 90% of the time, I tell people. But when Joe comes in and we've got Joey Diaz. So Joey Diaz talking about, kidnapping people, I start, laughing or whatever.
Yeah, we had fun. Look, you're a normal person, and that's what people find hard to believe. When I tell people I'm friends with Alex Jones, they go, get the fuck out of here. He's a great guy. He's a great guy. We have a good time together.
You're very nice, Joe. You're a great guy. I wish we aren't all so busy and hang out more like the old days.
I know. Well, we can do it. I'm gonna come back to Austin. I'm trying to get to Austin probably this spring. Trying to figure out when and where I'm gonna get. But I love Austin. Where you live is a fucking beautiful place.
Well, I know these topics can be, quite frankly, exhausting.
They are.
But I'd like to, today, really get into the big picture and what I believe is really going on, because I figured out the basis of what's happening. And I'm going to let you, if you want to hear some far out stuff today,
okay.
I think because what you experienced, I'll go through it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let me take a piss. Go ahead.
Here's
the deal. Joe's always so slick and calm. So are you, Eddie. Me, I get in here and I just
get a little
crazy.
around. We're gonna bring you down. We're gonna bring you down to earth. Every now and then, you're gonna launch into orbit. We're gonna grab you by your heels, bring you back. We're gonna be fine. We'll get through this. Go take a piss and then tell us some crazy shit.
There's a bathroom.
Right through that door to the right. Alex Jones. So far, Eddie Bravo, everything you wanted and more?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just sitting here letting them letting the people, letting your fans know that have never listened to him. I listen to Alex Jones every goddamn day.
You should take a day off every now and then. Otherwise, it's like, fuck. Dude, he's a good guy,
Yeah,
he's always been a good guy.
People that don't listen to him, they believe what the mainstream media has said about him.
But it's also, he makes it easy for them by saying crazy shit like Hillary Clinton, chopped up babies, and all that stuff. And I know he's doing it for dramatic effect. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why his show is so popular, because he does a lot of things like that. It makes it easy for people to dismiss it. And then you get into this thing where, okay, before you dismiss him, let's look at what he said. What has he said that's true? And we look at what he said. Everything he said today so far, we've been able to corroborate it.
So far, everything that he said, it's just like his radio show.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any teleprompters. This dude can talk for hours straight.
Well, that's a thing, though. When you wind up doing a lot of podcasts, especially doing these radio shows like Alex does by himself, where he just rants and rants and rants for long periods of time, they develop like a certain muscle. Like there's a lot of guys who do their own podcast, like Bill Burr's, for example, does his own podcast by himself all the time, and he's got this ability to go just rant from one subject to the next subject and keep going. And when you have him on a podcast, it's just you just kind of got to get out of his way. So with Alex, you just kind of got to feed him some subjects, get out of his way. But every now and then, he does so many subjects in a row. I got to bring him back. I got to go. Okay, let's get to this one. How did you steal the state? You just can't gloss over that. Let's get to this. Okay, let's get to this.
He broke it down pretty good.
He did a great job. Yeah, and this is, I think, this is going to help people have, seeing Alex like this is going to help people have a chance to look at this whole picture of, just forget about where your loyalties lie, whether you enjoy CNN or Fox News or whatever. Just sit outside of it right now and look at what it really is. Because what it really is why does anyone want to give you the news? Are they giving you the news because they love you? Are they giving you the news because it's a program and they're trying to make money? And do they have access to certain people because they're willing to play certain games? Most likely, when you're looking at something that's on a major league television show, whether it's Fox News or NBC or CBS or whatever the fuck it is, you got to go through some serious channels to get there. If you're a guy with a suit and a tie, good evening, America, and you're doing that guy on any of those major networks, you've had to go through some fucking serious hoops and ladders and checks and balances. You got to represent something in order to be the person who reads the news. But what is that news for? Is it a fucking show? Or is it really the news? Are they really trying to help you? What are they trying to do? Why are they doing the news? Are they doing it because they love you and care for you and they want you to be informed? Or are they doing it because they're clearly biased and they've got an agenda? Well, if you watch Fox News and then CNN, just go back and forth. Whenever there's something going on. Like I did it after the election. I was like, Fox News, CNN, Fox News, CNN. It's cool. Who the fuck is telling the truth? Someone's got to be lying. One of you fucks is lying. Because there's one story over here, there's a totally different story over here. So all you need to know, just looking at that, just forget about what you are, whether you're a progressive liberal, whether you're a conservative Republican, just look at that and understand that you're getting all of your information from these sources that have a vested interest in relaying their particular version of the truth. That's not good for anybody.
It represents their party. Their party. Like Fox is totally Republican no matter what.
Fuck yeah, dude. Come on. Get one for Eddie Bravo, too. Let's get crazy. Bring out the hatches.
I hope that people that listen to your show, the people that have never given...
Let's do it. Bring out the whiskey.
All I want, But for me, I don't want to be this conspiracy guy making money and doing shows. I walked away from my podcast. I was talking about conspiracy. I really don't want to be that conspiracy guy, but something inside me wants to wake people up. That's all I'm trying to do. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help. I'm not making money off any conspiracy theories or anything. I tell myself every time I walk in here, don't say shit about conspiracy.
This whiskey's gonna bring it out of him, bro.
You know what I'm saying? I said,
Q in there's a big fan of you.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
He said he wants to roll with you later.
Oh shit!
You
said
said
back surgery. So.
No, you said so. He said so you can kick his ass.
No, Eddie just had a disc replaced.
Really?
Is he CIA?
It's finally time.
Hey,
You know, actually, Q, I think might be with the CIA.
Yeah, every now and then, don't you want to be like on that side and just have full access?
They don't
to
have.
CIA.
Don't hold that whiskey hostage. Don't hold that whiskey hostage.
It's just the joke, Alex Jones.
All right, listen, let me give you guys the big freaking data.
Okay,
One,
pour the whiskey first.
I'm willing to give it to you. Okay? I'm not bullshitting. I got the thing figured out.
Pour one for Eddie.
I got it figured out, guys. I mean,
Oh shit!
Pour a little more for
Let's
me.
do it.
All right, gentlemen, cheers.
I'm gonna keep my
Here's
mouth
the
shut.
Joe Rogan experience.
Cheers to you, Alex Jones.
Here's to you, buddy.
Adverse childhood experiences
Good stuff.
still affect my mental
People were
and
so
physical health.
on one side or the other when it comes to this. There's so much anticipation regarding this.
So much
podcast.
bullying about don't have Alex Jones on it.
Well, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of, who are you going to call him on his racist shit? Someone said that to me.
you're
I'm like,
racist.
Alex Jones is one of the least racist people you'll ever fucking meet in your life. I've never even heard you say a racial thing. Race is so inconsequential to you.
I'm into what people think and what they stand for.
You've never discussed race, ever. In the almost, what have I known you, 16, fucking 17 years? I've never heard you discuss race at all. So someone calling you a racist, like, what? You're just making things up.
All they do while Trump's waving a rainbow flag and say he's a homophobe.
There was a guy walking next to me in New York. I was there after the election. I was there for the UFC. It was right after the election. And me and my friend Cam Haynes were walking back from the gym. We went over to the gym. We're walking back. We walked right into the fucking protest. And there was this guy that was standing next to me screaming, Donald Trump, KKK, racist, sexist, anti-gay. Donald Trump, KKK, racist, sexist, anti-gay. He just kept screaming it out. As if Donald Trump's in the KKK. As if Donald Trump, are you sure he's racist? Are you sure?
Well, there's any discrimination.
You sure
he
he's anti-gay?
mainly hires gay guys that run his casinos and hotels and is friends with them and like gave interviews with The Advocate 20 years ago. It's all just complete made-up horse crap. He's waving a rainbow flag. At the RNC speech, he says Republicans have to stop being mean to gay people and have to be inclusive. And he's about to enforce civil rights laws for gays and others. And they're calling him a literal homophobe. Now listen, all I'm saying is it's the upside down BS, man.
Yeah, but this is my problem with it. My problem with it is that people want to use a real, you're a bigot, you're a this, you're a that. They want to come up with like a nice quick label
That officially makes them in charge.
You in.
That
It boxes you in and defines you, and then you have to defend yourself. Look, you said it best at the beginning of this. Donald Trump's not perfect. He's a man, and he's also a super ambitious, super wealthy man that's constantly on the go. And those kind of dudes are type A, hyper-aggressive personalities. And he's definitely said some shitty shit in effect, right? I mean, don't you agree? Like,
Sure, we all do.
Yeah, and the big one is one that he said in confidence with that Billy Bush guy, the grab him by the pussy thing. That's the big
And
one.
who has it in confidence, especially if you're famous, said, man, it's crazy. Women throw themselves on you. You can do anything you want. That's not sexual assault. A woman's climbing up on top of you. You can do whatever you want. That's what mammals do. She's showing she wants it. She gets it. And they turn it into a sexual assault. It's pure horse crap.
Imagine if a woman said, "Yeah, I could just see it in her eyes. I could just go and grab him in the balls."
We would laugh.
We would laugh our fucking
If
asses off.
Rihanna just talked about how she'd fuck any guy she wants, just walks up to him, grabs him by the dick, we would be like,
Yeah.
bitch is crazy. We would think it's amazing.
Now, he's talking about groupies. He wasn't talking about that he hides behind bushes and waits for joggers
But
and reaches out and
Well,
grabs
it's also
them.
out of context.
It's out of context. He's having a guy conversation, like he described it as locker room talk.
And there's an
this is
asshole
but this is not
outside
defending.
with the recorder. You know, I got this.
And this is not defending. I mean, it's definitely not something he should have said, probably, right?
Sure,
We can all agree to that. But what is he really doing? He's really what we call talking shit. Like Eddie and I have talked shit so much to each other, laughing, saying things we totally don't believe, we totally don't mean, but we're trying to make each other
You're being
laugh.
silly.
Eddie and I are silly all the time. You got a transcript of all the conversations that you and I have had over the fucking 17 years we've been friends? Oh shit, we'd be in trouble.
Can't put it on there.
We'd be in fucking real trouble.
You guys
If
are really
just
being
took them out
funny.
of context.
Before I went on Facebook mentions and did that live video, you guys are being so funny. watching the stupid TV show.
Oh my God, that show was awesome.
And then as soon as I turned the camera on, you wouldn't say all that stuff. And it wasn't, none of it was bad, but it was like off the cuff. You weren't censoring it.
Well, I forgot what I said too. There's a lot of marijuana involved in this conversation.
Yeah, go off.
It's been forever. Go off.
I know.
Jesus, I'm putting these on.
You don't like them? You don't have to wear them. You're so loud. You don't have to worry about it.
Alex Jones is here. No, seriously, I just want to do a good job and actually reach out to your 110 million.
Who knows how many?
You got 90 million downloads a month, 20 million on YouTube, all the derivatives and everything else you're doing. And I hear you sometimes on XM. You still doing that?
No, I'm not on the XM anymore.
Well, whatever. The point is that you're one of the biggest shows in the world. What do you do on Newsflash? Not for your ego, okay? You need to know this as a signal to the mainstream media of how pathetic they are. CNN's top show has maybe 1 million viewers. Their average show at 100,000. Fox's top show, maybe 4 million, and I don't know bigger or not. Okay, great, good for them. I'm not in competition with them. The point is, they're a freaking joke. I conservatively, every day on terrestrial radio, have 4 million listeners on my Twitter plus stations. That's rated, proven. I mean, that's big right there. And then millions and millions of downloads every day, tens of millions of people watching the videos. You add it all together, 40-something million a week. We go back to this. What's happening? It isn't about Joe Rogan or Alex Jones or Eddie Bravo or any of that. It's about the people are hungry for being able to have a wider selection of things.
Well, you and I are in totally different categories. So all I'm trying to do is give you interesting content. You're actually trying to run a news show and expose things.
You got really smart commentary. I watch clips all the time.
I have people on all the time.
You try to open minds all the time.
I try to open
mind a different one.
I'm honestly not trying to open minds. I'm being curious and I'm asking questions and I'm trying to learn as much myself. And then once I do learn about things, I would like to have that person come on to teach other people about it because I think it's interesting.
Well, here's the big enchilada for folks. If you want, I can lay this out.
Enchilada.
And I'd like to bring a documentary down the road and actually break this down. But there's a whole breakaway civilization. And I don't know UFOs. Get ready. I don't ever talk about this.
For real? Breakaway civilization?
Are you ready? Joe, how many things did I tell you over the years?
Too many that ain't true.
There was a couple that you got wrong. You can't get them all right. Like the Y2K people,
they take out of context. My listeners.
Explain the Y2K. But it's okay. The conspiracy theory is just not trusting criminals. Every now and then you can't pin that murder to the criminal, but he's still a criminal, even though you're wrong.
Well, one of the things I'm actually embarrassed about is the Y2K.
Hey, listen, you're not a computer expert, neither am I. I didn't go anywhere that night. I stayed fucking home. I was waiting for that goddamn power to go out.
Sure, I didn't know the big news in a minute, but since
2012, I didn't know. I thought, damn, the Mayans knew.
Dude, we thought it was over.
See, I didn't think that.
Eddie Bravo and I were convinced.
Well, you had 2012 license.
Yeah, I had a December 2012 license plate. I did.
Oh, is this tobacco?
Yes, a very strong tobacco from Mexico.
I have in California. This is medical reasons.
100% medical reasons and legal. Yeah, man, there's a lot of things that people think are going to happen that turn out to not happen. There's always a goddamn asteroid that's going to kill us all that doesn't actually get hit. So what is going on? Aliens are coming?
Well, let me answer. Before I do this, let me answer his question. You got a written question too. But let me answer Y2K because I want to be honest about this. Okay. This is one of the few things that I have really gotten wrong, and I didn't go with my gut, and so I was proven wrong, and I did it for the wrong reason. So now I'm going to actually confess, Your Honor. I was on one radio station. I've been on Access TV for a few years. I was on one radio station. I already started the show at my house. That was on like 15 radio stations, so I had that at least. But I was on one big radio station at the top show at night. On a station with Howard Stern. It was a killer. It was all over the newspaper. Had huge ratings. And I was bringing in like 20, 30 grand a month, which is just a huge amount for me, building a whole operation out of that at home. And they come to the sales guys and they go, look, for a year, you've not been behind Y2K. And you're not letting us have all these big sponsors. You're going to basically be fired if you don't let us endorse these sponsors and have them on air and say you believe in Y2K.
Hold on a second. So these sponsors were like doomsday stuff, like canned food and shit,
and bunkers, everything else. So I don't believe in food. They got to push Y2K.
That's hilarious.
But the station wants to make all this money.
So the station made you push Y2K.
Wow. But let me go further. This is one of the few times in my life that I want to say I didn't didn't have integrity, I kind of let them convince me. But I think back to the point in the conference room, I just kind of went, okay, sure. And then I went, and then once I decided it was true, I really pushed it. So it's almost like I lied to myself, because I'm being honest about this process.
Right.
So this is what happened. For like a year and a half, I'm saying it's BS, it's a government hoax, because they're like, the Navy says the chips are all bad, 54 cities will completely fall, and it's all the death. And I said, they just want to upgrade with all this new spy hubs. They want a new global standardization for the U.S. It's the Telecommunications Act of 96. They want to force all the new chips. Because I had NSA sources then that I was having on, okay? And I didn't realize how special it was that I had these sources. They're telling me it's all BS. And people are like, don't argue with the Navy. And Fox News had ads in your food. It was just everywhere. So I went, okay, stuff's going to be real.
So it was like a Black Friday for
It was like a Black Friday deal. So the last few months, and the moral was they didn't fire me anyways.
They did?
But the moral was I kind of convinced myself it was real. So by the end of it, of course, they edited like 12 hours beyond that day, like 5 minutes, something totally insane.
Right.
But it's like nuclear reactor having a problem here. It really was happening. And like, and there was a missile fired from Russia, which like was an ICBM and then got like shot down. That was ABC News. So I'm like, all right, this isn't really happening. Okay, we got prepared. It's all good to prepare, but hopefully the reactor's having a problem. Okay, some stuff. So there was some outages and some problems. But government and MSM had hyped it. Then they used it to demonize alternative media even then when it wasn't catastrophic. So my gut told me it was BS. It was BS. And so thank God I missed the whole 2012 thing. But still they said, Alex Jones says the world's ending to Bureau 2012. Where you research what I say, it's all a load of crap. But I didn't criticize you when I saw you doing it. I said,
I was balls deep in the Bureau.
I hope he's fine. But here's the thing. It wasn't just the radio station. It wasn't the radio station. It was the listeners. They were pissed at me that I wouldn't go into this thing.
Well, it's fun for them. See, when you start talking about the end of the world or doomsday coming, people like that shit because it gives them something to think about.
Because here's a lot of people. I'm talking about the real future. I believe in humanity. I'm not doomsday.
It was a long time ago, 17 years ago, right? Y2K, 17 fucking years ago.
But at least 2012 didn't get you, so you redeemed yourself.
Yeah, you came back strong. It's okay. 17. Think about 17 years ago. That's a long time ago. I mean, and you getting fired from that job. Every great radio guy's gotten fired. Howard Stern got fired. You got fired. Like
it was just like Howard Stern fired. I had top ratings, and they were all pissed and weird about it. The weird thing is they didn't mess with the losers. They were all flipping out because I was getting the big paychecks.
Well, it makes sense. It all makes sense.
It was the same
thing.
And
the Y2K thing totally makes sense. That they would want you to really push that and sell it apart because who the fuck knows? We don't know. We get scared. They're like, what if they're hiding this?
Alex, the Navy says it's going to happen. Washington Post. Now, your listeners are really, and it was the one time I went, okay, maybe I'll go do it.
I had people on there telling me there was something that was going to happen in 2012. They were shooting. I know, it's not a bully thing.
Well, you just hear what you're doing, you start like stampeding like lemmings.
I'm telling you, there's a psychological.
There's massive double crossing because I really used to be into UFOs, but the more you look into UFOs, it looks like, and that's another conspiracy. It looks like the government used UFOs as a distraction.
The whole NASA deal, and when he came to the meeting, he couldn't do it. I knew this guy well, and then the next time he was going to meet with me, his heart blew up.
It blew up. Like a bomb.
His heart, like they said, his heart like completely ruptured.
Wow.
The point is, his name was Raymond T. And you look at Mission Control. He was the main guy on Mission Control that controlled the cameras. And I've been to his house. He had national security letters from the president. He'd run like secret operations in Cambodia and Laos. He was an Air Force engineer. And he knew the whole deal. And he would say, I need to meet with you and tell you everything. And he would come and start gulping. And he couldn't get it out.
Couldn't get what out?
He said he was so threatened or whatever, he couldn't tell me.
About
he probably left and was laughing. He was in the car.
He thinks I was having a heart attack. He did tell me about it. He said, Alex, your sources are right. There were advanced technologies. We were worried the astronauts might die. They had 2 teams in orbit, one with the real ships. This is not a joke, Joe.
Wait a minute.
They had
the
one
real
with the
ships,
advanced ships.
UFOs in orbit, and they were communicating
You
with them?
think Kennedy and the government and everybody and Nixon are going to have this giant thing about America's #1 and have a backup plan if the astronauts die?
Put those headphones back on. You lost your fucking mind. This weed has got you into a corner. Hold on, let him finish there. So tell me what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say that the United States government...
Raymond Teague was going to give me the secret of NASA.
Okay.
And then he couldn't ever get it out. He was getting part of it out.
Right.
No, they had a second program.
They had a second program.
How do you know? He died.
They told me.
But before the heart attack?
In the middle of the heart attack.
The second program. No.
I met with him at the old SAC command base.
What did he actually tell you? For what? Or not what?
He told me, he said, from your analysis, your sources, you're dead on. Well, I was in control of the video and the radio communications. So he was the TVs, it's him on TV. I mean, it's running.
That's very important, the guy controlling it.
He was on mission control one. Pretty good. He had 2 backups behind that.
Are you kidding? Of course. The moon landings, are you kidding? Come on.
Well, you raised it. You wanted to know.
Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. That's why I don't trust the government. That's why I don't trust anything.
Because they ran a fake op. They didn't want to spend money. They ran a fake op with just re-entry devices and basic stuff in space and did shoot some of it. But then they had a real mission that put the reflectors, everything on the moon. We went to the moon, bro.
There's no proof of that real.
So you believe? Well, you know that the Russian government with
Do you know how many people died in the secret space program?
Alex, you know that the Russian government put those laser reflectors on the moon as well with unmanned probes.
Yes,
you know that, right?
And there's dead Chinese. The Chinese have been in a bunch.
That's not like there's weird evidence.
Nobody went. The damn thing's not even that far away.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
So, Alex, you think they definitely went to the moon? Just the footage is fake? Is that what you think?
Yeah, you can't bring film back to the Van Allen radiation belt. There's spots all over.
Right, but we don't have film. What would lead us to believe that they definitely did it?
Because they had RCA cameras.
They trashed all the time.
There's some amazing footage, right? There's amazing footage.
Because they put a fake launch in space in case the real mission died.
So who's in the fake launch?
I'm not going to show you the real.
Who's in the real? What happened? Is there
the U.S. military is 50 years in advance.
Okay.
Okay, but let him answer this, Eddie. So we gotta figure this out. So what you're saying is the one that we saw on TV with Neil Armstrong, one small step for man, that's all horseshit. But the real one actually took place. They just couldn't get the film back.
But Armstrong had been on real missions.
So yes, he definitely been on real missions. But
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me all of it. He died before we met.
The other dude.
I was meeting him the next day, and his wife called. My dad was friends with him. He said Raymond's dead.
No, the other guy. What's his name?
Okay, Buzz Aldrin. I do know Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah.
Buzz Aldrin said, "I want to come on your show." And I might get into all the, he lives here in L.A. One time I ran into him. Let's leave it at that. And he said, "I want to come on your show." And I said, "All right, come on." But it's the only interview he said. He goes, "I'm going to tell you, Alex, your audience alone." He said, "There is an obelisk, just like 2001. It's on the moon of Mars, the sole moon, and it's sending a transmission, and it's all real, and it's all Egypt, and there's aliens and everything else." And it's the only time he ever said it.
What? Is there a clip of that?
Yeah, pull it up. Pull up Buzz Aldrin.
Pull that
There's a
up
clip of that?
Dude, it was on like ABC Nightly News the next day.
So
Look, you see that
do you
shit?
think he was fucking with you? Do you think he's fucking with you?
No, he was real.
Seems a feisty fella.
I can't tell you the whole story.
I think he's full of shit.
How do you think he's full of shit? What if it's true? Can you imagine there is an obelisk on Mars?
I think
That it really is communicating with
It's
us?
obelisk on the moon of Mars.
The moon of Mars. Phobos? Is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
so we got to land there.
Dude, have you seen his Instagram? Buzz Aldrin?
No, is it good? A lot of bitches. A lot of
We
boats.
gotta follow him.
Boats and bitches and
He's
boats.
just like,
Don't you love all that?
he's just
Okay, hold on a second. Let's give
Buzz Aldrin's
some.
loving Instagram.
Let's give some.
With their habitation, we can keep track. If there's something very important to be developed from the moon, I'm not sure what it is right now.
Of course you don't.
Sure thing.
Shit.
What it is.
Eddie, you want the truth? I'll give you the truth.
I want to hear what he
You
says.
want to hear about Buzz
Alex,
Aldrin?
I want to hear, but I want to hear what he says first. Let's hear what he says. Yes.
Go ahead.
Hold it. Go ahead, Jen.
America can make such gross expenditures again for human habitation on the moon. We can help. We can join with. Together, we can explore the moon and develop the moon.
And steal tax money. We could do it together.
Man has not gone before.
Is this where he talks about the obelisk?
No, it's on my show. This is C-SPAN.
Yeah. We need to go to.
There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object.
We need $4 billion to go get it.
Listen, 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, choose.
Come
God
on,
put it there.
that's like come on. That guy wants $4 billion.
I didn't even know he'd go on another show. That's before me. That's
Oh
after me.
my god!
So that's the monolith, that thing that you're looking at? Wow, that's weird.
I don't believe that shit for a second.
Okay, let me tell you about Buzz Aldrin. I was here in Los Angeles, and I can't tell you anything else.
Okay.
Look at this monolith
in the area
on Phobos.
Oh,
How
that's-
weird.
Yeah.
It's like a weird structure.
Who knows? That's a real picture. It's all bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Oh, look at that. That proves it.
Listen, planes are all bullshit.
I don't know shit about Photoshop, but I can make it.
Okay, I'm sure you can. Can I tell you the big secret about my secret meeting with?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Let me hear the shitty French.
Well, no, hey, don't stop. Let's go ahead and let him communicate.
He told me that Papa Smurf.
No,
Let me tell you what he told me. He told me, he said, you know, India is sending a probe to the moon, and they'll announce that when they crash the probe, they found an undersea frozen ice that covers the moon. The moon has dust on it. It's a big water balloon. It's going to be the water we need to get off the planet and make everything jump. So the whole point is, everything's laid on the planet just perfectly. It's like a video. Buzz Aldrin high as fuck. Listen, Buzz Aldrin. No, you're not listening.
He's fucking with
Then
you.
India crashed the probe, found exactly what they were saying. And I walked to an airport a year later and looked over, and it says India discovers water on the moon. And it's all water.
Well, they definitely discovered water on the moon, right? That's
what they say.
But you know, Buzz Aldrin told me about it a year before.
Is that right? Am I correct in saying they found water on the moon?
Are they still Buzz?
Did you even hear what I said?
Buzz Aldrin? Is he going to the meetings and they tell him shit?
Yeah, he went to the moon.
You want to get into
every
every stuff?
meeting.
I don't get into all this stuff, okay? I'm telling you, Buzz Aldrin told me in a year it's going to be on the news that they discovered water with a probe they're sending before they were even sending a probe in the news. They let India, quote, find it. Because the U.S. already found it. It's already been on the moon. But God knows how many times. The word is they got military bases on the other side. Dude, we had nuclear subs in the 50s. What do you think we got now?
So you think they have wait a minute, they have bases on the moon?
Well, I never get into all this stuff.
Right. Don't do that.
But let's just say it's super advanced.
So you really think that they have some sort of a base out there?
Just like I
that
told
we
you,
don't
the
know
NSA
about?
spying on the keyword.
That's so far away. Why wouldn't they just do it on the desert somewhere? What is this? MIT detected water on the moon way back in June. Huh.
They're dropping disinfo on you, Alex.
Well, I mean, Buzz Aldrin tells me they're going to announce India finds water
Oh
on the
my
moon.
God, Buzz Aldrin. Follow him on Instagram and then come back to me with
Look at
some
that.
Buzz Aldrin.
The moon
Follow him on
impact
Instagram.
probe,
I'm
which
only
crash
telling you what
landed.
Buzz Aldrin told me.
Look at this. The moon impact probe, which crash landed at a designated site on the lunar south pole on November 14, 2008, had picked up some clear signatures of water during its 25 minutes descent. Yeah, Mr. Nair said at a press conference here on Friday. Interesting.
Hey, you know what? When it comes to space, Alex, that's not your forte. But one thing I want to ask you. You're Buzz Aldrin is
I
telling
want
you
to
shit.
attack him. His
Oh my
back's hurt.
Follow Buzz Aldrin on Instagram and then come back at me.
Listen, can I just say one thing?
Hey, Greta, what's going on with his Instagram? What's up with Buzz Aldrin?
It's amazing. It's amazing.
How's that?
He's just like he's
balling.
so into it.
Did you see when the guy comes over? He goes, "You're full of crap. You ever went to the moon?" He just punches him.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. I wanted to ask you, what do you think? Is Trump going to do anything about the stratospheric aerosol injections?
Write that down.
I
Are we
know what
talking about chemtrails now?
No, we're talking about stratospheric aerosol
I
injections.
can't get to any of the points. You won't let me,
What? Do you think Trump wants to stop that?
I'm going to write it down.
Write that what down?
Now, the next question, I'll do it here.
That's the
That's the
question.
question. You just
The
said
question
I
is,
want
do
to
you
use the last
trust-
5 before that.
Alex Jones is off the rails right now, folks.
Okay.
Bring it in.
Why do you want me- I didn't get the joke. Why do I have to write it down? I didn't get it.
Because you've been there.
Listen, Alex, is Trump gonna do anything about that? That program to stop global warming?
Well, what do you think the program is, Eddie? What do you think the program
No,
is?
the director of the CIA is talking about it on YouTube. Look under John
I've seen
O'Brien.
it. I've seen
John
it.
O'Brien.
They talk
He
about
talks
strategies. They talk about
stratospheric
strategies.
aerosol injections. It's going to cost $10 billion a year, and there's going to be some countries opposed to it because it's going to mess up the
Are you
weather.
telling me about atmospheric manipulation?
I'm talking about stratospheric
Geoengineering.
aerosol SAI.
I've never heard of that.
It's super important when you can break it down to 3 letters.
Yeah, let
That's
me go.
what John O'Brennan admitted in June of 2016 at the CIA.
I saw the video.
Let me comment on it.
Can you play it, Jamie? But
Let me comment.
John O'Brennan.
I've been talking about this forever, and Joe,
comment.
I'm not bashing you, but you had your TV show make jokes about it, which I get, because a lot of it's BS. There is an entire atmospheric terraforming, geoengineering manipulation. They don't call it chemtrails. And of course, the CIA director admitted they have a system program. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation owns the major patents on it from Westinghouse and others. They use these big antennas to manipulate the weather. They can, like China is like causing huge rains and stuff.
Like HAARP,
Yes, that kind of technology. It's all declassified.
Do you think HAARP manipulates the weather?
They admit it does. I used to have the head of HAARP, General Vic K. Parton, all the time. Exactly. There's giant weather modification systems, and there's weather wars between different governments, and it's all declassified.
Let's explain to people that are listening what HAARP is. What does it stand for? High altitude something.
Yeah, they've got a system that supposedly, you don't know what HAARP really was under its classification.
What does it stand for? High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program.
Yes.
So the idea behind this was they wanted to do research on the aurora, and then they want to see if they could communicate using it and send radio waves.
They wanted
bounce
over
off
the horizon
atmosphere.
radar.
Right. Yeah, that, and they also wanted to be able to send radio signals to places where they wouldn't reach.
HAARP doesn't really go.
But what does that have to do with stratospheric aerosol
HAARP doesn't
injections?
really go into the atmosphere.
Well, the speculation,
I don't know the HAARP secrets. I've interviewed the private head of it. I don't know the HAARP secrets.
Okay.
I don't know why the Pentagon decided to let him on my
How
show.
does HAARP work with the chemtrails?
Let me tell you. Okay. Only a micronic amount, a small amount of what HAARP does is in the atmosphere. It's bouncing off the aurora borealis and then resonating back through in a deep Earth communication program to satellites and other things through the planet. So it's something that can communicate to satellites, through the satellites down to submarines.
So here it goes. This is an actual definition, how HAARP works. The facility's transmitters send radio waves upward. Hold on, let's just read it first. Waves upwards into the ionosphere between 100 and 350 kilometers of altitude. The resulting heating effect creates irregularities in the electron density there, which in turn allows communication signals as from satellites to be relayed off the ionosphere.
That's not what it really does. Then they can shoot the satellite frequency coded through the Earth to submarines.
Now, what is this website from?
Then the submarine puts up a buoy. You want the real stuff? I'll tell you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Nature magazine.
Let me explain something.
Okay, nature.com.
I have the head of the HAARP program on. I got contacted about 10 years ago. They said the head of the HAARP project really likes your work. He'd like to come on. The interview's on the right. He'd like to come on and tell everybody. And about 30 minutes in, a colonel came on the line and said sorry during the break and cut the guy off. Wow. I mean, this really happened.
Cue spooky music.
Cue spooky music.
Yeah, I believe you.
That's true.
I want to know. I want to know the relationship between. Like, what do the chemtrails have to do? Do you think Trump is going to look into the SIA project that the CIA has going with?
He is starting out with vaccines, as I told him he would do, investigating all the damage they've caused.
Ultimately, that's good too. Start the vaccines, get that shit together too, for sure. But what about the SAI programs that the CIA has greenlit? You think he's going to get into that?
Yeah, I think it's next level. Soon when we communicate with these microphones, it's going to be like,
you think Trump is going to do something about that?
You're so locked onto this.
I'm just like,
here's the problem with all this SIA shit. Most of what you see when you see those jets flying around, those clouds behind them, most of that is just a jet engine. Exactly. The jet
and everybody
engine
confuses that with the real program.
What's the real program?
Well, here's the thing. You're right, and so is Joe, because the world's complex. There are secret and quasi-secret and public programs to test manipulation of the weather and weather systems. The Arabs are doing it. The Chinese are doing it. The Russians are doing it.
People have been cloud seeding for 100
He's not
years.
talking about cloud
The
seeding.
Chinese are doing it
too.
that
is weather manipulation.
But they're doing it for different purposes, not to
okay,
produce
you want?
crops.
Okay, I have been living the head of the U.S. weather weapon program for 27 years on my show first because I saw it was declassified. I saw it using the Panhandle of Texas. I called him running a major cloud seeding company with his son and got the 9-year-old to Austin. And then after that, he totally freaked out because the CIA came to his house. Do you want the interviews on YouTube? Do you want to know what he said? Yes. He was a World War II fighter pilot. At the end of World War II, he flew the first planes into hurricanes, which are in the Atlantic. That's pretty gangster. And into typhoons that are even faster in the Pacific. And then he also led squadrons in Vietnam, flooding everything up to 10 feet of water on a clear blue sky within hours with their chemicals.
Straight out of badass, you have to do that.
Super badass.
Flying into a hurricane or a typhoon.
Yeah, he's the first guy to do it.
Holy shit.
Anyways, he's super badass. I don't know he's alive. He's been living since at 90. He was still all there, and I thought at 90 he'd kick my ass. This big Texan, I felt like I was never there. Anyways, so we're sitting there, and he gives me all this data. I can't believe it. He's giving me all these classified photos and stuff because they just declassified the file. No one thought to call the old man from Lubbock or whatever it was.
Right.
So I call him, I get him on. They send a bunch of people to their company and threaten them the next week after there. And he let it out. He said, in 1967, was certified at the Stanford Research Institute that he was able to control hurricanes, create hurricanes, and steer hurricanes. All that got black budgeted, shut down, and then they got into these arrays where they could use antennas. And out of that, at Westinghouse came the whole HART program. So in the 60s, they could create, control, and steer or kill hurricanes. That's why you Google now. Bill and Melinda Gates bought all those patents, and quote, Bill Gates is going to save the world from bad weather. Bill Gates wants to stop hurricanes. Google. Bill Gates owns the weather machine.
Let me pause for a second. How do they manipulate a hurricane? So the hurricane's going to happen. How do they break it out?
Okay, if it's coming into lands, they're probably with aerial arrays projecting into the sky. They can break it up, or strengthen it, or kill it, or steer it. It's all
and they're doing that with HART.
Well, they've got HART bases all over the place. They call them Doppler radar facilities. Oh, the government wants your local city to have Doppler radar.
I thought that was like so you could have the guy in front of the radar.
That's at like 1/10 of 1%. They can crank those arrays up that have massive. Your lights might go up when they do it a little bit. Really? Yeah, because they'll use the whole power of your town through the Doppler radars, and then they control it. The U.S. has a giant weather weapon hidden in front of everybody in every town and city. And poor Russians and Chinese are just discovering it all. The U.S. has weather weapons that can knock them all out right now.
Can Bill Gates control the weather? Ideas for barges to pump cold water from the depth of the ocean to create some sort of a roadblock for the hurricane. Since hurricanes pull power from the water's warm temperatures, cooling the water could have theoretically lessen the impact on outright smell of the hurricane. Well, it sounds like a good idea, though.
No, but the point is, loving it.
Doesn't that sound like a genius idea? You spray cold water into the air, it'll cool off the hurricane.
John O'Brien in front of the CFR is saying we're doing this because for global warming, we got to save the planet.
You are right about geoengineering and chemtrails. You are wrong about the dinosaurs.
But hey, what about that? They're coming out saying, hey, there's going to be some countries that aren't going to be for it. We got to figure out how we're going to deal with them.
Because you want me to have the audience?
Yes.
The big secret.
Yes. What's the big secret?
Keep going with that manipulation. Keep going with that. Come on, man. Don't change the subject. Keep going with that. You're not done with Livingston.
Okay. Imagine, it's good you're here, but imagine being Joe Reagan.
Come on.
You got me off on. You want me to hear about Ronald Reagan too, don't you?
Later. Finish the SAI program.
But he doesn't know about this.
I know about it, but it's
what do you know about the SAI programs?
Look,
let's get this done with.
Most of the real programs are just like fronts for something else not even real.
So you don't think they're spraying shit into the atmosphere?
No, there is a program for geoengineering.
There's a program in place. And you said it's the Doppler radar system and HARP and what else?
And aerial spraying is still the most effective. And
what do they do?
They do have patents.
When you say aerial spraying, what are they spraying?
Barium salts, aluminum dioxide, radioactive isotopes.
They're spraying them in the air. Why are they doing that?
And the aluminum because it does a bunch of things. They're testing a bunch of stuff. They're manipulating things. Listen, our Pentagon.
Why do you have evidence that they're doing this and spraying aluminum and barium?
You can go online and read the Department of Energy. It's all public. Just like you just said.
You can go online and watch a Chinese dude get jacked by a tiger.
I agree.
That's out there.
You can go to departmentofergy.gov.
Right.
And you can watch CFR, CIA director at the time, Brennan, admitting all this. This is all public.
Yeah, he admitted it. He talked about it.
No, I saw it. I saw the video. We can play the video and go over it if you want. He's talking about various options for controlling global warming. Yeah. They're laying out the future. If global warming
there's a guy.
Hold on a second. Global warming is real. We know it is, right? Don't you think they would have? You don't believe global warming is real? So when they keep measuring these temperatures and scientists keep saying
they
this is
got
the
caught
hottest
faking
year on
the
record.
temperatures.
Okay,
they came out with email.
Well, let's find out what
Joe,
the
I
most
believe
recent
global warming
thing
is real.
is.
I believe it's real.
Okay.
I believe that it goes high, it goes cold. There's always micro temperatures.
There is always a big change. There's shifts.
Change is the only thing that ever happens.
That's
I think
we all agree on
carbon
that.
taxes to Al Gore won't fix it.
Okay, I think we all agree there's a shift. But what I'm saying is there absolutely is global warming, right?
What is the CIA have
So
to do
hold
with
on a
global
second.
warming?
Hold on a second. My dad's farmhouse, when my dad was a kid in the 1950s, for 3-4 months out of the year, it was below zero or freezing. You had to chop wood, you freeze your ass off, and all houses had, even in the South, had all sorts of chimneys in them for fireplaces because it was freezing cold.
Right.
And now there has been a warming period, but that's part of a normal global cycle based on the sun. All these astrophysicists are sure. The whole thing about claiming it's the carbon we put out. The Earth is carbon starved. There's a carbon cycle. That's the big story I want to get to. The globalists want to tax. If they can tax oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, or sunlight, they have total control over the whole life cycle of the planet.
Let's play the video. Let's play the video of this CIA guy talking about it, because what I inferred from it is that they're trying to come up with some sort of solutions if global warming becomes a giant issue.
Brennan is a freaking known Wahhabist.
Joe, look at like a detective. What does the CIA have
Let's
to
watch
do
the video
with
first.
global warming?
It's a good question. What do they have to do? I don't know what the CIA does. Do you
They're
know? The
supposed to
Central
stop spreading
Intelligence
communism.
Agency.
They were built to stop the spread of communism.
Right, but it's an intelligence
What
agency.
do they have
They're
to do
part
with
of
the environment?
Okay, they're part of the intelligence community. And if they got hired, I would imagine, it's just me guessing right off the top of my head, if they got hired to assess a threat, and the threat being global warming, like what do we have to worry about? Are we really going to lose cities? Do we really have an issue?
No,
where
their
the bridge
answer
goes
is
down?
give George Soros and the UN total power for a $100 trillion per decade global tax to micromanage and surveil everything humans do. Because if carbon's toxic, they've got to surveil it. Thus, they have a jurisdiction to control our lives.
Okay, hold up. Why does it say debunked? CIA director admits chemtrails, geoengineering, stratospheric aerosol injections. So it says claim.
Guys,
It says Brennan. Hold on. At the council admits geoengineering in the form of stratospheric aerosol injections (SAI) is taking place, i.e. chemtrails. And the rebuttal is nowhere in his speech is there an admission that an SAI program has already taken place. The part where Brennan mentions geoengineering is just one example out of several not often mentioned issues that the CIA monitors for potential elements of instability in the world. An SAI program, if ever implemented, could penetrate conflicts and security threats if misused. The CIA's job is to consider all types of concepts for potential future problems and threats, including the science-oriented concepts. That's totally possible.
Let me break down the
Right, but isn't that possible? What that guy just said, is that possible?
No, that's basically what Brennan said.
What he's saying is that there are potential threats. Environmentally, it's an issue, right? So he's not admitting that there's an SAI program.
Let me like this.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
Everybody debates how many programs there are, all the specifics. A lot of that's classified. You can Google China launches major weather control operations 10 years ago, or Qatar does it, or Saudi Arabia, or the UK, or
For sure, people have studied.
No,
right?
They call it study. There's a giant. Hell, in 2005, the Department of Energy program for aerosol testing was $5 million a year. So under U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, subsection 1528, paragraph B.
Is that true? You nailed that right there?
Yes.
What are you, from Mars?
Under U.S. Code.
Do you live on that obelisk?
That was fucking insane.
Let me just tell you.
I can't even remember the last time a cheetah fought. This motherfucker.
Listen, under U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32, subsection 1528, paragraph B.
That's
insane.
That's insane.
Under that,
say it slow. Let Jamie write it up.
U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter. That's it, faster. Remember.
U.S. Code Title 50, Chapter 32,
Subsection 1528, paragraph B.
Subsection 128.
The real fast brain only works at that speed. That speed, the speech can't even say it. It's like one punch.
Jesus
U.S. Code
Christ.
Chapter
How
32.
the fuck do you know that? Restrictions on use of human subjects for testing of chemtrails. Go back. There you go. Or biological agents.
All right. Now, what they do with this is they say it's illegal to test unless it's for research. then you're allowed to even kill people if it's for research purposes.
You know, that's how some of those Japanese whaler vessels get away with killing whales still. They say it's for research purposes.
Exactly.
And they kill the whales and sell them. Dark shit.
You know, the elites are the mad scientists, engineers. I'm gonna give you the big secret, man. If you want it.
Yes, I do.
I'm not kidding around.
I know, not
The
either.
thing is, they're the high priests. They're scientists.
Right.
They're engineers. They're allowed to kill people, test stuff on kids, inject black people with syphilis, all the declassified stuff, because they are scientists. All the real executioners, torturers, or most of them, or people making decisions, are doctors. And so it's all medical doctor stuff in this big breakaway civilization of science. Okay. And so that's what they built. And under research provisions, they can even kill anybody they want.
All right, I'm going to go back because we took Eddie's turn on chemtrails, but we did it to sidetrack from what you were saying about the moon. And I want to go back to what you're saying. Because you were saying that there was two completely different missions, and one of them was real, and that there was some sort of contact with aliens.
No, I was getting there. I'm saying I had a top.
Is that what you were implying?
Well, let's just say this.
Okay,
it's mind blowing. I was told by a top NASA individual Raymond team that indeed there was a breakaway program, and that he heard and saw transmissions on some back channels of real feeds and advanced ships that he'd never even seen, that basically didn't even look like they were anything that he could imagine that was classified. And he knew about some classified programs. For every program you saw, there was at least 10 programs that were secret. That's admitted by NASA, 90% secret or more. And so he knew about a bunch of classified programs, and he was seeing transmissions and things coming back and talking to people about a whole breakaway program they sent that was a lot safer, a lot bigger than the moon. And they had guys up in orbit just basically so that even other foreign governments from the trajectory point would think they were getting transmissions back from the moon. So they had people outside the regular orbit where you just go around in circles, where it's a geosynchronous where you're in one spot, transmitting back from a mathematical spot to look like transmissions to fool the Russians and everybody, while the real mission was going on the moon.
So you believe they went to the moon? Do you think that it was Buzz Aldrin and
I don't know,
Neil Armstrong?
Before
and
Raymond
Michael
would tell me
Collins?
everything. He said, "I'm going to meet with you tomorrow." And
Dude, that's like a movie.
he told me, "I'm ready. I'm going to tell you everything." And then he was just totally, it was crazy.
But he did admit to you that what the public got was fake.
Yeah, he couldn't get into it.
Well, there's some footage from the moon that looks so ridiculous, and most people have never seen that. There's some footage of them that here's the big speculation. This is one of the really big ones. Is that there was a lot of footage that they did where they were doing tests that they wound up just using for press releases. They're using like to say this is actual footage.
No, that's it. They faked stuff for the project because they wanted to be guaranteed of it. They had a real program. That's true.
But there was a thing with Michael Collins in Gemini 15. There was a test photo of him with like a test rig on. And it was like suspended, and you could see the background behind him. It was clear that he was suspended on wires. And they took that same photo and blacked it out and used it as a press photo of him on an actual spacewalk. But it's the same exact photo.
It's PR stuff.
Yeah, they do that where they just go over it with it. Back then, you actually use an X-Acto knife.
Here's the thing. My dad, when he was just like a junior in high school, was in a plant gym program at UT. And they already had CD-ROMs and computers. And they had a nuclear plant under UT nobody knew about. And my dad told me about this when I was a teenager. And I would like later go to the library, couldn't find it. And then I'm Googled it. It's not even really in the news. Then I've gone to UT and talked to them. And they go, yeah, you know about the reactor in the building?
A reactor?
Yeah, that Austin's got. And then no one even knew that Austin has 2 nuclear reactors in North Austin.
What?
Yeah, but the point was that was for you. That was after he was in college.
There's a reactor under which building in Austin, Texas?
It's big. It's a big railway system under there, but it's built right under, like I said, Jester.
So there's a nuclear reactor in Austin, Texas. How many people know about this?
You know, it's in the literature. My dad told me about it when I was a kid. And I thought, I believe my dad. My dad told me about a Dallas hospital that was killing people for their organs. And like 6 years later, I saw it on 60 Minutes.
What?
Yeah.
They were killing people for organs?
Yep. My dad told me about that.
In Dallas,
and then it was on 60 Minutes?
Yeah, my dad said, when I was 16 or 15, they said, don't send that organ donor card. I know hospitals that kill you. And I said, Dad, you're kidding. He goes, no, He was all surgeon everywhere. Johnson Tucker,
That is just one of the creepiest things you ever
How
hear.
about
It's one
doctors?
of those-
Can you imagine doctors that get kickbacks from organs that kind of let their
See,
patients
doctors
down?
are seen as the highest caste in the league. So they're the ones pulling all the stuff.
You know how creepy it would be, like, to find out that a nurse that you were working with was killing people? But that's a story that happens over and over all the time. Some crazy
They're
nurse.
smart
Oh,
killers.
there's been a bunch.
They
There's been
get
a
paid
bunch.
though. They get a
No,
kickback.
no.
That should be illegal.
No, these nurses,
safe for the
nurses decide they don't want to take care of somebody and they poison them. They have someone, maybe someone's dying slow and they don't like it. They just like get tired of dealing with their bullshit.
That's some of the time. A lot of
just
times
kill
they're
them.
sadistic.
Oh yeah, a lot of times they're sadistic. There's been a lot
So
of
you're
cases.
worse than I am about facts. You're absolutely retarded. You know
There's no
everything
fucking
I
way I'm
know.
worse than you.
You
Just
know
rattle off that
you know
document.
everything I know. And you're on target. You pretend you're not knowing.
The fact that you knew that document off the top of your head like that
So
means
right
you
now.
must have been obsessed with chemtrails, right?
No, I know much about it.
How the fuck
He's,
do you
I think
remember
he's
that
got
shit?
a crazy mind.
I had a
I
photograph that never calls about 35. And now it's not good anymore.
Wish
The
he
old,
steals that from
old
you.
stuff I remember. I want to tell you guys the big enchilada.
Okay, let's hear
Please,
it.
the big
I have
enchilada.
one of these headphones.
No. Well, the problem is when we don't have headphones on, we talk over each other. It's hard when three people are talking. No, it's it's none of our fault. It's just
I
natural.
got a conspiracy. You are doing this.
Huh? No, I'm younger than him. Totally different.
I love how Ivan says it's all Bill Hicks. He was a funny guy. Give me a freaking break, man. I'm really,
listen to
and
those
then the
people.
families called me before and said, please stop the people saying you're Bill Hicks. And I'm like, I don't control these damn people.
Don't worry about that. Put the headphones back on.
All right, put the headphones back on.
We'll be fine. So I need to know. What do you know about aliens and how are aliens real?
All right, this is really good.
Okay. Pouring on the shot of
The
that.
media,
Let's get this out properly.
question is, what is Donald Trump?
Oh yeah, what does he know now, right? Because he's in the office.
I don't know.
That would be the first thing
I
I
think the
did.
Joe Rogan experience deserves it.
The first thing I did, I would run to the office and I'd go, "Who's got the documents? Who's got the alien documents? Who's got them? Who's got them?" That would be the first thing I would want to know, right?
Cheers. I got pissed too. Yeah, you're a robot. You never have to piss. All right, let me give you my best, deep research approximation.
What do you think is going? But am I wrong to still hold out hope that aliens are real? Because I tell you, that's the two guilty pleasures that I still cling to is Bigfoot and aliens. Those are two. Bigfoot not so much. I wish it was real, but I just don't.
Are you ready?
Yes, Bigfoot's real.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you a big enchilada. Joe, there are aliens in this room right now.
For real?
Yeah, you're not of this world, bro.
Me?
You're an alien.
Oh, wow! I didn't know. It's like there was like an old comic book about that, about some dude who was a forgetful professor. When he realized at the end of it, he was actually an alien from another planet. He was sent down here to monitor people. He just forgot.
Well, here's what the elite believe. And let me be very clear as we get to this context. I only go with what I can prove.
Oh, thank you.
And people can't even handle that.
Okay.
Well, I'm really surprised how much you knew every angle of so-called Pizzagate that I even forgot.
Well, to me, obviously, we both have children. And when you hear about someone that wants to molest children, it's a special kind of evil. It's a special kind of fucked up. And it's also a special kind of bizarre, twisted sickness that the human mind is capable of latching
Because
on
we've got
to.
hard programming going to
Yeah.
take care of kids and be nice to them.
There's something very crazy about people's brains. There's something very crazy about the weird variables that can potentially happen.
I agree.
All sorts of weird, crazy aberrations in standard behavior. Like this, the standard behavior of a bunch of people that are just normal folks. You got kids, I got kids. Oh, get the kids together for a play date. You sit down, you have a couple of beers, you laugh, you joke. Have a good night, Bob. Good night, Steve. That's fucking normal shit, right? When you're normal and there's normal people around you, you assume that everybody is basically a good person. We all have our problems.
It's normal. The
We're
big
basically a good
gorgeous
person.
chick that your wife comes in the bedroom, you get going. You don't look at a 5-year-old and think that's what I want.
No, what we're trying to say is there's some people out there that have this horrific program, whatever the fuck it is that causes it. There's a bunch of psychologists trying to speculate and figure out what causes
If they need
pedophilia.
to be beaten the head with a ball-peen hammer.
Well, the thing is, it's real, and it's terrifying.
And we can't deny what's going on.
We can't deny it's real, and it's also like fucking Jared from Subway, the Subway guy. The Subway guy's in jail for being a pedophile.
And
Like,
they
what
team
the
up.
fuck,
They
man?
team up, and they usually have high intelligence. And there's armies. We're fighting a pedophile conspiracy, but beyond that, it's a vampire conspiracy in that they are interdimensionally sucking the essence of our youth.
Right.
And they believe they're possessed by an awful entity. They do. Yeah, Joe, I've been on air 22 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion, any of that. I've studied Gilly, and I've also communicated with a lot of the top people. And if you want to know, I will actually break down right now the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet.
What's happening?
Let me give you a basic gestalt.
Okay. I love when you can use that word with full confidence. I've never said that. Let me give you a basic gestalt. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm such a fraud.
No, you're not.
No, but that's what I think if I use that word.
No, you'll get all this. You already have most of the data because you're a bookworm, a research one. In a good way. The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are mixed. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones don't want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it, there's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected and gravity's bleeding in to this universe. That's what they call dark matter. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp. It's some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to those horrible things where it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension that's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels. And our species is already way up in the fifth, sixth dimension consciously, our best people. But there's this big war trying to basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come and contend, not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man, which is kind of like a false transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly and bad, projecting it onto themselves instead of believing, no, it's a human test about building us up. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified. I'm just saying I have good sources. That they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity with billions of people wired into it, the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us that are organic creatures so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals, as you know, and a true 2.0 in a very bad way, hive mind consciousness with an AI jacked into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us, not in some PKD wiring system where we plug in and give up on consciousness because of unlimited pleasure, but because we were already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to the system by our daily decisions that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. There's now a human counterstrike taking place to shut this off before it gets fully into place and to block these systems and to try to have an actual debate about where humanity goes and cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are in control of this AI system before humanity's destroyed. Humanity is only
controlled of AI? How'd the pedophiles get in control?
The pedophiles at a whatever level, the devil, whatever you want to call it, this interdimensional thing that gives them advanced off-world technology, the fallen one that's not of this world, is giving them advanced knowledge on how to construct these systems that have already been used before on other populations.
What?
That's Satan.
What are you talking about?
Let's say,
explain that. You're
saying
something
becomes something that the stupid preacher tells you about is totally controlled, or something you read about in the news or TV. Right? This is an interdimensional force that wants to influence us to build something that absorbs us and kills us, rather than the divine free will we're given to build something much better that empowers the species. So the species is now making a decision about its entire future.
Where are you getting this from?
That's what it is.
But where are you getting it from?
I know, from looking at all the data, researching it, studying it, watching the enemy. That's the big decision that humanity has now got before us.
So if you were directing someone to investigate this on their own, how would they do that? So if you say,
here's the problem. You get someplace finally in deep research where it's what every culture already said, what everybody already knew, what they're telling you in movies like Prometheus, what the elite admit the New York Times they believe in is this, seeded by off-world systems.
Panspermia.
Yes, everything they're doing points towards this. And you read their own writings, they believe we're this ugly, falling, ugly species. We're only to be killed. They're the rich billionaires who are better than us, and they're going to merge with machines and become gods and go to the next level.
But don't you think that most people who extrapolate from where we stand today with our cell phones and our Apple Watches and our integration with the computer and the internet constantly, don't you think that most people see that there's going to be some sort of symbiotic connection?
Yes,
it's a very easy thing to make.
They were saying it before.
I understand, but a lot of people are saying it before.
Here's the problem. Who engineered what we were given? What is the point of the back door at the Trojan horses? Here's what I'm telling you.
Who engineered what?
Here's what I'm telling you. The elite literally believe interdimensionally they were given this information and then built it. And here's the thing. They built it. And Google admits, even at Data Dumps to Wired 2 years ago, that they're building an AI that will end human consciousness, free will, and take over, and the next species will rise out of that. They've already decided our species.
But people have been taught. Marshall McLuhan was talking about that 50 fucking years ago.
Here's the deal. They built it. Amazon 2 years ago admits they can already, with 99% certainty, pick what their regular users are going to order before they
hold on a
second.
second. Instead of dragging this out to some nefarious end, isn't it entirely possible that all these futurists, all these technological innovators, they all see the same end game? That there's going to be some sort of a complete integration between people,
but it's
and artificial intelligence.
Historically, everybody saw this coming.
Right.
And so this
all the futurists, all the people that study the future.
Before silicon chips were created.
Marshall McLuhan, I think it was in the 1970s, said that human beings are the sex organs of the machine world. And he was saying, even back then, that human beings are eventually going to integrate or become something that's a part of
what I'm
the
telling you
machines.
is there's a centralized system of what they're building that isn't naturally occurring.
Who is that?
We're artificially occurring. The elites believe they're getting off-world,
Who's
interdimensional.
building these things you're just describing right now?
I mean, if you actually read what we're saying, folks who are the writers, you know this, Joe, they are getting not off-world, but interdimensional communications to then build this system that we see lowers our IQ, makes us live less.
I've never
makes us
okay,
unhappy.
but when you're making these big statements that they're getting interdimensional signals is telling them to create these systems that lower IQs, that's something you got to really prove. Like if there's something, please, if there's something you could show us.
All the studies show screen time, all the computers lowering IQs, lowering fertility, lowering our health.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Is that a case? Is that a case of is somebody holding a gun to your head? Let me tell you about me. I'm addicted to this goddamn thing. I love watching YouTube videos. I love taking pictures of shit. I love looking things up.
With humanity. It does a lot of beautiful things.
It does, but I'll tell you, they're very addictive. They're very addictive. So, but hold on a second. Let me stop you right there. I don't necessarily think that's engineered to be addictive. I think it's engineered to be really well, and the fact it worked really well, and the fact that it works really well is very addictive. Just like little kids look at a screen. You put a fucking television in front of them when they're 1 year old and play some stupid commercial, and they're like, "Whoa!"
But Joe,
hold on a second. No, they did not. No, they made better. Hold on a second. They make better and better technology that we're not designed to absorb. Human beings have the exact same DNA. They're the exact same DNA that we did 10,000 years ago. Back when there was nothing like television, there was nothing like movies, there was nothing like stereo headphones and projectors.
Listen,
hold on, please. I let you go on your crazy
seen
rant.
like it's happened
Hold on,
before?
please. You're interrupting my crazy rant. I'm telling you that this is a natural progression of this massive infatuation that we have with technology. They don't have to engineer it. It's natural. It happens to You know what happens to me? It happens to anybody who's looking at cooler and cooler special effects in movies. All that stuff is a natural
And
thing.
Steve Jobs wouldn't let his kids play with iPads.
Well, he's a cunt. He's a cunt. Let your kids play with the goddamn
Joe, what I'm
iPad.
telling you
What the
is,
fuck's wrong
that
with
was
him?
a great rant. I'm not disagreeing with
No,
you.
you interrupted it 10 times, you fuck.
Oh,
You gotta let a motherfucker rant.
Okay,
I'll
let
let
me
you
rant.
rant.
Let me rant then.
I'm done now. Shit.
Yeah, but you're sitting there. Hold on, let me get back to this.
We're not talking about the weather, Eddie. I'll tell you that right now.
Let me tell you right now. Yeah, let me tell you right now. Let me tell you. I'm trying to break this down. The whole thing is being set up to control.
Okay, what I'm telling you is when you're talking about the elites and interdimensional signals that they're receiving that are telling us to lower our IQ, you can't just say that.
Okay, well, give me proof.
That sounds so crazy, by the way. Mary? Yeah. Oh, that sounds so crazy. I wonder where the aliens are. Are they on Earth?
You know what? It's really cool to say
I
now, hey,
told you
maybe
you're
we're in a
the-
computer simulation. Everybody talks about that. Everyone says, dude, the latest science says.
You're not.
No, but
They're saying
people
that to
believe
make you
that
think they're not.
easily. People go, yeah, we're in a computer simulation. But then when you talk about interdimensional, like magical shit, like, wait a minute.
Exactly. Magic is a technology that has no credibility.
Exactly.
And that's what people sit there.
Videos are fucking magic for sure.
Yeah,
If I can, you and I could do this right now, and we could go like, here, we'll do it right now. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go right now. You want to talk some magic? Because this really is fucking magic. We're gonna do Instagram Live.
Okay, I'll do
right
Instagram
now.
Live too.
Right now, we're doing not
Okay.
Instagram Live. We're doing like one of those little Instagram stories. Instantaneous.
Infowars.com.
This is a whole new thing. Young James.
It's a great idea. You should tell everybody.
This has never
Joe,
existed
you're
before.
you're live.
Oh, check this
Occasionally I
out.
did, but I let you go a little longer than you let me go.
You gotta be like I'm bad.
Eddie Bravo's on. What's that?
We're gonna go
Yeah,
live
we're having
here.
fun, buddy.
I'm
Nothing
joking.
wrong with it.
I got a piss.
2.
Here's what's
Alex got a piss again.
Yeah,
You know,
you know
all these lightweights. I'm drinking coffee. I drank one of these Kill Cliff coffees. I drank one order of butter coffee.
Dude, I go
I'm
live
drinking
and
this.
this is gone.
I'm drinking this Erewhon.
Dude, that's a conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy. I'm drinking some juice. I had 2 glasses of whiskey.
That's bullshit.
And these bitches are peeing. They keep peeing. I don't understand it. How are you peeing? Such a little girl. It's not something I take credit
Dude,
for.
we told me this stuff.
I'm not sure. We're gonna go back to that. He's definitely high as fuck.
Dude,
This
we told
is
me this stuff about Buzz Aldrin's telling him some fucking
exactly
crazy shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my
we got
god.
too high. We fucked up. We fucked up. I told you we were gonna get
You
him
can't
high.
believe Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, we had to get him high. I knew that was the key. The key to make this podcast super special was. Well, he asked for the whiskey himself, so he started the party.
Is that yours or his?
That's his. Oh, that's ours. No, it's ours. This is Gentleman Jack.
62,000 live listeners.
This is
Is
Gentleman
this a
Jack.
record?
Yeah,
It's a
definitely.
record?
A big time record. Yeah.
62,000 is a
Yeah.
record? Holy shit.
Gentleman Jack is this is they sent it to us, right? It's good. I mean, good, and it all tastes terrible. It all tastes like you're sucking on the devil's asshole. It's all disgusting. It's all disgusting. I mean, that's kind of half the fun of whiskey is that it's disgusting.
Oh,
You know what?
oh shit.
Powerful
Here we
Alex
go.
Joe.
Alex Joe live on Instagram.
I love this.
A lot of people thought that this was a conspiracy because Eddie went live on Instagram Live and he disappeared. So there was a lot of talk
He
online.
never existed.
There is no Alex Jones.
No,
No,
I wasn't trying to interrupt
about
you.
being Bill Hicks.
The globalists are anti-human. They think we're a bunch of dumb animals.
Where are the aliens?
They're carrying out science. They believe it's not aliens.
Does
They're
that
already
have
here.
to do
It's
with
interdimensional.
Hey, does that have to do with the Luciferian Freemasonry type shit?
I'd love to
Skull
break
and
that down.
Bones, Skull and Bones. Break down, because I know in that Albert Pike wrote the Freemason Bible. He's talking about Luciferian shit. So if you're a Freemason,
I feel the
your
power of Lucifer
Bible
seething in my hands.
says that
He
you're
talks about the KKK.
Several people have attacked a Ralph's
Go for it.
burger in
Tell me about Albert Pike and the
No, I want to
Freemasons.
give. I mean, Joe. Here's the thing, Joe. You brought in right
This will prove your point.
about I will admit.
It'll lead to your point because
You
you're talking
brought
about
up the whole
Luciferian.
point. You brought up the whole. Let me just do this first, please. You brought up the whole point about
No more weed, Alex. No more.
Wait.
You're taking quotes from Buzz Aldrin.
When
I'm like,
Eddie
no more
Bravo
weed for you.
tells you went too deep, you went too
Yeah,
deep.
no more. I hear
Period.
shit in the smoke. You're talking. Taking quotes from
Here's
Buzz
the
Aldrin.
difference. I'm not trying to dominate this guy. I'm being nice. I'm being nice.
You listen nice.
Seriously, I want to be nice.
You are nice. You're a great guy. Look, I love you, man. I'm always happy to see you.
What I'm telling you is that the globalists admit a lot of this. It's in a lot of their white papers, all the reports. When they actually give it to you, I will. They say they believe they're going to become gods. The rest of us are profane.
Right, but all that shit about interdimensional beings, giving them all the data.
Let me tell you how that comes. Okay, you know where the theory of the species and where all the Darwin stuff came from. He had a hallucination and believed he was given all this stuff from like demons. And I'm not saying that's really.
Are you confusing Darwin with Descartes?
No, that's Darwin.
Didn't Descartes have it? Isn't he the one that came up with the idea of science? Oh, it's science from a dream. So Darwin's idea came from. Darwin was like really into channeling and stuff too, right?
Yes.
And the guy that he came up.
He acts like he does it. Okay, whatever.
So it was the guy that yeah, a lot of those guys.
Yeah, they get the technology they believe from a freaking other dimension. I'm not even saying, people, what's irritating is you know all about this as much as I do or more, Joe, and you sit there and act like you don't know.
I forgot
you're
about
afraid to give your audience all the information.
Wow. Yeah, but you know what?
You saying I'm a shell?
Hey, Joe.
No, I'm saying you're smart, but you know all the shit I'm bringing up, and then you say I'm making it up, it's interdimensional.
Well, I just wanted to know where it's coming from. Tesla definitely did.
Tesla's the smartest guy ever.
So did Darwin. Let me tell you.
Well, no,
Jamie's
pulling it up.
You probably already know
But
that.
I know that Darwin's partner, the guy that he developed the theory of evolution, where they both had like a similar theory and they came together with it, and he was like really into it to the point where he was into channeling and all sorts of weird stuff that discredited him. I listened to a video that.
That's what they believe. I'm not saying it's real. CNN's going to have me up here all put together.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they discredited him and they just put all the emphasis on Darwin. That's why you only hear about Darwin.
Let me tell you where it all came from.
Or Pike. Freemason.
That's phase 2. What about you?
Keep updating on this. I know you're not.
You got to go back to.
You guys already got a yard.
I do. We do.
So you got to start that.
We're just fucking around. You don't get to do a show like this very often.
That's great. I love it. I'm not mad. Let me just tell you. Please. Here's the.
Well, good morning to you.
If you look at this, that's what I'm telling you. I don't believe it.
Okay.
I'm telling you, studying what the establishment believes. None of them are atheists. They all believe they're getting interdimensional stuff. So if you go back to Galton and Wedgwood and Huxley, you recognize all these modern names. If you go back to Darwin wrote this. These letters are published. You can read these online from the National, Royal Archives of England and stuff. They all believe they were all part of a secret breeding program where the British thought they would have like a superhuman. And they bred these 6 families together to like create all this. Is like mainline British history. This is known. And then Galton, who's related to all those other guys, in the 1850s, he starts having these ideas. He says there's a double helix, which is 6 for science and medicine. And he said, we're going to discover the keys and the building blocks of life. And he says it's going to be called biometrics. And we'll track everybody by reading their genetics. That's what Hitler freaked out about, picked up.
And the Germans are already talking.
Something like 8 of the 14 new sciences, like half or more than half the sciences that came since the 1860s were all from Galton and all from Darwin. So the media and the liberals give you this one thing, origin of the species, like, I'm not saying it's wrong or right, it's super heavy, like galactic stuff. They give this to you. This is only one little boiled down BS that we have. You go to what these guys really wrote. They were like intermarrying and involved in wicked seances and channeling and all this weird ass crap. And then they envisioned, okay, there's a double helix DNA discovered. Okay, biometrics. Okay, world government. Okay, computers. Okay, atomic weapons. Give me the equations. And they were like all then like going to other scientist meetings and go, we believe there's a program where you take different matter together in isotopes and it'll cause an explosion. And it's like they were like given either humans are super advanced and already have this knowledge from somewhere else in our genetics and were here before and were able to then manifest this through genetic memories and archetypes, or it was given off world. But humans like have all this data compacted and compressed, ready like programs.
What's that called? Like the Akashic records or something like that? Is that what people
all of it is
Akashic.
Epigenetics.
Here's the epigenetics.
They'll take chickens with eggs and do 10 generations at major universities that have never seen a hawk. And they put them in these 20-foot ceilings, and they'll have a triangle fly over, a square fly over, and little baby chickens never get. Generation after generation go on for 15 years. They fly one hawk over, and they all squawk, yelling, screaming, and run into their nest. Now, they never saw a hawk. They never saw it kill a chicken.
Generation after generation.
It was compressed data knowledge of the hog that is passed on genetically.
Yeah, they say that's why children are always afraid of monsters. It goes
Used to
down.
be tigers and bears.
Yeah, it used to be cats.
My son just wants to be chased so much. He wants to practice getting away from a predator.
Yeah.
He loves that the most. He wants to get away. You can't catch me. And I just
But as a man, you want to be ready to fight one.
Yeah, well,
As a man,
some predators you can't fight. You get the fuck away from that tiger at the zoo in China. I recommend you do that.
Yeah. That sounds good.
I give you a spear, I think you take it out, Joe.
Not even,
Hey,
man.
keep going.
You know,
I love what
wouldn't
you're
even-
saying, Alex.
You hit it with one claw.
You
might
lost
not
me
even
for a
get it out.
second. I'll admit that. I was like, oh shit, we should have let him smoke weed. But then now you're
I think you
bringing
brought
it
it back
back.
down.
You're
You
bringing
came
it
back. You came back.
Yeah,
You're
you
in a
came
good
back
spot.
strong. Keep it going.
You're in a good place right now.
Keep it going. You're talking about, now you're getting into Albert Pike. Ooh.
All right, I know that.
Well, he's the founder of the KKK, the top Confederate general, head of the Illuminati worldwide at that time.
So let's establish something. It's like maybe people that are listening to this might go, "What in the fuck are these guys rambling about?"
Well, I'm exposing the KKK.
Let's establish this. Throughout history, from the beginning of organized human
There's been
beings,
secret knowledge, folks that want to pass on.
there's also been people conspiring to control whatever
society,
and people conspiring to control whatever aspect of it, whether it's political, whether it's the military, like whatever it is. There's always been that. It's always happened. There's been military coups all throughout history. There's been wars all throughout
And the
history.
United States just had a peaceful one, bro.
How so?
I mean, dude, the intelligence community leaked all the data to bring down the globalists. Eddie's actually
The intelligence community leaked all what data?
They leaked all the WikiLeaks. He's over here saying,
Wait,
Alex
what?
Barney
Wait a
suddenly
minute.
broke
So
out.
you're saying that the Russians didn't do it?
No.
Really? How do you know this?
Because the mainstream media said
But
it.
hold on. I mean, Joe, give me a break.
No, I just want to know how you know.
If you know me for like 16, 17 years,
Yes.
you ever know me to say I have a source that I'm making it up here?
No.
No, I mean, I've got sources those times ago.
So you can't tell us how you know.
Let's just say I got data today from the head of state.
Arrested for allegedly hiding a small
And what
camera
did he say?
in a restroom in his
Okay,
office.
don't tell me.
The point is so glad you didn't tell me. Yeah, but the point is we screwed it up and released it early, so it caused a problem.
Explain the whole Russian diversion.
We didn't mean it on purpose, so I'm always mad at it.
Bust out with that. The
Sorry,
whole Russian
what?
thing. Because there's intelligent people like my students. Like you hear, you don't believe the Russians hacked the
So where
election.
did it come
Like,
from?
how do they?
So why are you
smart people
saying?
believe it.
Yeah, why are you saying that the intelligence agency leaked all this and not Russia?
Because I was told before it was all leaked by the former director of psychological operations at CIA. It was gonna come out.
He told you that it was going to be leaked?
Yeah, before I was never like in bed with the CIA. I've heard people from the CIA and they say defense intelligence, you name it over again. I mean, it's all over the news.
But isn't it entirely possible?
General Flynn, former head of defense intelligence, tweets all my articles. I'm not telling you it's some secret. I mean, the enemy knows. The point is that I'm seen as an honest, good person that understand what's going on. I'm out for humanity. I don't want personal power. I want to help people.
But isn't it entirely possible? I mean, like, how does the information like that get out?
Well, there's an open rebellion against the criminals that hijacked our government. And so we overthrew the globalists in Obama, and we're taking them over in France, in Italy, in Spain, in Greece, in the UK. The only place we're not successful so far is Canada. So you just took Australia. I took Australia with the idea of free open society. What does that mean? See, most people sit there and brag about stuff. I'm telling you what's really going on.
What does it mean by we took Australia?
I mean, globalists are losing countries every month right now to the liberty movement.
What says that
These are free market people that want you and your family to be successful and aren't out to hurt you to make you poor like the globalists. There's good people, and they use the intelligence agencies to defeat the globalists, and there's been a major counteroffensive, and the globalists make one wrong move. It happened 5 years ago. It was a system-wide leak 4 years ago. I've had CIA whistleblowers all up on the show, colonels, special operations, you name it, who were authorized by high-level senators to come on my show. They ran a counter coup. There was a deal made with radical Islam to actually take over Europe and then the United States. And by that, make us not convert, but submit to Islam, not criticize it, or they blow stuff up. They thought they'd bring in some, new masculine arm that would make us submit. And it got so bad that even our own intelligence agencies that were been corrupted said, this is too far, we're not doing it. And so America, about 4 years ago, started coming back up for air, and now we're just overthrowing the whole system. There's a huge war going on. It's beautiful. we are kicking their ass on every front.
Now, like I said at the top, it's a dawn of a new age. You were against George W. Bush, Clinton, Obama, all that. You were not a Republican or a Democrat. You were against government, but now it's a new day. Now the conspiracy theorists, like yourself, you're the king of them, we're pro-government, and the sheep, they're like out there protesting crime. Explain that.
Well, I mean, look, it's not that Trump's perfect. He really genuinely is like going into all these corporate incentives and one-sided deals. There's no meetings now. There's no lobbyists. He banned them all for a lifetime. He literally goes in with actuaries and the peer programs and does with super NSA technology that he didn't have before he was in. And he says, because the generals came to him years ago, they said, we can deliver all this to everybody. We don't want to make America poor. We don't want to have big wars. We want to just have prosperity serve. We've got next to free energy, all these technologies, cures for cancer. We're ready to release it. That's why he talked about in the State of the Union, or his first inaugural speech. And so there will be the second. And he just really cares about humanity. And he's not a Satanist. He doesn't like raping kids. He likes super hot Eastern European women. And he just, who wants that? He wants a little kid, that. He's somebody not out to get humanity. And he's got the intelligence agency totally backing to the hill. And it's just a super epic moment to be alive.
What's going on so far with Trump?
So hold on 1 second. So what do you think when you said earlier in the podcast that you don't think it's perfect, right? What do you think he could do different that would make people accept him?
Well, I said last week he should just as up for what he did the next day. Just imagine where he was.
Are you saying that you came up with the idea and you listened to it?
I missed it. What did you say?
Disavow torture.
There's a zeitgeist, and I'm in the zeitgeist. So in that zeitgeist, you just kind of see everything.
Right.
Even though you're like just a normal person, you can like look at any avenue, any window.
But your take on it is that it's good to have him in, despite whatever flaws people may perceive.
He has goodwill. He wants prosperity,
and he's not a part of the system that he replaced.
That's why they're totally against him. And he likes full-grown women.
Okay, I believe that. You don't have to say that anymore.
No, but I'm just telling you. Well, no, most people like to grab a kid out of your backyard and torture him for a couple of weeks.
Yeah. They kidnap, they torture, they rape.
Oh, in these emails, you thought that was. And the emails are like, well, these are kind of exhausted. They're about to have to retire. So you need to get in there. Some of these are damaged. Look him up. He's in charge.
I know. I believe you. Look, I don't know what
that is. Those 3-year-olds in there, and a big old guy comes in and just breaks their jaw.
So do you think
Trump's going after him? Is that what's going on?
Oh yeah, when he's done, if he's successful, it's an entire route. Like a lot of people aren't just getting indicted right now; they're getting.
Because the gas mileage is unparalleled.
What about the Vatican? Are they going to?
How is that work?
Have you seen the Vatican? Trump's the devil. Stop Trump. He's the devil. Stop him. Anything we've got, stop him.
That's what the Vatican said?
Yeah, the Vatican, Pedophile Central is shitting their pants over Trump.
The Vatican is so bizarre.
Yeah, can you imagine Trump going after the Vatican?
It's a country.
That's
what's crazy about
it. Is he? Because I always wondered, this is what I would. Hey, Alex, I always thought, how weird is it that everybody in South Park is making a goddamn episode about them being pedophiles, and yet nobody's investigating what's going on here. So to me, then you watch Conspiracy of Silence, that documentary that never got released about the whole network, then you begin to realize, oh shit, the reason, my opinion is the reason no one's getting arrested at the Vatican at a high rate anyways, is because everybody at the top is involved.
That's it. Let me give you the good news. I'm not here to kiss the ass of the establishment. A lot of patriots in the government who I've always criticized ended up being the people that heard me bitching and you bitching do something. They've done something. And they're really trying to reverse this whole thing right now. And there's a full-out war inside the government of guys that like to eat steaks, drink beer, and have women versus a bunch of pot-bellied pedophiles.
Whoa. Jesus Christ. What's really fucked up is that the people that before the Sandusky thing came out, the people around it probably heard rumors. That's probably someone that talked, somebody said something, but nobody really wanted to believe it.
Well,
when it did happen.
Well, in Conspiracy of Silence is a documentary you can watch on YouTube that never got released.
Yeah.
They're talking about the base, the headquarters of the pedophile network, it's an international network, is in Omaha, Nebraska, at Boys Town. They like taking orphans. Orphans, there's different levels. There's guys, they don't want any trouble, they just want orphans, you know. And then there's the psychos that want to go kidnap. There's like the hardcore people, and you know what? They're top officials in every aspect of government and celebrity. It's not everybody, but it's enough. So there's enough people involved that nobody's investigating anybody because they're all involved. They all better keep their mouth shut.
It's just so crazy that something gets to the level that the Catholic Church got to with it.
Yeah, no.
Sure, I don't want to get into it. You want to hear about a conversation myself and Donald Trump?
Yes.
Sure. Are you allowed to do this? Wait a minute, before you do it.
Just let him. Who cares if he does it?
He's in trouble. He's drunk and high.
No marijuana.
Okay.
That was fair. This is freaking. This is America.
Let's go.
No, Trump basically said we're going to clean up Alex. We're all about Alex. We'll stop him. And we're going to do it.
We also said Obama's from Kenya.
Well, that's a huge intelligence topic. You want to write that down? You want to know about Reagan? We'll think about Bush. So now I can tell you the full scoop on that.
Right? What do you think now from there?
I know exactly.
They told him that Obama was from Kenya. They fucked with him.
You want to hear right now?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to tell a Trump story.
We'll go back to the Trump story.
I like our Trump story.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you, Eddie.
Trump story.
Powerful, Eddie Bravo.
Jamie, you better add extra juice to that times.
Here, one more to go.
Hold on.
Apple juice. Apple juice.
Oh, maybe not Alex.
Okay. Secret, one more
Jesus Christ.
I'll do a 5 more hours.
If you pour another
20 years,
I'm gonna fucking.
How many years
I'm gonna
have you
send
been
you to
doing
another
this?
dimension.
How many years? 7 years.
So what were you just about to say?
Tetris last
What
week.
was the issue?
It's 5:20 on your.
Do you remember what the question was, Jamie?
What Donald Trump told you.
No, that wasn't it.
Yeah, I know you're about to say what Donald Trump told you, but what was it about?
I wanted to know about something else.
What the fuck was it about?
But let's leave.
But hold on a second. We move on. Fuck with my memory. What was it? You were just gonna.
I'm not the only one. I should have a good memory. Not
Jamie.
Oh, too high.
Let's go to the Trump
I'm
story.
not high. I don't do anything.
What else? Jamie's gonna figure it out. Jamie's gonna figure it out. What is it? Yeah, someone's gonna tell him on Twitter, and we'll figure this out. Jesus Christ!
And then I'll write
It's the
that.
problem with being too high and talking over each other. He's about to tell us some
You go
really
for 5
important
minutes.
shit.
You go for 5 minutes.
Trump calls
I'm being
you
rude.
how many
Go ahead.
times a week on average?
You can go for a long time, 10 hours.
No.
This should be your longest podcast.
We'll definitely peter out before then.
No, we'll go forever, dude.
No one knows what the fuck we were just talking about? A minute gap.
How did we all
Joe
forget?
asked a really great
How did we all forget?
Very good question.
Because we're blasted.
You better call your dispensary and get some answers.
So you were talking about the Vatican. We were talking about pedophiles in the Catholic Church. Oh, the Kenyan thing. That's right. Kenya. The
Powerful Twitter.
yeah. So tell me what
This
happened.
is a place where I'm not ashamed of this because I got conned. When I've been conned, which happens, every once in a while. I admit it later. We learn from it.
Okay, what happened?
Plus,
Okay,
No, don't interrupt me. Come on.
I only told you a funny story.
No. Kenya.
What happened? Okay, Kenya.
You're back.
Okay,
And where were you?
everything I'm going to say, your listeners can write this down. They can search engine everything I'm going to say and learn to see it for themselves. Because the journey with InfoWars is not that I'm that smart. I'm just like you. I'm having this journey, and I'm going to show you. So this is what happened.
Okay.
So at the Worldwide
Obama's
Developers Conference, I know they make a lot
running
of
for office. And Hillary's people, because I follow this every day. Hillary's campaign, this letter came out, puts out these morning Kenya. And I'm like, screw her. I was quietly, I'm really ashamed of this. But I told listeners this, I'll just say it. I was an early on Obama supporter, and that I wanted to try to unify people. I didn't like John McCain. So I said, he's bad, the Democrats are bad, but I hated what happened so much.
We were fooled by Obama too.
Well, I was hoping.
Let's let him talk.
I mean, I wasn't an Obama supporter. I just didn't attack him.
You liked it better than the alternative.
Yeah, I didn't push him for office. I was just like hoping that all this BS was real. Okay.
That can help you make a great
So, and then I started hearing these leaks. It was from Hillary. You can Google this. Hillary first generated the whole deal. So I'm sitting there hearing that
So it's a
that
working
he's
conference,
born in
not
Kenya.
only
Something I don't care. That's what
to
you
tell us about all the
And then
cool
the
new
articles
things
start
that
coming
Apple
out
is
as the right wing
unveiling,
picks it up and does
like,
research.
Apple
And it's his
intelligence. It's not
wife in like
artificial
2000
intelligence, it's Apple
and
intelligence.
6 and 7 in speeches going, my husband born in Kenya knows about the immigrant's experience. It's video you can pull up. Show them. Oh yeah, pull it up. And And then Harvard Law Review, which he headed up for at least 3 years. He was the editor. He says, I was born in Kenya, a little bit blurred by his picture. Oh, yeah. Says he's born, but he wasn't born in Kenya. Wait till I get to this.
Oh, so that was some.
It's just like Pizzagate.
Oh,
It's nuts. I finally learned how to
Double cross.
Well, it's not pedophilia. I mean,
hold on, let's hear it.
Here you go.
Which is still plaguing so many of our communities, which you all know, a lot of that is due to homophobia. Barack has led by example. When we took our trip to Africa and visited his home country in Kenya, we took a public HIV test for the very point of showing folks in Kenya.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that he was
There's
born in
another
Kenya.
clip.
Like if
There's another
I.
clip. He just found that fast. There's another where she said, there's the Harvard Law Review, which he edited where he says I was born in Kenya.
Oh, okay. Well, that, but she right there, was she saying this is homeland? Like if you're from Ireland, like I know
You're
kids are
Irish
born
or
in America,
Italian,
they
yeah.
want to go back to Italy or Ireland or yeah, it's always the homeland. They call it the homeland.
But listen, let's just
All of them
going on.
work
What
together,
were we covering?
lay in the stand
Kenya.
together.
Oh,
Birth
birth
certificate.
Kenya. So yeah, Trump got involved in all that.
So-
The whole birth certificate. Go ahead.
No, but so how did it? What did someone like leak that information to him to try to make him look foolish because he chased after it?
Yes. So we're just researching. It's not anybody foolish.
So do you think they just maybe made an incorrect
Well,
judgment?
we found out all about it. This is stunning information. So people want to say he's illegitimate. They then look at him in the Harvard Law Review saying he's white. They look at clips. They look at the fact he won't release his birth certificate. He had a name Barry Saturo in Indonesia. He had all these weird cutout names. Oh, he had like 5 aliases. Wow.
Why is
Then he
that?
wrote Dreams. Look it up. He wrote Dreams of My Real Father.
Right.
Or Dreams of My Father. Dreams of My Real Father is not married. And in it, he talks about Frank Marshall Davis, the communist, famous pornographer, that he spent summers with. He looked side by side with the same guy. So they were worried that it was going to be Frank Marshall Davis. But it had actually been his mom in like a scam, making money off. She was CIA, bringing back people to the U.S. and sham marriages to have them immigrate. It was basically a cover-up of the fact that his real father was Frank Marshall Davis, the communist. And so that's who Obama's real dad was. And Dreams of My Real Father breaks it all down. It's online. It's pretty powerful.
So what does that mean?
It just is a perfect example of you're not born in Kenya, you're really born in Hawaii, on the main city-based island. They're Honolulu to Frank Marshall Davis.
Right.
And your grandfather's CIA, your mother's CIA, that's all been declassified. It was cut out.
His mom was a CIA.
Oh, yeah.
What was she? What did she do for the CIA?
She was a sex operative.
And you
Yeah.
said that you can,
And she posed for his photos in kind of Betty Page style with sex operatives in photos at Frank Marshall Davis' house.
Or will it say, hey, when was I at Disneyland?
And you know this because you've seen these?
I've interviewed the people involved. I've read Dreams of My Father, where he admits I stayed at Frank Marshall Davis' house. He was like my dad. My grandfather had a special unspoken relationship with him. These are quotes. Look up Obama Frank Marshall Davis or Obama Dreams
So
of
what
My
do you
Real
think
Father.
about the conspiracy theory that Obama was like bred by the CIA the whole way through, all the way
That's
up?
true. It's not a theory.
Oh, really?
When you say CIA, that just means like a marketing project of whoever was in power at the time. 4 or 8 years, whoever's in charge of that, whoever shows interest, can go in and then just basically be involved in controlling the levers of the social engineering of the society.
So what does that have to do with Obama growing up? Were those rumors that he was a CIA agent in Pakistan while he was supposed to be in Colombia?
Yeah, no, he probably spent 6 months. Yeah, there's a supposed father Barack versus Barack II versus Frank Marshall Davis.
Huh. I think he looks more like the other Barack.
Okay. Well, look up Frank Marshall Davis's pornography. And his
I will do no such thing.
And Obama's mother clearly in the photos. And his book, Dreams of My Father, admitting that he stayed with Frank Marshall Davis.
Okay.
But listen, that's not the issue.
So what I asked you though, to get back to where we started from, was why did Trump chase after that whole he was born in Kenya shit and so on?
Because he knew it was super hot with the public. And he wanted to know the answer to it as well, and didn't like the things Obama was doing.
it was a weird thing, right? Because if you were a guy who was a white guy, and we wanted to prove you were born in Austria, but you had some birth certificate that said you were born in the United States, you spoke perfect English, but you had a square jaw, and you looked like you're from the frozen north. Like, this motherfucker he's from Austria, dude. I'm telling you, he's from fucking Austria. And then someone like made a big deal out of it and gave you like a fake birth certificate, and people you'd never hear racism. Isn't that interesting? Like, you would hear that, yeah, this guy might really have been born in
there
the
might have
country,
been something that
but
the
there
first
wouldn't
black
be.
president's
Yeah,
outsider.
yeah, it's a racism. I mean, instantaneously it gets connected to racism. There's an assumed racism with almost any.
Well, listen, I don't
anything
care what color Barack Obama
any
is.
accusation
Like, I
is.
love Jimi Hendrix's music. I don't care what color he is. Long Watchtowers must have.
It's a pretty goddamn good song.
So, yeah, all of that. So, all I'm telling you is, you research Frank Marshall Davis and Obama.
I believe you.
It's I can't believe how conclusive it is. My mom and dad were talking about like 5 years ago. They said, that's crazy. Let us see the film about it. They saw it. They were blown away. But listen, let me give you the big picture.
Please.
The elite admit that they are studying humanity like they're a breakaway civilization. They believe they're taking the best ideas of humanity and building a breakaway civilization of technocracy so they can transcend us. And I want the public to know the decision has been made to dumb you down, balkanize you, turn you against yourselves, have regional wars, play people off against each other, and then basically release bioweapons that wipe out most of the population.
Okay,
Well, the elite transcend it.
Can I pause this right here? Who are the elite? Like, when you say the elite, who are these people? And how do they get together?
Are they the
And how do-
Rothschilds?
hold on a second. How do they all agree? Who votes? How do they decide? There's a bunch of
Let me
powerful
tell you.
type A super billionaire characters who like running shit. So how do they get together and all agree on the same
Well,
thing?
they decide on agendas that will empower their individual agendas, and they're pretty much let into those power structures early on.
So how do they meet?
Because they are, okay.
Bilderberg Group.
Is that the Bilderberg Group?
Club of Rome, Bilderberg Group.
What's the Club of Rome?
Delos. Club of Rome is a population reduction group. I mean, if you go to Infowars.com right now, there's an article and a video I cut about Oprah Winfrey. I'm not saying she's a bad person, where she's part of a secret eugenics group.
Hold on a second. Stop right there.
Calling for
He said, I'm not saying she's a bad person, but she's part of a secret eugenics group. As if, look, I'm a really good person, but I like killing weak people. I'm just trying to thin the herd. I'm a really good person, though.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It's like, absolutely. So you can go there. It's the truth about Oprah Winfrey.
Okay.
And it just deals with it. It's in the news saying
Boy,
Oprah Winfrey in secret
Look at your
meetings.
face. You look so serious.
They're on the toilet.
You think she's in secret meetings with like the Bilderberg Group? Or
No, she admits that. They admit on the news to reduce population. Right. Only because we leaked it first. But play, go ahead.
But when
Let's take a
someone,
6-minute break. Let's play.
no, when someone like her,
JohnOnExperience.com.
hold please. When someone like her says something about reducing the amount of illegitimate babies born or the amount of babies that are born because there's no birth control, a lot of times those kind of statements get construed into population control.
She's in the
But
secret
then
meetings.
people start saying she's into population control, and that means she wants to kill
She's in
people.
the secret meetings, and she's pushing it, and she's taxing.
I'm not in those secret meetings. Are you in those secret meetings? Do you go to those secret meetings? Have you ever been in one of those secret meetings?
I did take it one.
Did you hear what they said? Did they say they want to kill half the people? No. What they say that was really
I
like.
snuck it away in Europe.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Dude, that was real shit.
That's epic fucking Jim Brown type shit.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, that is like if you want to go back to like conspiracy theory fuel, like people that get excited about something. When you find out that there really are a bunch of global elites that get on this ranch and they got a fucking giant stone owl and they burn a bundle of wood in effigy and they all wear fucking masks and shit, and then you actually have video footage of it and this weird sort of a ceremony they're doing.
Whether it's satanic or not,
Whatever the
they're
fuck it
pretending.
is, it's crazy.
They're pretending it is.
Whatever it is, it's crazy.
Sure, and I was there.
And they hide.
Exactly what it is.
Yeah, go into that.
How did you sneak into the beginning? That was amazing.
Well, people always said it was a set that led to you. It wasn't quite like that. We had an insider wanted to get me in to actually see it. And most people aren't really into it. But the point is, it's kind of a gateway into all of this.
It's amazing. So this is you at Bohemian Grove, and you're on the other side of like it looks like a little pond or something. Is that what
Yeah,
it
feel
is?
free to play. It goes, beyond no care. Make fire and make merry with your dust. Beyond no care.
It was so strange. It was so bizarre. Listening to that guy and the speaker blaring out across that lake. Play it. Let's play some of
That was
this.
Walter Cronkite.
Every news that our kids grow.
Look how tall you're getting.
Watch the grow. Everything.
This shirt is way too small.
But there's something else that can grow that we don't see.
Sounds like a play for high school.
It is. It's all play.
It's how a child's body responds.
But religion started that way
experiences.
as entertainment.
So what do you think this is? Just some really ancient ritual that they're redoing?
Yeah, I thought it was no big deal until I was in the crowd of old men that were just lavishing. They were like,
They loved it, huh?
basically ejaculating in their pants, not touching their
Christ.
face.
You sure?
It's Max Muncy.
Are you projecting?
No, they were like in ecstasy.
Items like old mattresses and tires.
What is it about people that love those secret societies? Like, remember that JFK speech about secret societies?
Will not tolerate them.
Yeah, it's a fucking beautiful speech.
Well, because
Pull it up, Jamie. Pull up JFK speech
normal
about secret
people don't
societies.
want power over others. They'll crave some
Right.
secret
Brought to you
essence.
by the County of
They're
Los
looking for that secret place on the Most High.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's just like you were talking about pedophiles, just like any other deviant fuck.
They're into weird
human
secret
thing.
things.
Yeah,
I just want to go eat a big pile of steaks and drink some beer.
That's how you say.
And up to $1
Let's
off
crank this
per
up.
gallon at the pump. More
Ladies and
savings
gentlemen,
and more inspiring flavors.
the very word
Ralph's
secrecy
birthday
is
every
repugnant
time. Ralph's,
in a free
fresh
and
for
open
everyone.
society.
Fuel restrictions apply.
And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
I'm by myself, but
We
JFK's
decided long
playing.
ago
Put this on. I don't know if you ever heard
the
this.
dangers of excessive and
He's talking
unwarranted
about secret
concealment
societies.
of pertinent facts
And refreshing
far outweighs the
from every
dangers
tap and faucet.
which are cited to
Our
justify
healthy
it.
water makes your hair shine
Even
and
today,
your skin glow. And
there
now
is
is
little
the best
value in
time to get
opposing
your
the threat of a
For
closed
limited
society
time, we will pay
by
your
imitating
sales
its
tax.
arbitrary
Save up to
restrictions.
$1,000 on a new system.
Even today,
Call 800
there is little
999
value
now,
in
or
ensuring the
visit
survival of our nation
lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends
if our
soon.
traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its means to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of
It's
invasion,
5:36 on your wake-up
on
call.
subversion
I'm Amy King. Here's
instead of
what we're
election,
following in the KFI
on
24 hours
intimidation
from friends and family of
instead of
former
free
General
choice,
Hospital actor
on
Johnny
guerrillas
Richter.
by night
We'll gather at
instead of
downtown
armies
LA
by
nearly
day.
3 weeks after he was
It is
shot
a system
confronting
which
a group
has
trying to steal the catalytic converter from his
vast
car.
human and
The
material
group is
resources
calling on the city to
into the
find the
building of
person
a
who shot and
tight-knit,
killed the actor.
highly
Also
efficient
offering a
machine
$25,000 reward.
that combines
8
military,
people with suspected
diplomatic,
ties to ISIS have been
intelligence,
arrested in Los
economic,
Angeles and several
scientific,
other cities.
political
Immigration
operation.
and Customs Enforcement
Preparation
arrested the group
are
from
concealed,
Tajikistan who
not
crossed
published.
the U.S.-Mexico
The
border
stakes are
illegally
buried,
last year.
not
They
headlines.
were initially
Its
cleared to
percentage
enter
of
the country
silence,
after they were vetted by
not
authorities. Federal
No
officials are now
expenditure
in
is
the process
questioned.
of deporting
No
them.
rumor is
San
spread.
Francisco has
No
followed the
secret
lead
is
of West
revealed.
Hollywood and Sacramento in
No
declaring
president
itself
should
a
fear
sanctuary
public
city for
scrutiny
transgender
of his
people.
program.
The resolution
For
declaring
from that
San Francisco
scrutiny
a
comes
safe
understanding.
place for those who are
That
also gender
understanding comes
non-conforming,
support
intersex,
opposition.
and two-spirit
Both are
was
necessary.
approved yesterday.
I am not
At
asking your
5:50, we're going to be
newspapers to
talking with
support
Brett
an
Feldman with
administration,
USC Street Medicine.
but I am
They're
asking
doing
your help
something new and
tremendous
innovative that
of
may
informing and
actually
alerting
help
the
homeless
American
people
people.
who have severe
For I
mental
have
illness.
complete
We're really
confidence
interested. Looking forward to that conversation.
We're cool. Chill with that. That's such a great speech because it's him talking about the structures that were already in place and about the dangers of withholding information from people and him being forthright as a president in a way that we've never heard before since. Like he's literally talking
Until Trump. Trump turns me like that now.
What did Trump tell you?
Hopefully,
Well, let's just be clear. He's talking about our own military-industrial complex that Eisenhower was about, his outgoing predecessor. He's talking about the Soviets there at the same time. He was a really smart guy.
The Eisenhower warning is one of the creepiest things in human history.
Oh yeah, about the really military-industrial
Yeah, because
complex.
JFK, that sounded like you were talking about communists.
Yeah, pull up Eisenhower warns of the military-industrial complex. He did it, but just there's a clip that just has that segment of it, which
You know what he
is
said
so.
before?
Yeah, there was a lot.
He says there is a scientific technocratic elite that is in control of all information and about to shut it down to the public. And then they will control the military. So beware the military. He wouldn't say the military was bad.
Right.
He said these
The military-industrial
the
complex.
eugenicists were about to get control of it. The scientific people I told you about.
See if you can find where it goes,
This is it,
Jamie.
This is the address right here.
Stripped of his title and of his money.
We
so
now
he's
stand
like
10
almost
years
royalty,
past the
right?
midpoint of a
They
century
strip him of all
that
that
has witnessed
after
4
the
major
war,
wars
and
among great nations.
they don't put him in jail, but instead they put him on house arrest. And he's basically sentenced
Joe's right. Type in
to house
Eisenhower
arrest for the
military
rest of his life, not at a
industrial
house,
complex speech. Yeah.
but at a
He's gonna say it in here somewhere, but it's a
So that's where
3-minute
he has to
speech.
live out the
Hey,
rest of his life.
Just see if you
it
can cue
seems
it up,
like
Jamie.
Alex. It seems like Trump. Everybody, a lot of smart people in different points of their life, they begin to realize how much, how many lies they've been told. They begin to wake up. They're not totally woke up, but they begin to wake up. And then they find out about 9/11, but they don't believe all this other shit. And then they find out about this, but they don't believe in all that other shit. Then they find out about that. And then at the very high level, like the dudes, it's like, yeah, all this shit is true. If you could follow the money, it's probably true. You might be wrong 1 or 2 or 3 times, but generally, we're dealing with a totally crooked situation. What are they doing? They're not stealing money from corporations. You steal money from a corporation, they're going to come after you and kill you. What they're doing is it's the mastery of stealing tax money. That's what this is all about. It's just stealing tax money. Because nobody's going to go after. If you steal tax money, you get all these programs and these bills passed.
Let's play this. Go ahead, Jamie.
These military contractors, the taxpayers are paying for all this.
Your livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society.
The story spans more
In
than
the councils
30
of government,
years, but the
we
show
must
is
guard
just
against
one season.
the
It was
acquisition
released
of
weekly,
unwanted
but
influence,
now,
whether
all
sought
of
or
the series
unsought,
has dropped. The
by the
finale is out.
military
So you
industrial
watch it as you
complex.
go, or you can do like I do
The
and
potential
binge
for the
thing.
disastrous
I was
rise
forced
of
to watch
misplaced
it
power
because they were
exists
doing it one time a
and
week,
will
and it
persist.
drives me crazy, but it's
We
called
must never let the
A
weight of
Gentleman
this
in
combination
Moscow.
endanger
I
our
am on
liberty
it, and I
or
think you should get
democratic
on it too.
process.
It's really,
Jesus
really a
Christ.
How
good
could they
show.
let that out? Like, it was so tight, because you think about this.
Let's get
Back in
some of the
the
stories
early
coming out of
days
the
of
Campaign
radio, in the
24 hour
early
news service.
days of
Southern
moving
California embassy
pictures,
using
only the
Well, I'll
elite,
tell
let
you,
me finish,
I know
let me
folks
finish,
that
let
were
me
there.
finish. Only the elites had access to this technology, moving pictures, radio, right from the get-go, right from day
They were
one.
programming
It
it the way they
wasn't,
wanted.
yeah, right from day one. It wasn't like your average guy who was trying to help humanity. The guys who had this technology were like, damn, they believe whatever the fuck we say. Back in the day, you listen to the radio, those news reports, or when the movie pictures were
How about
in
Reefer
red.
Madness?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Right from the get-go, TV, movies, radio, all of it was propaganda.
Let me tell you what happened.
It never left.
Alex Jones, aliens involved in this story.
Yeah, talk about propaganda in movies.
Eisenhower had LL Limster come to him.
Two officers had
That was the
responded
chairman
to
of the
a
Joint Chiefs
report
of
L.L.
stabbing in a
Limon,
motel
sir,
where
that's
they were
no.
fatally
School
shot.
Operation
The
North.
judge approved
Oh, I
a
know about
similar
that.
Sure.
settlement on Friday
So they came to him
on
and they
behalf
said,
of the boy's 11-year-old
we're going to launch
sister.
terror attacks in America and start a war with the Soviets. It's like, well, I know they're evil, but we're not going to do that. So he fired. Then JFK comes in, the same guy's trying to make him do it. He refuses, so they kill him.
Well, they wanted to have drone jetliners and blow them up and blame it on the Cubans. They wanted to arm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. They had a bunch of really crazy shit plans. When you realize what Operation Northwest was, and you realize that this was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it scares the shit out of you. Because it makes you realize.
Alex, is this real here?
We're all talking here. We're all talking here. Doesn't that scare the shit out of you?
Yeah, that's what we're
Doesn't it blow your mind that it's still today, 2007? Doesn't it blow your mind that people still think that 9/11 happened the way it was?
We'll get to that.
9/11 commission
Operation
report?
Northwoods is 100% provable.
Isn't that crazy?
Let's get back to that.
Declassified in 2000.
Well, when people realized that that was a real document,
The U.S. government planned to start war with Russia
and kill people.
blow up movie theaters, attack U.S. military bases,
Kill American
attack the
civilians,
Capitol,
kill American military,
shoot people, hijack jets, crash them, have CIA get on board so a fake plane lands, but a real plane lands, a fake plane attacks. It was 9/11.
It's just bananas that someone would actually sit down and
And
write
it was
that out.
leaked by Patriots 6 months before 9/11 trying to stop it. And that's not saying Islamic terror isn't real. It's not saying Bush even did it. Some super dark state group, which Congress now has the 28 pages vindicating 9/11 truthers, that Saudi Arabia, with people that they had gotten to convert to Islam and paid off with their trillions, they got trillions, had joined them in some larger plan to blame Iraq and other countries that were non-radical so Saudi Arabia could take them over.
Who put together 9/11?
Saudi Arabia, the Muslims
By
had Muslims more than
themselves?
anybody. So they want to invade these other countries.
How did it happen in the U.S.? The U.S. wasn't involved? Of course.
What are you saying?
Who was involved? Who were the key players in 9/11?
It's totally compartmentalized. So you run a drill of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon being attacked on that day. So the planes are told flying around. Oh, this is just a
So
drill.
that was a drill that was supposed to be run that day.
It all came out.
A drill that was about an
There
attack
was a
on New
drill.
York,
It seems
right?
like
There
when
was
they
a
do
drill.
false flags, like it seems like, okay, we're going to do a false flag. We need to set up a drill. They need a drill going on at the
But let's
same
be
time.
clear.
It's obvious.
99.9% of the government wasn't involved because of computers. It was a test. They did stuff 100 times now. No one will know because it's all remote activated. The jets by then were all remote control. Every jet for 25 years, the big new ones have remote control. It's crazy.
There's jets now are unmanned.
Absolutely.
Well, no, they're manned. It's just they can go on autopilot.
Yeah.
It's stupid to have
They're
manned
saying
jets.
autopilot.
If you think about it,
It's remote control.
It's dumb. It's better.
Remember
if it's
Bush?
remote
Remember
Well,
Bush
that was the
got
thing
up?
they said about the drone jetliners. They were going to blow up that jetliner and blame it on the Cubans. That wasn't going to be a jetliner filled with people. It was going to be a drone. So they had the capability in 1962 of doing that. Which
Yeah,
is
how did Robert F. Kennedy or JFK's elder brother, it was Joe Kennedy Jr. died. He was flying a fighter plane, remote controlling, two B-17 loaded with explosives as drones crashing the German.
I feel so safe.
They had
driving,
drones in World
and
War
there's
II.
tons of room in the trunk.
Jesus
So
Christ.
I can pack stuff
They
for
had
a
drones
picnic
in World
if
War
you
II.
choose to do
What were they
that.
powered by?
Yeah,
seems
Google.
okay.
How did Joe Kennedy
Meals,
Jr. die?
Head to your southern
does
home,
secret mission over Germany.
It does seem like
Joe
that's going
Kennedy,
to
the
be.
father?
No, Joe Kennedy Jr.
Oh, the crazy thing about the Kennedys is,
That's right. We know that
you
that
know,
is
if you're
distinctly
a lot of
on
times
our
you see
side, and so should
criminals
you.
come from like a good family, and then you see Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy. They come from gangsters. His dad is a gangster, straight up mafia, and then he has two kids. They thought they had him under control because he's from a mafia family, and they
Here's the.
they
First one after the mafia.
and then
Here's
they
the guy's.
flip.
Here's the guy's name. Joe
Right?
Kennedy.
Isn't that weird? Because it's like you're the opposite of your parents. Like you want to go against your parents. So Robert Kennedy and John F. Kennedy, they went against that shit.
No, they were
That's the only reason they were in there because of the mob. The mob supported
The mob
that.
stole Illinois for him.
Yeah, the mob supported John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
He was hanging out with Frank Sinatra. Then all of a sudden he flipped, and you know what? He stopped hanging out with Frank Sinatra. He started changing his ways. Something flipped. Did he have a kid that died or something like that? Is that something made him flip? I thought I read something that could be total bullshit, but it could be that he had a son that died that made him flip.
Well, Jamie
Something like
looked that up. Let's go to Joe Kennedy Jr. here.
When
He
you have
was
a
killed
kid
in
that
action.
dies, that could make you think totally different.
Yeah,
When you're-
for sure.
When your kid dies, you're like, fuck this, I'm going with my soul, right?
Yeah.
You're like, fuck this. What could be worse? What could my son already died?
Let's
What
put
could be
that
worse?
one down.
I'm coming after you.
Yeah.
I'm coming after you like a fucking Apache savage with nothing to lose.
Joe Kennedy Jr. was killed in action while serving as a land-based patrol bomber pilot in World War II and was posthumously awarded the Navy Cross.
Alex Jones throwing down. Alex Jones throwing down. Dude, you're on fire. This was almost 3 hours. There's people out there that
nothing. I only
you're
know
a
for 6
total
hours.
nut.
We've done
You're
this for
totally
10
nut.
years. Don't
And then
pussy
you're
out
just,
right now.
you're just laying it down. You're laying it down like Game of Motherfucking Thrones.
No, I'm not.
Like yes, you are.
All I know is there's people in the government that want to empower people, and they're trying to do a good job. And I'm not anti-government. I want to have a good constitutional government And the truth is, I couldn't believe when NYPD contacted me on the Secret Service. The Secret Service came to me when I was in the RNC. That's like the number one pass nobody had, red passes. I go behind the scenes, always stop me, like back in the back hill. The Secret Service, in their suits, go, hey, Alex, come here. I want to tell you something about Hillary. Give us a contact number. The next month, we're going to contact you. About a month later, I get a contact. They go, can you come down? There's nothing's digital. Can you come down and meet this place? So I go down and meet. They were meeting with other people as well. So where they went was like they were hitting both sides of our operation. And they said to me, Hillary has seizures like every 30 minutes. She's got an ambulance that's black. She falls down all the time. Just have your people at her events. See her falling down. She's covering it up. Well, sure enough, announced that on air. A month later, she falls down in front of the cameras. We had footage the week before in Cleveland again. Same place she was back to. It was a key battleground. And she was like for an hour in this emergency tent with ambulances and stretchers. So I'm telling you, I mean, I've got real sources that really care about what's happening in this country. And everything they told me was dead on. You know what's scary about my government leaks?
Let's go back to that before you move on. The Hillary thing was very bizarre because nobody was supposed to mention it. Like, you weren't supposed to mention that she was falling down.
She never said weird, like,
they said, she had pneumonia. They said, she had pneumonia. Let me tell you something. I've had pneumonia. You know what I haven't done? I haven't ever walked and just fallen down while I'm walking. Like, that's really frail.
Here's the background of the company. This is it's known that in 2012,
she fell on her head and she got a severe concussion.
It was brain surgery from my sources. Yeah, she's in the hospital for a year. Then
she was fucked up for 6 whole months according to Clinton, according to Bill.
So she looks like hell. We don't know where she is. And then meanwhile, I'm told, hey, she's falling down all the time. She looks like hell on TV. And then Secret Service says, look, you've got the people. Get up off your ass and follow her. So they follow her in like 5 cities. We didn't catch it. We were in New York. They sneak her out. She falls down, having epilepsy every 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The point is my intel was good. They gave us good info. So what are the elite thinking? They're going to put somebody in with epilepsy.
But do you think that it was just that their idea was she can hold it together, just anything rather than try?
As soon as if they just wanted to get her through, get all those girls like, oh my God, everything's great, and then they pass all these motherfucking bills.
And it seemed to me that when all this was happening, that people so desperately wanted to not look at it because the alternative was Trump. It wasn't that they were taking an objective look at it and go, wow, maybe she shouldn't be blacking out, and then you consider that massive head injury that she had in 2012, which is real. It's a fact. People don't like it when you bring that up, though, because they think if you bring that up, you're going to change people's opinion, and you're going to help Trump win.
Well, let's be clear what people said. Can I just spend 2 minutes talking to your audience? Which camera is
about Trump?
That one. Let me just give you 2 minutes. I don't claim to have all the answers. And I'm not here to boost for Trump because I'm tied to his wife. If I attack Trump, I'd make more money. This isn't about money. It's about the truth. Trump really is trying to cut taxes and make people successful and wealthy. He really does care about the average person. The elite have some plan to enslave people, to make folks poor. And all I'm asking you to do is get past thinking that you're part of the establishment or you're smart because you're anti-Trump. I'm asking you to actually look at what's really being going on and understand that Democrats, Republicans come and go. Some are good, some are bad. The whole power structure has been against Trump for a very serious reason. Trump is coming after them and really is attempting to bring down this whole global system. That's why all hell's breaking loose. So I just want your viewers and listeners to know, I'm not some political hack. Like you said earlier, I used to be against Bush. I wish Obama would have been real. The point is they got to Obama. With Trump, he doesn't give a damn. They admit they're offering money, everything. He doesn't listen.
So you think what Trump could, what Obama could have been is who he was when he was running for office, that he was this radical element of change, hope and change. He wanted to close down Guantanamo Bay. He wanted to do all these things. But once he got in there,
all that. He had Che Guevara posters in the back.
During his administration, the DEA decided to not take marijuana off the Schedule 1. Everybody knows it's not Schedule 1.
He was the cover.
Schedule 1 means no medical use. That's what it means. That's what it means to be Schedule 1. It's crazy that marijuana is Schedule 1, but it's the most useful. Out of all the different various illegal
Well, look how
drugs,
smart you are, Joe. You smoke marijuana quite a bit. You're still a smart guy.
it's definitely not bad.
I'm just smelling it. I can't even think it.
I know.
Listen, let's get serious. All I'm telling you is,
What's Trump about? What are those conversations about? Let the people know.
So I saw this story.
I mean, Trump really wants to make poor people rich. He really wants to defeat collectivism. Collectivism. He hates all the bashing of the family and what's collected is all the new order. Collectivism is this thing like you're not an individual, you're like part of a group. And Trump can't stand that. He can't stand seeing as a businessman business deals where China has like 35% currency tariffs on us. There's no way you can even compete. And they're shutting off our power plants with regulations, but not theirs.
Why do we do that then? What is the reason why?
Because our elites, quite frankly, under Kissinger and of course, the president who was in that administration, Nixon, they made a one-sided deal for elites to go make deals in China. They're 1 billion plus slaves. I don't say that condescendingly, they're like slaves. To leverage out the West, the whole world's industry. And Trump doesn't like those one-sided deals. He's saying, listen, we're not going to impoverish America. We're going to empower America, and we're going to actually use American power to promote freedom worldwide.
So let me get this straight for guys like me.
And all Trump's done is deliver on promises.
So what you're saying is, in layman's terms, the elite, the people in power, the people that have the green light power to sign these treaties, they were maybe offered a couple mil here, a couple mil there to sign this, to sell the country out so that they could make 10 mil here, 5 mil there, something like that.
Yeah, the U.S. got colonized by corporate takeover artists, and Trump at the end said, F you. So we're going to take their whole global system they built for nothing, take it away from them, and have the true new American millennium, not the new century. You listen to his, I don't know if we got the time, but if you want to play his 18-minute State of the Union, we could start, or not State of the Union, definitely not going to play that.
He's like a global Fidel.
His global inauguration speech, he lays the whole beautiful bitch out. And so if anybody ever wanted to actually have somebody trying to make them great and wealthy and powerful, it's Donald J. Trump. That's why the whole elite, the whole power structure, Hollywood, all the pedophiles, every damn demon, every pot-bellied 1-inch fucker, they're all against Trump because he is pro-human and he wants to dominate all these people. It is an act of alpha. He wants
the benefits of the ego every now and then.
Yeah.
Well,
that's definitely helped him run for office.
He talks to you and he calls you, right? I mean, that's crazy.
Because when you're talking, he uses English.
People think people that don't know Alex Jones, they believe the mainstream media when they try to crucify him and say he's a fucking quack and he's a.
Well, Alex, what you need, honestly, is someone to temper you. You need me right next to you all the time to balance things out.
You know how powerful this is? You being right there, you're like the fucking, you're like the
calm them down.
I will sit on your lap.
You got a bio suit on, and you got a fucking ray gun. You're like, okay, we need this alien to benefit humanity, but I gotta put this goddamn bio suit on because he's going crazy.
Just gotta steer him occasionally. You get on rants, and you'll connect 4 or 5 different non-related subjects.
But that's
beautiful.
It's only a guy that does that. Only a guy who does that. That can just go rant after rant after rant after rant with no teleprompters. Only a guy that can do is the guy that's actually.
You're smart. I'm not saying
he's right. He's right.
I'm actually very upset that Joe has finished all my sentences and knows more than I do, and it sits over there acting like he doesn't know all this.
I don't know more than you do.
No, you do.
More than you know.
Just as much as I know. Every document, every secret program, you knew all about it. You know it was a bullshitting. The whole time you've been fucking. You were Bill Hicks.
Listen, I'm microscopic.
We're better than Bill Hicks. Hold on. I'm sick of hearing about Bill Hicks.
He's a great comic.
I'm microscopic, bacterial, atomic, split the goddamn critical mass compared to Joe Rogan. I'm nothing. And I've talked so much shit about conspiracy theories that I feel like I need to shut the fuck up because I don't want any trouble.
You're just asking questions of the universe. It's questioning on your own the mysteries and not just receiving the priest class stuff.
Yes. I'm not trying to. I walked away from my podcast. I thought nobody was listening, but now people want me to go back. I'm like, I thought nobody. But listen, I don't want to be a conspiracy guy like you. I don't want to be that. But I listen to you, and you are my canary in the goddamn coal mine. As long as you're alive, I feel like I'm okay to say shit. But I'll tell you this, every time I come to do the Fight Companion, Joe Rogan Experience, I swear to God, I tell myself, this Fight Companion, no motherfucking conspiracy theories. Let's just live life. I call Joe, and I call him after Fight Companion. I go, I can't believe I did it again, Joe. I can't believe, but
here's the good news. Here's the good news. Hold on. You want to question, you want to discuss the real world.
Something in me wants to help people for some reason. And a lot of times, my enemy's like, fuck them. Make a fucking, you know what I mean? Fuck them. And I'm like, damn, if I just walk away, because I'm compelled, but I'm not trying to make money off conspiracy theories. I can have a conspiracy theory podcast right now and it'll be okay. But I'm not even trying to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be you. But something inside me when the fucking mic's there and someone's questioning, like, I got a son and I want to make sure that I fucking do everything I can for him, because I don't want to leave him with some shit that I could have changed. So inside of me, I'm like on the fence all the time.
But you have to be careful. You have to be careful when you're overzealous. Because if you're overzealous, then you actually turn people the wrong way. Then they look at any conspiracies as being preposterous, even the ones that are real, like Sandusky, like the Catholic Church, like so many other ones before. There's a ton of them, like Pastor, who was the Speaker of the fucking House, pedophile. There's been a lot of those. So it's really critical. But it's really, hold on a second, Eddie. It's really critical whenever you're discussing any of these things that you get all the fucking ducks in order before you pick a side. It's super important, because anytime you make some crazy claim and it's connected to a conspiracy theory and it proves to be wrong, it fucks with all the ones that are really true.
Yeah, you can get them all right.
Right. You got smart guys with careful. People saying I'm Bill Hicks. People saying it doesn't hurt me that they're saying that. It's like it hurts me they're that dumb. They don't know my own person.
It's a joke. It's a joke meme, man. Some Reddit shit.
No, I get it. It's a 4chan. They're having fun. But listen, someone was serious.
Yeah, but they're having
no, they're not. Let me ask you something really quick. This is very important. Let me ask you.
Super important.
I was trying to say this earlier, but we had to go back and figure something out. This is very important. I teach jiu-jitsu. I got students all over the world. I got schools all over the world. All my students start to wake up. You know, that's like a metaphor. A conspiracy theory. Like at different times, some are just into me for jiu-jitsu, but they believe the CNN side 100%. It takes them 3 years, and they're like, oh shit, they start smoking weed, and damn, they're all over the conspiracy side. Everybody awakens at a different point. No matter how smart they are. You can even get your master's, your PhD. You could be, I'm a scientist or whatever, but you're working for the government and you ain't thinking about you. But listen, do you think Donald Trump is in the middle of an awakening? A conspiracy theory awakening?
Donald Trump is 100% real.
He's like, is he in the middle of an awakening?
Yes.
Because he could easily been a billionaire 2 years ago who bought all the mainstream shit, but he was a billionaire. He didn't give a fuck about the mainstream shit. He's cutting deals, blowing up hotels. But now, at a certain point, no matter where you are, no matter how smart you are, you awaken a little by little.
Donald Trump knows which way the moon's going, and as Julius Caesar in the famous play William Shakespeare of Julius Caesar, there's a time the affairs of men would take the foliage on the fortune. Or as Mark Twain said, in the beginning of Patriots, the scarce man hated, feared, scorn. The time was causing seeds. It costs nothing to join a patriot. So here's what's happening right now. There's a major shift happening, and Trump really wants to empower the people. Globalism is anti-human. And so all I'm trying to get at is there's some really big things that are happening in this world, and people watching shouldn't be conservative or liberal.
Can I stop you for a moment? When you say globalism, what do you mean by that? Please define that.
Globalism is like neo-colonialism, but it's corporate colonialism over humans, individuals, government, states, old world, new world. It's worldwide colonialism.
Is it Rothschild?
That's monopoly. It's monopoly capitalism.
Is it Rothschild?
Dominate populations and create centralized systems of monopolies and control. It wants to end innovation. It wants to end upward mobility.
Why do they want to end
Globalism is
innovation?
globalism is corporate world government.
Why do they want to stop innovation?
Because they see it. They see it as what they call disruptive technology. And humanity's so powerful, we've already got a monopoly.
So is this a recent consideration after the internet has been invented?
No, globalism is bigger than that, but yes. Every part of that's true. Since they've already got control, they want competition to end. They're in control. They don't want challengers. They've seized control of the human psyche, human development, to the stars. They've got all. They think they're getting rid of humanity. They're becoming gods. Whatever dimension they're tuned into told them that. So they want debates to end.
Right.
And they want authoritarianism.
They want to vote. What happened?
Now, I don't know how often that happens.
And how is Donald Trump going to stop this?
A bolt came off the. You're going
How do
crazy.
you see it
He's
happen?
making bolts come off the goddamn
How do you
microphone.
hoping it happens, Alex? How do you hoping Donald Trump? What does Donald Trump have to do with blocking?
Taxes are energy cycles. They're vampiric action. So if he actually cuts taxes for poor people middle class and gets rid of tax incentives for really rich, it's like coming after the rich. But from a conservative perspective, the Republicans are cheering it.
So is that what he wants to do? He wants to cut taxes for everybody?
Except the rich. He's going to increase.
Really? That seems like the opposite of what a rich guy would do, right?
But he understands, like Henry Ford did, you got to sell a car where people have to afford to buy it. You got to pay your employees so they can buy it. He wants real prosperity. Because
Is this
Trump
now?
doesn't get off in this limousine driving by burnout old town.
Has this been announced? This tax plan?
Yeah.
So Jamie, see if you can pull up what it says. That's fascinating. I wonder if that'll change people's opinions. If that really does happen, and people can save a significant amount of money in
Here's
taxes.
the problem. The globalists just meant they want a global consolidation. They want a global downturn to break everybody's will and accept all the taxes and regulations. And so Trump is racing. Remember, they had for 8 years 0% interest, but it was only the big banks. Trump said, we're going to keep 0% interest for 1 year. Really against it. But for poor people, they get 0% interest. Who cares? It's all fiat anyways. The banks lose the money. It's all just write-offs. They're killing it all now and raising taxes.
Trump tax reform that will make America great again. The goals of Donald Trump: number one, tax relief for middle-class America in order to achieve the American dream. Let people keep more money in their pockets and increase the after-tax wages. Number two, simplify the tax code to reduce headaches Americans face in preparing their taxes and let everyone keep more of their money. So he's trying to.
He's already implemented it. That's 14 or 12 days in. You've already got it.
So if you're single and you earn less than $25,000 or married and jointly earn less than $50,000, you will not owe any income tax. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
And the taxes.
That removes nearly 75 million households, over 50% of the income tax rolls. They get a new one-page form to send to the IRS saying, I win. Those who would otherwise owe. How crazy is that? They get to save a new one-page form to send to the IRS saying, I win. Those who would otherwise owe income tax will save an average of nearly $1,000 each.
Yeah, it's not that bad. If you're the lowest bracket that pays taxes, you basically don't pay taxes. You don't do people pay taxes are for rich people. It's like if you're rich, you pay big the tips. You get it like people need money.
Look at this statement. No business of any size, from a Fortune 500 to a mom and pop shop to a freelancer living job to job, will pay more than 15% of their business income in taxes. This lower rate makes corporate investments inversions unnecessary by making America's tax rate one of the best in the world. Holy shit.
We have one of the highest rates, so nobody wants to be here.
No family will have to pay the death tax. Holy shit.
You know about this?
Yeah, that's giant. That's
He's
giant.
a deliverer, man.
That's
Seems
giant.
like Trump is for real, right?
You earned and saved that money for your family and not the government. You paid taxes on it when you earned it. That is so beautiful. That is a beautiful tax plan. That death tax is disgusting. So if you left money for your kid, they would take half your money. They take some giant chunk of it. And he's saying that's not going to happen anymore. That alone, that's a beautiful thing. That's a very good thing.
So
Trump is painted out. He's painted out.
Last night I land, and there are like 70 of them, and like they're like pushing by families with kids, like KKK, like yelling at families just on Infowars. They like literally push back like Hispanic families and black people screaming KKK.
Well,
and I looked at them on tape, they're just going like,
it feels good for people to have a clear enemy. And if they can justify in their mind you're a white supremacist or anybody on the alt-right is a racist.
I heard Trump's KKK, and I heard he's a rapist. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Dumb people are marching on the streets.
Well, there's also a bunch of people that are looking for some sort of solidarity. They thought, maybe they were. Maybe they thought that Hillary was a better choice, and maybe they got excited that they could get together and join up and walk the streets. Anytime you can get people to get together for a common good, in their mind at least, and no one gets arrested, that's a good thing. It sucks that they probably blocked up traffic for a lot of people and made it annoying.
Joe, what would you do if, like, almost half the time you went to your
You're telling me that happens to you, right?
Well, I wonder where it's like they're interdimensionally connected. Like, why is it always, ooh, you're a loser, slap you in the face and back of the head? It's like, how are they so coordinated? It's not because they don't really do.
That was the greatest thing he's ever said. Right?
No, I'm serious. They always do that.
You just invited a door. If people going, "Boo, you're a loser," and they try to slap you in the back of the head, it's going to happen now. You started a meme. You started a human meme.
No, I don't even care. The point is, how are they so synced? Here's the well, you have women going, Allah Akbar, I love God.
They're synced by the media.
Synced by the media. And I'm out there peacefully videotaping the Saturday after Trump's inaugurated in D.C. before I leave. And they're like, F you, white male. They're all white women. F you, jihad. Allah. And they put hats on. Burkas screaming, I'm going to join jihad. You'll never stop me. And I'm like, I'm not going to cut your genitals off and put you on a slave block. I don't get where I've never done anything to women. And all these weird ass women, including the DC police, were letting people attack us. They were wearing these pink hats. And then they got attacked, praising off. Yeah,
someone was saying that you were drunk. That's not true, right?
Absolutely not.
I didn't think so.
No. The truth is, the headline was Alex Jones kicked out of inauguration.
Oh, yeah.
No, they had people blocking the entrances because they had it all fenced off. You couldn't get in.
Yeah, the whole thing is it's very the whole movement is very aggressive. You know, it's like a response to what they think is aggressive. You know,
Joe, you're all over there slick asking questions.
Misogynist.
Let's be serious.
Okay.
What is your real worldview of the nature of consciousness on this planet and intergalactic space? I'm going to be really honest today.
Okay.
A lot of your answers. So metaphysically, what is the secret of the universe?
This is what I think. There was a little organism that was just recently discussed. I tweeted it, I think, yesterday, and they think it was one of the very first organisms that was a precursor to what we eventually became. And all biological life, all like living, walking things came out of this one multi-celled organism. Like that. Yeah, so one thing. I think as that happened, whatever hundreds of millions of years ago, I don't know what the number is, but whatever, however long, billions of years that happened to go, if we keep going in that same direction, whatever we are now, it's going to be totally unrecognizable just a few hundred years from now or a few thousand years from now, or if we just do it biologically, a million years from now. But I think that if human beings manage to stay alive for a long period of time and not blow each other up, we're on the cusp of figuring out how to manipulate our very beings, like to the point where we're not going to be people anymore. It's just going to change.
That's it.
Yeah.
Humanity is at the crossroads. That's my message today. The elite have decided, they think, the course of our evolution. I'm here to say, shouldn't we decide and have a debate about it?
Well, I don't think, I think experience is very much real. People have this insatiable need for innovation. They're fascinated by it. They want the newest phone, even though their phone works perfect. They just want it. They have this desire. It's a weird thing. It's just like we were talking about. Like these things aren't designed to make you addicted to them. You're just addicted to them, and they're designed well. There's a weird sort of connection that we have to this technology. And I think it's because of what Marshall McLuhan said. I think it's because of what Marshall McLuhan said, that human beings are the sex organs of the machine world. I really think that's what they're doing. I think all of this integration, all this innovation, of all this compelling focus on technology is because evolutionarily, that's where our biology goes. It goes to technology because it can manipulate it at a far faster rate than our evolution.
I hear what you're saying biomechanically. But genetically, through round cells, not square silicon, we do it more beautifully. and strongly. I agree with what you're saying overall.
I don't think it's an either or,
We
Alex.
shouldn't just
But Alex, I don't think it's
we
either
shouldn't
or.
just accept it.
They're going to be able to do shit in both ways.
I agree.
They're going to be able to do shit where they're integrating computers. It's going to happen.
The point
They're
is,
going to be screaming
is that
about
we should
9/11
tell
400 years from
the
now.
public needs to know this.
Yes.
So I think we maybe should have a larger debate about it.
Well, they are learning about it. It's just something that you have to seek out.
It's all
And it's
controlled.
really
All the information is controlled.
well, I don't know about that. The information about innovation and artificial intelligence, they're letting a lot out.
If you were a
It's constant
gangster,
study.
if you were Tony fucking Montana running the planet, would you let that shit out or would you keep it for you?
But Eddie, there's not Tony Montana's not running science. The thing is, these scientists are almost all involved in universities and different studies. They're working on their PhDs. They're trying to make a name for themselves. They're exploring all these different possibilities, and then big companies that can profit off of it in billions and billions of dollars, like Sony or Apple or any of these other companies, they scoop these people up, and their fucking thing. But hold on a second. Their thing is to innovate and make money. That's what they're there for. That's what they're doing. They're trying to push the envelope in technology. But they're not Tony Montana. Do you understand this? You're talking about two different things. You're making a false
You're talking
entity.
about some utopia.
No, I'm talking about what
the
Apple
scientists are
is.
trying to benefit the
Eddie, I think
world.
it's the point.
I'm talking about what Intel is.
Here's what I'm
the
getting
people
at.
who makes the
It
iPhones are.
doesn't matter. We're having a real discussion about the future of the technological system of humanity.
Right.
They don't want that discussion. So this thing, whether it's Joe or Alex Jones or Eddie Bravo, we're all having a Joe Rogan Experience, a discussion the elite are having right now in Kauai, right now with Zuckerberg. I know for a fact.
The elites are meeting with Zuckerberg
in Kauai.
Are they pissed off at
He's about?
Facebook too?
He's about Kauai. But the whole point is they're having this meeting
He owns
right
Facebook.
now, and we should discuss what's happening.
Is Facebook part of the Illuminati?
Now you know.
No. It's a bear shit. The lowest part of it.
Come on, aren't you on
Now you know.
Facebook?
Look at Alex
They're
Flex.
going to delete your profile. You better take that back.
Joe, I want to
I know you do. I know you do. I know you do.
Hey, the biggest issues in the world. She never asked me about wrong with it.
I want to know about aliens. I keep coming back to that because I want to know, what do they know about aliens? What are they real?
The Riverside County
What I
Sheriff's
say
deputy has
is
been
not
injured and a
political,
woman has been killed in
and
a
it's
struggle
not
over
from
the
my
deputies.
particular
The sheriff's
perspective.
department says the
It's from the
deputy
known knowledge
had
in
been
the
chasing
universe.
several suspects on Monday.
We live in
One
a
of them
third-dimensional
tried to grab
plane.
his gun. Another
We
man
can see the
lunged
planets,
at him,
the
and
galaxies, the
woman also
suns,
tried to attack
hundreds
him.
of billions
She
of
was shot by the sheriff's
galaxies
deputy.
photographed,
California
universes.
Attorney
We
General
live in
Rob
an
Monta has
amazing
secured a $700
space-time
million
continuum.
multi-state settlement from
The
Johnson
elites
and
believe
Johnson.
that it's not in the third dimension that we're mainly receiving transmissions. Ships don't arrive Alpha Centauris or Yeezy Prime or wherever they're coming from.
Talcum products in the U.S. and
Or
Canada in
Beetlejuice.
2020. Joey Chestnut
They
has
come
been
here
banned from the
with
annual July
interdimensional
4th
gates that are much
Nathan's
closer
Famous International
to
Hot
full
Dog
space.
Eating Contest. He's won it
And
16
so
times, but he
we
will
have
not
to
be
discuss
allowed to
different
participate this year
influences that are in the universe
because
and our
of a
fact
deal
that
he
we have
signed
free
with
will,
vegan
and we
food
decide
brand
what we want. I don't
Impossible
believe in any of
Foods.
this.
We'll check
I'm
some
simply
programs
telling you what the elites believe.
So they believe that there's another dimension, and these beings are from another dimension. A bunch of
And they
dimensions.
need baby blood, right? They need baby
Well, our
blood, right?
brain is able
Right?
to tune in. Let me tell you, we're really
It's not-
powerful.
I didn't make this up.
We're made in the image of our Creator. Our brain is able to tune into the lowest dimension, the highest dimension. Humans are basically really powerful creatures that can live right close to suns. They're highly radioactive. Nothing else can live this close. They're very short lives because we're like a hive organism that actually lives second to second. In the space-time continuum, it's like 100 years. It's a second. And we transmit our data up to be able to live next to like these Stargate and jump gates that are suns. So because we live so close to these suns, we only have like milliseconds to be alive. So we're actually a hive organism that keeps transmitting up to the next species in our hierarchical system down below us. So we're alive right now in this continuum, and we're trying to progress and make things better. And the elites are trying to make sure that we don't dial into that incredible knowledge we've got as a species and basically die as a species. So we're not competitors on the next level, as the Bible says, of the interdimensional plane.
Upper
But you don't,
Seventh
you don't
that
believe
sounds
that.
good.
But you don't believe that. You're just saying that's what they believe.
Oh, yes, exactly. I believe that.
What do you believe?
I believe in research.
Do you think that I believe in research too? Do you think that there is something from other dimensions that can access us?
We are other dimensions. The third dimension is only one limited plane, the larger
So you
spectrum.
do believe
So we're a part of that spectrum.
Well, let's just say we're not in Kansas anymore.
Alex, have you ever done DMT? No. Do you want to?
I don't need to. I do it every night when I go to sleep.
I believe that. He's on, it's like he's on natural DMT. all
You're
day.
definitely on something, man, for sure.
Yeah, I got a question for you. You know how this is kind of off the cover a little bit, but off the track, off the beaten path. But you know how the CIA has always been involved in Hollywood and making movies, and you know like Zero Dark Thirty. You know all these movies that are clearly propaganda movies. You know what I mean? And most, like even movies you think they weren't propaganda, but they are. Like the superhero movies, how they're just they're lots of evil, or they're gonna build a bomb and all that. Is there whistleblowers within Hollywood that are making movies, just like in Brazil, the martial arts were outlawed, so the people that were about the truth, they were like doing dance, but they were disguising their martial arts. Are there filmmakers like that out there that are trying to help humanity with the basis of their films? Or is it all
Sure, Hollywood's like anything else. There's good people and bad people. I don't think Hollywood overall is bad.
Which movies are the good ones? Because I'm like at Star Wars, I'm like, is this the bad one that's propaganda?
All the Meryl Streep movies are good ones.
Yeah, which ones are the good ones?
Meryl Streep.
Which ones are the ones I should go?
What
about like Talladega Nights? That's not CIA, right?
No way.
What about like when Hangover 1 comes out?
Let me tell you.
That's like the dumbest
CIA.
because I never met anybody that did like Hangover. Go ahead.
CIA is only the name of like one part of the shadow government, which is all like the intellectuals of America.
So those people are on Trump's side now?
Yeah.
And that's the first time ever?
Well, the CIA has never been perfect.
So they must have been with Bush, right? Because Bush used to be the president of the CIA. Bush Sr.?
Yeah, George Herbert Walker.
Yeah. So he was head of the CIA. Here's the deal, right?
The CIA was set up supposedly to defend the Republic and do all this stuff. It got hijacked by multinational interests. It's been retaken. And they're cleaning the CIA out right now.
Are you serious? That's fucking breaking goddamn news. Put that shit up on InfoWars. The CIA is cleaning house? Oh my God, are you kidding me? Why isn't that the headline news on InfoWars right now?
In other news, Jamie is wearing the Rock t-shirt.
A lot of folks did really great things for the CIA.
That's amazing shit.
The CIA does like half the fighting. And they were all pissed off and they were betrayed by infiltrators inside the CIA. And really bad stuff that went on. But right now, there's a counter kid within the CIA.
They're cleaning them up.
Well, they're definitely trying.
Jesus Christ, damn. I like what I'm hearing.
We'll see what happens.
Are you happy about the future?
Just be ready for something else. If Trump succeeds, within 3 years, you're going to hear major cancer cures. You're going to hear new energy systems announced. You're going to hear new companies announced. They've suppressed all this stuff. And Trump and good people want to empower humanity. They believe in the species, the planet, and big stuff's about
Do you know how goddamn crazy it would be if Trump became a hero?
Yes.
But do you know how crazy it would be if the country accepted him, if they figured this out? If this is all true, this all comes true exactly as you're saying, which I really have no idea if you're right.
Hey, you know what you can play right now? How about that Bill Clinton clip that you played where he's talking about vetting immigrants, like more hardcore than Trump?
Yeah, so we're going to have a whole...
How do you pull that? How did you pull that out?
Bill Clinton and Hillary promote walls. And the walls, I halfway disagree with him on the wall. People do a ladder over it. It's metaphysical. It's like, we're a country, we're allowed to have this Mexico as one. Canada has one. Why can't we? The big thing is just deport people that are on welfare. We need people from Mexico and Russia and Japan and
just deport people that are on welfare, to only deport the poorest ones.
Well, we can't say if you won't do anything and you're come here, yeah, we'll collapse.
Okay, so when they come over here, you're saying give them a chance, but then once if they try to stay on welfare, they're going to come out.
Was it for abortion or not?
Sounds good to me.
America
Let's hear this.
babies.
1995.
Listen.
This is in 1995.
This is huge.
legislature. In fact, in every place in this country, we're right in the stern of the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Way more radical.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace, as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
If that doesn't vindicate fucking Trump on all that dense shit,
But it also makes you realize what
retarded.
a bad motherfucker Bill Clinton was.
Dude,
Because Trump
you're
can't make a
retarded.
speech like that.
Think about that.
Bill Clinton was a
Hey,
good
think
guy.
about that.
Hit me.
I want everybody to hit me right now. Full power.
Dude, that was Bill Clinton. So if you're out there marching, talking about the fucking wall, if you're some chick out there marching, talking about the wall, and you just heard that, and you don't realize, I'm giving you a chance. Admit you were punked. It's okay. Everybody gets punked. But from this point on, shut the fuck up about it.
That's not no, okay. That's about it, folks.
Are you kidding? I was a 27-time Taekwondo champion. If I give you full power, you're going to be in the hospital.
We should go to a pitch
I think we had it's 5. We're going to wrap this up. We got it. We did a good job. We put it
Can I
together.
ask one more question?
Go ahead.
One more. You know me, I'm fucking fascinated with conspiracy theory, just like you. Every night, dudes are watching fights and boxing. I'm listening to conspiracy theories every fucking night when I go to bed. I listen to Alex Jones every day. The one thing that gets that I don't get, I get the establishment, I get the Illuminati, I get all that shit, but then there's Ronald Reagan. Every now and then you have Dr. Steve Pacheco on the show, and he's talking about some serious conspiracy theories. All this shit, he's confirming everything. He's deep in the CIA confirming shit. But then when they talk about Ronald Reagan, they talk about like he was the last great president. And I thought, that actor, the guy, wasn't he an FBI informant? Isn't he so goddamn establishment? Ronald Reagan? I don't get that. Explain Ronald Reagan. I mean, George Sr. was the vice president, director of the CIA. He just seems like a
Joe, I
total
don't have to shut
establishment.
this off. This is once in a lifetime.
Okay, explain Ronald
So
Reagan.
you want to end the transmission?
No. Explain Ronald Reagan. Go ahead.
We're just joking around punching earlier.
No, it's okay. But his question. Explain right Ronald. He wants to know about Ronald Reagan.
And I want to know
Hold
the
on.
movies I could trust. Tell me the movies I could trust.
Ronald Reagan.
We're not some blood fest with Reagan, but after all the Obama globalization, it's like a nostalgic good thing. Reagan ran against George Herbert Walker Bush, said he was globalist, CFR, world government. Then they told him at the convention, okay, you won, but we're going to not let you have the nomination if you don't put Herbert Walker Bush in. Then a year in, they shoot him. They just released that guy. And so all this stuff went on.
Oh shit, I didn't know
And so
that.
Reagan didn't get his agenda through. They tagged on Iran-Contra, all this stuff. Reagan actually wanted to get rid of the IRS and a bunch of good stuff. So yeah, I know he's an anti-communist.
So he was running against George Bush. He beat him, and then when he got the presidential nomination for the Republican Party, they made him. They forced him to take.
That's the true story.
They forced him.
The only thing I think that's way better than Ronald Reagan. And I wanted to believe in Obama, but he's a total globalist.
This new tax thing is crazy.
That's pretty radical. What'd you think of that?
It's pretty radical.
Joe got mad at us trading punches.
That's okay. Tell us about. Give us a final statement on Trump. On Trump.
Choke me up.
There's people out there that think Trump is racist, and they think he's a sexist and a whoremonger.
That's a lot of
I don't know about that. I think you got that more hormones.
He's not a sexist.
Hey, I'm not
Not a
racist.
racist. I do think he likes women.
Okay, well, good for him. A lot of people do it. Okay, so you think he's a good guy?
I know Trump's a good guy. He look at what he's done is he's delivered like no president ever.
All right, everybody wants to find some reason to hate him and some reason to figure out a way to get him out of office. But shouldn't we, at this point, I mean, he won their game, right? There's a popularity contest. he won the popularity contest. And that's really what being president is.
Yeah.
Figuring out a way to get the most amount of people to say, I like you better. I mean, it's really what it is. And he's the first truly popular person who's really good at manipulating the media to win the popularity contest. Everybody before him has just been a politician. He's the first guy that's actually famous that then became president.
He's 2.0.
It's never happened.
We've been on air. How long have we been on?
3.5 hours.
Ronald Reagan was
About
famous.
3:30.
Ronald Reagan was an
How long have we
actor.
been on?
What time was it, California?
5 o'clock.
Ronald Reagan was
That's
famous.
only 2.5 hours.
Yeah, but the point being that he wasn't that famous. He
Ronald Reagan
wasn't
was a
famous
famous
like
actor.
Donald Trump. I don't think he was famous like
He
Trump.
was a movie star.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan, are you kidding
That's
me?
true, but I don't think he was a big movie star. I think he was like Christian Slater.
Donald Trump wasn't a movie star at
No
all.
offense, Christian Slater. I loved you in Blaze.
Hey,
He's in
you-
Blade. It was
Joe,
another guy.
Joe, this one?
Joe, he was in Blade, right?
I'm
Was
ready
Christian
to-
Slater in Blade?
Joe.
No. Stephen Dorff was. What was Christian Slater in?
So was Ronald Reagan?
God damn
Did
it,
he
you
get all
guys.
this? Did he get his?
I'm ready to end this right now, but I'm telling you, once in a lifetime interview. We haven't got the real questions. We're only 2.5 hours in.
No, we're not.
3.5.
It's 5. It's 3.5 hours.
When do we go live?
1:30. 1:30. We went live at 1:30. We're sitting in the chair before 1:30.
He's on Austin time.
I know. She's on.
Oh, that's
Look at the
it.
clock right next to you. See, it's 5 o'clock. Yeah.
Fine, I'm ready to end
What
this.
else? What else do you want to talk about?
All I know is, I want your listeners to know, I really told you the real truth
Okay.
of what I've researched. You shouldn't believe MSM. They're total corporate wars.
What do you think is going to happen? How do you think this is going to play out? Now that you think this sort of silent, bloodless coup is taking place, and this guy has gotten through this net that had been set there to make sure that no one other than the people that were already inside the system could ever run it. So he got through. He's running it now.
We're
What
in
do you
an
think's gonna happen?
incredible, once in a lifetime situation. Trump isn't perfect. He really wants to empower humanity. All of us have to work hard, be involved, hear our views, put out our ideas, and just move forward. They're planning to try to assassinate Trump.
You think so?
Oh, God, they're demonizing him, saying, killing him.
You mean assassinating for real, or do you mean assassinating him like publicly, like politically
No,
assassinating
they
him?
want to politically destroy his name. And they want to politically also try to kill him. All I know is America had half the wealth of the world 20 years ago and 5% of the world population. We've lost half that wealth. And it's that as we get more powerful, they get more powerful. And the elite have been trying to domesticate America, not that we're perfect, but we've got ideas of industry and ideas and then doing things that change everything. And so the real elite of this planet want to kill competition. They want to consolidate control. They want to end the internet of governments. That's America.
They were about. If Hillary would have won, they would have censored the internet.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell you this.
How are they going to do
100%.
that?
Look it up. Look it up.
Check it out.
I'm actually surprised
They
how
were
fast
all.
he is.
They were putting the pieces together. They were about to do it.
Okay, the headline is Obama establishes Ministry of Truth. 3 weeks before Trump takes office, 1 week after Trump's elected.
So Ministry of Truth being something that stops fake news.
Yes.
The news the government doesn't agree with.
Right. So the problem becomes how do we decide what's fake?
Yeah.
Obama
So
quietly
they're gonna
signs.
put-
Go back, please. Go back, please. Obama quietly signs the Countering Disinformation and Propaganda Act into law. Wow. Late on Friday, with the U.S. population embracing the upcoming holidays and oblivious of most news emerging from the administration, Obama quietly signed into law the 2017 National Defense Authorization Act, which authorizes $611 billion for the military in 2017. In a statement, Obama said, blah, 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 blah. Where's it say?
What you read down, he says the federalized media over the governors, board of governors, the FCC.
Federalize the media, meaning federalize television shows,
Everything,
HBO,
all
Netflix,
transmission,
your
all
website,
information, all galaxies.
your website, my website, everybody's website. What are you doing?
It says Obama last minute bills.
Like all that shit he signed
Oh, yeah.
on his last day.
Read
All
down,
that shit.
read down a little lower. It says in the bill, we're going to federalize, put it back up, I'll show you. We're going to federalize communications and put the CIA over the board of governors of the federal communications.
That sounds so crazy.
Dude, you would have been subject to that shit. They could have easily came to you and said, listen, you can't talk about that no more. If Hillary would have won, that What happened, dude? You were like this close.
See, I wonder if people would have ever went for that. That seems like.
Let me show you what Trump does. He is like up till 2 in the morning right now.
Tweeting.
Quick,
Get mad at
watch
people.
this video clips. He kicks on here.
He's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Trump's perfect. I'm going to keep Trump honest. If there's anything I'm going to come out against him. The point is that
He's a different kind of thing.
Is he going to open
he is a
911?
rogue element.
9/11. Is he going to do anything about
He's
that?
already exposed the fact that almost the government worked with Saudi Arabia to launch the September 11th attacks 16 years ago.
He's going to reopen that shit?
He said he will.
You think that? Imagine that. Imagine the reopening
Imagine
of 9/11. Imagine
Get us
that.
to tell us about the alien bases on the moon, please. Tell him to release that information about the alien bases on
That's
the
the
moon.
next question. What does he know about geoengineering?
Right.
What does he know about
Aliens.
Not about aliens. Fuck
No.
aliens.
I
How
want
is
to
it
know about
gonna
aliens. Don't say
help
fuck
us here
aliens.
on
I don't say
the
fuck
land?
chemtrails. You don't say fuck aliens. Okay?
All right, let's do it.
I thought we were over aliens.
Let's do a Donald Trump
I'm back. I'm back on
Let's do a
aliens.
Donald Trump call.
I'm so
Okay,
bored
let's
lately. I'm
so-
back on aliens and Bigfoot.
You're back on
And
aliens?
Bigfoot.
Dude,
How are
I
you doing,
was
Mr.
done with
President?
aliens 10 years ago.
Oh, sure. I'm doing well.
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, it's like ring, ring, ring.
Oh, you ring.
Here we go.
Finest roofing materials
What's
primarily
going on?
from
Well,
GAF.
what was the agenda
Which
for with the
is
setbacks?
the largest and most
Well, I
respected
don't know
roofing
about
material
those
manufacturer in the U.S.
Gotta come to
If
Trump
your
Tower.
roof needs repairs,
Ooh, I'll come to Trump Tower. I want to know about aliens.
let me see
Hey, ask Trump if he wants
Okay.
to learn some jiu-jitsu.
If
I'll
he
give him
comes to
private
a private
lessons.
jet
Half
and
off.
fly to New York to meet with, you want to go to Trump?
dial pound
I want to see the bodies, the alien bodies. We go to
Get
Ohio.
Trump on the
We need to go
show.
Hangar 18.
Alex, can you imagine Trump on the show? That would be huge.
Probably not a good idea.
You've done yourself
For anybody.
No?
I don't know. Who knows?
If you want to
Joe
be on the
just
show,
wants to
you're
do
the
this.
show.
Hey, I don't care.
Yeah.
Joe, I don't care if you're too cool. We're going to go and eat after this.
Well, we have to get the fuck out of here for sure. Let's talk about whether or not we're going to eat or anything else. But it's already 5 o'clock, so we're at 3.5 hours in. Is there anything more that you have to say before we get out of here?
Oh, let me get another question.
Is it? No, Eddie. I want to ask Alex.
No, I mean, literally, I really seek the truth. Trump's on the truth. Infowars.com has all our articles, our research, our videos, our podcasts, what we do. And I'm not left or right. I'm not liberal or conservative. I'm really trying to find out what's going on in the world. And so after all these years, Joe, spending, I love
I'm
how
glad
you
we finally did it.
crystallized really good questions. You kind of knew all the stuff I was going to bring up.
Well, you just get crazy. You just get crazy. You want to keep going. But I think sometimes you go, okay, hold that thought, expand, explain, because a lot of times things that, well, hold on a second, Eddie, things that are in your head, self-explanatory, you already know about it. There's a giant percentage of people that are listening to this have no idea what you're talking
No,
about.
I get it.
I want to say this to the Joe Rogan listeners: have an open mind. You've heard him for 3.5 hours. Download that app, that Infowars app. Start listening to him.
Eddie, why don't you do your show on Infowars? That's the move. The Eddie Bravo Radio comes back on Infowars.
I would do that.
No, we need Joe Rogan sample.
But listen.
Okay, but listen.
All I want people to give him a chance. He doesn't know shit about space, but when it comes to politics,
You don't know shit about space.
yeah, when it comes to politics, he's a fucking master. He's like a
Fuck with
quarterback.
you, dude.
He's like
It believes you on the other stuff.
He's like Helio Gracie, and that's a compliment.
He's Joe Rogan.
Hold up, Jamie pulled something up. Jamie pulled something up. What's it saying?
No, that's the thing about it.
Countering Foreign Propaganda and Disinformation Act of 2016. The bill expresses the sense of Congress. That was a weird expression.
Okay, what are we looking at now?
This is that bill, that anti-propaganda bill. Foreign governments, including the government of the Russian Federation and China, use disinformation and other propaganda tools to undermine the national security objectives of the United States and key allies and partners. The U.S. government should develop a comprehensive strategy to counter foreign disinformation and propaganda and assert leadership in developing a fact-based strategic narrative. And an important element of this strategy should be to help promote an independent press in countries that are vulnerable to foreign disinformation.
translate that. MSM is on the ropes. They're panicking. They want to shut down their competition. What American watching this or listening doesn't think they should decide what they should listen to or not?
Do you think that would be ever accepted, that they would allow people, someone that works in the government, to censor websites and podcasts?
Obama signed a
China,
law.
that's already happened.
Yeah, but this
One
isn't
month
China.
ago.
I mean,
You really signed to do this. They signed a bill to try it. That's what I'm telling you.
So crazy.
Notice how I tell you, look at that damn bill.
One of the things about podcasts is that they're basically just a pure conversation. It's just people sitting down talking. And if you stop pure conversation, I mean, that is like one of the most heinous forms of censorship.
It's too late. You can't say.
You can't.
They could try
You
it.
can
They've
try.
been trying it.
But if
but
they
they
really
can't
did,
do it.
if Hillary really did get into office and they really did try to implement
She was
some
gonna
sort of
try
a
Exactly.
filtration process.
I almost wish Hillary would have won because I could have been outside the power. I keep Trump honest. I mean, I attack Trump and do something wrong. It's hard to find. He makes some mistakes like torture, or iPhone codes, or whatever.
So torture, you think, is just, it doesn't work, it's not good, it makes us look terrible to foreign countries.
It lowers us to their level.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Trump came out against torture 2 days ago and said, okay,
He changed his mind.
he's good on stuff like that.
That's very
He's
unusual.
waking up. And when you wake up, you change your mind on
He's
a lot
also
of shit.
independent and wealthy. That's one of the
Yeah,
things that separates him.
That's probably a huge factor in this. I mean, he's not part of the Obama-Hillary network.
So that's what I'm saying is that there's no calculation. I just treat you like I want to be treated. Big stuff is happening. So very exciting.
Let me ask you this before we wrap this up. You know, if Trump is this new stage of politician or a new type of politician, what kind of person do you think would be like literally the perfect person to run this country? And what would the perfect person be?
Ron Paul? Yeah, Ron Paul's great, but I think it's somebody who's worked hard and probably does this, who really has a sense of success, who loves America, who has been through the gauntlet of demonization, the tax, and dealt with it. I think it's Donald Trump. I mean, you look at what he's been through, man. Who's been through this? And been a winner over, and I'm not in some cult of Donald Trump.
Right.
I think I want to hate him. I want to not believe he's so good. But man, when he calls up and can like read your mind and knows what you were just thinking about, you're like, man, this guy is like God himself.
This tax thing is very fascinating.
It's going to be very interesting. He's going to raise taxes on rich people.
It seemed, to me, the mainstream
No, but I mean,
media
you're not even
is doing
billionaires.
everything. To me, every time I turn on my iPhone, you know what? I didn't ask for fucking Fox News,
They force feed you.
They force feed me every morning. CNN. So when
Yeah,
I
they
turn on
don't
my
feed
phone,
you Joe Rogan Experience or InfoWars. That's why you got to
They
search it
feed
out. Because Joe's real, I'm real, you're real. Whether we're perfect, it doesn't matter. We want to be real. Everyone should human intelligence, support this podcast and InfoWars and the Joe Rogan Experience and make this dominant, which it already is. Just to say, listen, bitches, you may force feed Eddie Bravo a bunch of CNN, Fox News shit every morning, but you're fucking getting the Joe Rogan Experience up your fucking ass.
well, holy shit.
Christ,
That was
I can't believe
amazing.
you went there.
Every time I turn on my phone, I look at what is CNN trying to fucking force feed?
Yeah, since when does an iPhone force feed you the possessed demonic
And it's always
PCP jizz of fucking Anderson Cooper?
Anti-Trump. Every day. I'm on the
Hold on.
the
You
show.
know,
Anderson
now
Cooper
it seems
seems
like
like
anti-Trump. They're
Taking
anti-Trump.
a shit.
What's that tell you?
Anti-Trump.
But isn't
Taking a
Anderson
shit.
Cooper a nice guy? Seems like a nice guy.
CIA.
CIA? He worked there like in college, right?
No,
Beyond that, he admitted it.
he's part of the like wimp CIA.
Operation
CIA.
Mockingbird.
Wait, real.
Wait a minute. CIA has a wimp division?
Yeah, if you're the Astro family like he is,
Yeah.
or the
Vanderbilt.
John Jacob, Mr. Myers-Smith, his name is my name too. If you,
All right, folks. That's a wrap.
no, it's not.
No?
You have to make fun of me at the very end. We're talking about transcendental, transcending information here, Joe.
I think. Sometimes we're talking about it.
Infowars.com and Joe Rogan Experience and Andy Brown.
Eddie Bravo.
Hey,
Eddie Bravo
if you
Radio,
want to
soon
bring
to
Eddie
return to
Bravo Radio, we'll do a
Infowars.com.
rock and roll conspiracy theory on your network. If not,
He believes the CIA
if
created
not,
him.
Be honest,
I'll
let
let
Joe.
you know shit.
Wait, how does this go as well as you put me on?
Better. This was fun.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
I enjoyed it.
What did you think of it?
You know, when you think about
What?
this,
What did you think your 9/11
Oh,
episode would be?
I thought it'd be exactly like that. This is as good as I could have hoped. We had a good time. We had a lot of laughs. We talked about some real shit. We brought up some news articles that confirm a lot of the crazy things that you're saying that make people like all those new arrests about pedophiles and sex slaves. Like, holy shit! If that's real, what story was what news source was that story? How many? Yeah, it was right. And how many different? Is it like all over the place on the internet and a bunch of different news sources?
They're going
Got
after
one
it.
about the sex slaves and being released. Chosen.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So
You
it's
know what
a
I'm saying?
mainstream story.
I'm sitting here thinking Trump
But I think
is a major force, global force right now. Trump, and he talks to Alex Jones. Alex Jones talks to Joe Rogan. And I'm here because of Joe Rogan. I'm like, holy goddamn shit, we got some kind of lightning bolt going through the world right now.
Sure, but it's not like Joe's like, it's like all of us together. We're all there.
It had to be like this for it to be like this. Every day before today, however it went down, had to be like this for us, for this to happen.
Well,
Are you
I want it to
kidding?
be better than 8 years before I come back. And Joe, next time you're Austin, you got to come to the studio.
That story, that 474 stories, the rest was like many major news sites.
Yeah, no, it's real.
This is a galactic thing going down right now, man. This
Well,
is huge.
some interesting things are happening to people, and it's happening at an accelerated rate, and we're all, everybody listening to this, everybody talking to their friends, everybody reading the internet, everybody watching documentaries, everybody reading books, everybody understanding that we know more about how things work today than we ever have before, and it's weirder than we ever thought.
And
Isn't this discovery incredible?
the crazy thing is when people are, you're just not asleep and then awake. You're asleep and then you're partially awake. You know about, you saw Zeitgeist for the first time. Oh, you're partially awake. You don't know about all this other stuff. So when you hear about all the other stuff, you still got that mentality where like, that's bullshit, that's bullshit. People are partially awake. Not everybody
A lot
is
of it
fully
is
awake.
bullshit, though.
Yeah,
That's the problem. There's a lot of wacky conspiracies out there. Like dinosaurs aren't real. Dinosaurs aren't real. Loch Ness Monster, they believe is a shark. They believe it's a Greenland shark. They think. Yeah, they think it's a shark that's like millions of years old and got into that water back when it's connected to the ocean. It's an ancient creature, and they used to think they're extinct, but now they don't anymore. They found some. So they think the Loch Ness Monster. That makes sense. Or like a 25-foot great
It's like, talk about where you get your information from.
No.
Like a scientist, like, where do you get the information from? You know, guys can't talk about that. That's what it comes down.
Well, I'm hardly talking.
I know, but he's talking
Alex, you talk.
When you're talking about Greenland sharks. No, don't
The
hit each
one
other.
thing about Alex
Don't hit
Jones
each
is
other.
I will say
Yeah,
this.
we end the show.
Yes.
Any problem?
No.
I'm gonna fuck you up on my left hand. And my left hand is my strongest.
Okay. Everybody, you guys are beautiful. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for listening in. Thanks for tuning in to episode 911. Eddie Bravo, Alex Jones, and Joe Rogan signing off.
All right, Joe, we got to do it again soon.
Just as all go in there fast timed. I think you only have 20 minutes. And if it turns out that you're in there for 20 minutes, the door opens up.
And we're live. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many times. You've been grilled many times, and it's very stressful for you. So I really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
and flying saucers.
And flying saucers.
Oh, sorry, Area 51 and flying saucers.
I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. In Area 51, you went like, huh?
Well, you know, we want to be accurate. Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in, what would you, how would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound. You can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos,
Right.
National Labs.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I had put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. Said, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos, the guy with the weird car, and you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the founder of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, left Los Alamos and, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter? Like, what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time, out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description, what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. It's going to be some days on, some days off, and it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because Area 51 at that time was...
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, but the whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to the first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to, God, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize, at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on, because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc, the flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing, and there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side. And
Brand new year in my Ford.
so that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think it didn't exist? Technologically.
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field of its own. Now, this is something that we can't do. We can't produce any gravity. The only way we get gravity is from large quantities of mass. But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity. Like you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, "Go ahead, try and touch the sphere." And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was.
So like when you take two magnets and try to press them together.
Yeah, you have that. Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push.
But you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah, now there's nothing that does that. And that immediately caught my attention. Wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce
then that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that, everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
It was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft, and specifically it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available materials. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what the briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, on track. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their, excuse me, their existence. So, again, everything from metallurgy to, weapon potential and craft. These were all, essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion. And it made it very clear that what I read wasn't.
So when you were reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, they're describing it in the briefing, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into it, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning
you can consider it an electrical load. So, although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it. When I left the project.
So there was no progress made.
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on. But I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me. And I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but, Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or?
Yeah, where somebody died.
Because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked?
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one. Now they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to cut, analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No. No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room, you see this reactor working, you realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Do you I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here, your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. You know, the rest of the time it was really an ominous feeling being at work, but at that time it was exciting. I mean, this was, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science, and I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. You know, this was a fantastic opportunity, and however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about, and the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of taking a small portable nuclear reactor and putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then. But anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this.
So they had a series, as far as your surmise, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and like, let's throw Bob at it.
Yeah. And I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor. So.
And you don't know how many have worked on it, and no one gave.
This could have been there for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
But they're giving you instructions. What are they saying? Like when they're giving you directions, showing you all this stuff. Like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking?
Well, essentially, what they ask is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
but they never told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
Well, if the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it, turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no, we talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right,
we explained it.
And so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea, but it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that, but that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home, and Zeta Reticuli is a binary star, two stars that orbit one another, and it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation, like you were talking about before. Where they would,
yeah.
I mean, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, okay, this fax came out, and this Lazar guy said it came from Zeta Reticuli, so they knew it was.
When you read Zeta Reticuli, were you like, what in the fuck is this?
Well, reading all of the stuff, it was, what in the fuck is this?
You're like, why did I sign up for this?
No, it was, to me, this was cool. This was interesting. I said, I was just excited to be out in a secure area, in the middle of the desert. I said, this is awesome.
How old were you at the time?
I was in my 20s.
Yeah, so you probably totally geeked out.
Oh, yeah. This was great. I mean, I was excited. So I didn't care. I'm reading through everything. And
so you read through all the Zeta Reticuli thing, but then when you see the actual starship with the little American flag sticker on it.
Well, was
that later or before?
That was before.
So before. So you see the thing before and you say, oh, this is American.
Wait, what's that before?
Hard, so many years.
Yeah, I can't.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
The days have fused together. It's so hard to separate what happened in each visit.
Do you remember the thought process when you read that it's from Zeta Reticuli?
Yeah, it didn't hit me like a ton of bricks or anything. It was just like, yeah, okay. And,
you think it was bullshit?
I don't know.
You just were like, okay.
Now I don't. I mean, because when I read it, I hadn't verified anything, and this was just a bunch of stuff I was reading, and I thought maybe after this they're just going to give me a test and see what I can remember in crazy information, and it would. But like I said, when I finally went in with Barry and had hands-on experience with what they were talking about, it took on a completely different meaning.
So there's a plate, there's this thing that looks like half a basketball, and when it's on, you can't come anywhere near it. You can't touch it.
Right.
How is it, what is gravity about that? Like the concept of gravity, most people is gravity is bringing something towards it.
Right. Well, I guess you would say it's anti-gravity. It's gravity shifted 180 degrees. It's, anti-gravity.
And did they have any understanding about what could possibly create this effect? Did they have any areas where they'd like you to look into?
No, they knew there was a fuel source in it, and they were proficient at making it work. And again, my analogy to something like this is you can drop a motorcycle off in the wagon train days and just leave it with the keys parked outside, somebody's place. Everybody will come around it and they'll poke and prod, and eventually they'll turn the key, get it to start, and become proficient at riding it.
Yeah.
But they won't be able to understand what the hell's going on. They won't be able to make the plastic fender, much less anything else. And I think that's exactly the state we were at. We played around with the parts long enough before I got there where they could make the reactor operate, take the fuel out, and know that it makes it work. How exactly what was going on in the reactor remained a mystery at the time. I think we made some progress on what was going on inside, but I don't think anybody really knew anything. They could just watch what was going on and make note of it.
How long were you there?
I'd say about 6 months or so.
And what progress was made while you were there?
Well, we came up with a bunch of reasonably good ideas about how the reactor worked. And one of them was the square base of it was essentially like a cyclotron, which is a small particle accelerator, a circular one. Particle accelerators, or linear particle accelerators, are just a, long tube essentially, and they accelerate particles with high voltage and, radio frequencies till they reach high speeds. But a cyclotron does that in a small circular area. And there's this very heavy element fuel, element 115, something that wasn't on our periodic charts at the time.
But it is now.
It is now, yeah.
When did it become on the periodic table now, the way the charts now?
I don't remember. Do you remember when they...
2004, Darmstadt, Germany, I think is where they first fabricated 4 atoms. It lasted 220 milliseconds. With the atoms, it's nothing, right? And then it later was discovered a couple more times they could fabricate it. Then they gave it a place then on the periodic chart. After that, called it Moscovium.
So they told you about this stuff in 1982?
Yeah, well, we kind of...
1982.
What year was this?
It was 88 and 89 when I was there.
Oh, okay.
82 is when
82 was when you were
at
Los Alamos. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So 88, 89, they told you about this stuff. So this was not like...
No, they didn't tell me about it. That's one of the things that this group came up with. The God, I keep losing my train of thought with this thing.
So this one area, this element 115 was the fuel.
Yeah, it was the fuel.
The world will forgive you for having a migraine.
It's really hard to think through this. Just give me a minute.
Just give you more
I just want
booze.
to say, yeah, definitely. I was going to say one thing. About for the last 30 years, people have just been on the attack on Bob. Getting to know him, the personal effects on his life. It's really hard to understand unless you meet his family and his wife. I mean, this is the last thing he wanted to fucking do was have to talk.
Yeah, we should explain that, Jeremy. That you and I had this conversation. I watched your documentary. We had this conversation, and I said, I have to talk to him.
Yeah.
The document, there's been detractors. There's been a bunch of people that called bullshit on many of the things that you've said, but over time, many of the things that you talked about, even in the 80s, have proven to be true. Things that people said were not true were proven to be true. Element 115 was one of them. Right?
Right. Element 115, the fuel they had, was stable. In other words, it didn't decay. It wasn't emitting radioactivity. When they synthesized the 2 or 3 atoms of the 115, it did decay, and it was not a stable element. So they're kind of 2 different things. But this is kind of typical. Elements always have, or pretty much always have, stable isotopes and unstable isotopes. Like I think cesium has like 30 unstable isotopes to it. So, hydrogen, for example, you're familiar with hydrogen gas. It's stable. It's not radioactive. But there's also 2 other types of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. And deuterium isn't radioactive. It's another stable isotope of hydrogen. But tritium is radioactive. Now, they're all hydrogen, but they just have different amounts of neutrons. So it's the same thing with other elements and element 115. Depending on the amount of neutrons it has, designates the isotope, but it's 115. They will continue to take or experiment and try and make 115 at different isotopes, and I'm sure eventually they'll come up with a stable version, but it's the stable version that has the properties that we're talking about.
So they somehow or another had acquired a stable version. Did they say that the stable version had come with this craft?
Yeah, it absolutely came with the craft, yeah.
So at the time, you having a firm knowledge of the periodic chart and knowing what was real and what wasn't real, what was your reaction to having this stable element 115 that wasn't even supposed to exist?
Well, everything was impossible.
Right.
I mean, down to the metal. I did get a chance to look inside the craft on only one occasion. And this was important because where the reactors sat might have been critical to how it operated, since everything operates without any interconnection. So the placement of components might be critical. So they allowed me to go inside and look at it. Again, I forgot where the hell I am.
So you're going into this craft, and what are you thinking when you're inside of it? Like, what are you seeing?
It's a very ominous feeling because there are no, first of all, everything is one color. It's like a dark pewter color, and there are no right angles anywhere. It's as if somebody took, I've said this before, somebody took a model and fashioned it out of wax and then heated it just for a short time so everything melted. Everything looks like it's fused together. Everything has a radius of curvature where two items meet. It's a really weird looking thing, but there was almost nothing other than a small foldable hatchway that looked recognizable. Everything was really unworldly, to pick a way to describe it.
So you get inside this thing, and it's designed for something that's much smaller than a human being.
Yeah, you can't really stand up till you get to the very center of it.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
And what do you think this was designed for?
I'd say something close to half my height.
Wow. So these little 3 foot tallish creatures.
Yeah, and the seats were small too. I mean, obviously it was made, for something small. But there was no, there's nothing else in there. There's just seats, the reactor, and some of the subcomponents. There's no control panels. There's no bathroom. There's no decorative components or artwork or anything that you would recognize or trim. I mean, it's just a very bare bones thing.
You're not seeing any screens.
Well, there are archways around it that are part of the superstructure, and that one of the archways can become transparent. When I was in there, there was another group working on one of the archways, and you could call that a screen, more or less.
So through that archway, it would maintain the solidity, the solid, whatever metal it was.
Yeah.
But you could see
it just became transparent. Yeah. I saw that happen once or twice before I left.
Did you ask any questions about what the fuck?
No, there's no asking questions.
There's no asking questions.
No.
But when you watch something become transparent and you realize it's still there, but you can now see through it.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's not that impressive. We do have some liquid crystal materials that are like that. They have smart glass. Yeah, they call it smart glass. So this is just, and I don't know if the craft is made of, an advanced metal or a ceramic. It was cold to the touch. So, I would lean more towards a metal.
You're not allowed to ask questions.
No, they work on the buddy system. So I can only exchange ideas and talk to Barry. Now, this really interferes with science because science is based on free discussion. And ideally, you get a bunch of guys together, exchange ideas, work on problems, and that's how things move forward. But they're so over the top concerned about security, they split everything off, and everybody becomes stagnant. It just destroys any of the progress you can make, or at least makes it go so slow. I think they wind up shooting themselves in the foot.
Which is probably why they arrived at this bottleneck, that they need to get this madman with a jet-powered Honda come in and see what he could do.
I think that was an act of desperation. I think they wanted someone that thinks out of the box, and let's just give this guy a try here, because they weren't, and they might have done this 4 more times since up to the point in time today, assuming they're still working on this thing.
And when you see this craft and you're inside, was there any indication that there was an area that they would use to control it, to pilot? Was there a pilot seat? There were 3 seats. They sat around, the reactor was in the dead center of it, and then equidistant around there were 3 seats. That's all. There was a large, they're not consoles, they're large rectangular objects, also spaced equidistant around the center. There's nothing on them. There's no buttons. There's no lights. And they look the same color. The same
Everything
thing.
is the same
It's
color.
just a different shape.
Right. And directly underneath them, there's 3 levels in the craft. The main level is what we're talking about. Directly under that, those are the gravity amplifiers, the big rectangular objects. Underneath them are the gravity emitters that look like, for lack of a better word, a trash can hanging on a pipe. 3 of those. And then the top layer, this is just my personal belief, I think that has to do with a navigation or their version of a computer with some planar panels, sensor panels around the craft that we would call portholes, but they're not portholes, they're just black areas. And I think that just determines its position in space. But I physically was in the center section, and I stuck my torso in the bottom section and hung upside down so I could see how the gravity amplifiers were positioned.
What is the roughly the size of this thing?
It's I don't remember from being there, but after all this stuff was over, I had John Andrews, a guy from the Testers Model Corporation, and we sat down and tried to figure out from what I saw and known sizes of things, and we came up with 52 feet in diameter. And
So
I
it's
think that's
fairly small.
Yeah, so I think that's a reasonable guess.
Now you said there's 9 of them, and you got a brief glimpse at the other ones. How are they different?
Oh, they looked completely different. One looked like I called it Jello mold, and it looked like a classic Jello mold with the rippled sides to it. One was a very flat disc, like like a straw hat or something like that. That was sitting up on its edge, and the thin part of it looked like a projectile had been fired through the edge of it. So I don't know if they were attempting to see if the metal could be penetrated, or if that's where the thing came from. Maybe it was shot down. But that was the only one where I saw there was, actual physical damage to it.
And that one was roughly the same size?
They were kind of too far away to tell.
And there was several teams that were working on the propulsion system, so there was different teams that were working on these different aircrafts?
I don't know. I could only assume.
Right. Now, when you're sitting in this thing and you're looking at this otherworldly craft, your goal is to try to figure out how this thing functions. Your goal is to try to figure out how this reactor. But you would imagine they would give you more time than just one day to check that out.
Oh, it wasn't one day.
Right.
Yeah, Barry was there. I think Barry was sleeping there. I'm sure they had. That isn't weird. Up at the Tonopah test range where they work on stealth fighters, you go, I think, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, and you stay up there too. So it's not weird to stay up at the test site.
Right.
So, I think he pretty much, and he acted like he's been up there for a long time.
Yeah.
But
he's still there.
Yeah. Who knows?
Do you have contact with this guy?
No. Oh no. I wish I did. I kind of thought he was going to come out after I did.
Right.
And I think I took so much flack and it's so much shit for what went on. I think I wound up helping security there, and everybody became afraid of, doing or saying anything after that.
So what kind of reports did you have to give? So you're not making much progress, right? You're just trying to figure out what this thing is, and it seems impossible.
Well, we didn't personally make them. We were always, there was never a lot of information that we gained. The guy, you would call him our supervisor, his name was Dennis Mariani, and kind of a military-looking guy. And he would routinely pop in, during the day and, hey, what's going on, guys? And he would essentially relay any information, anything new we came up with. He was our go-between, where we presented him the information, then he took it to wherever they were, assembling all the data from everybody.
Now, I assume you're working normal days, like an 8-hour day?
No.
No,
it was really weird that I would be only called in on certain times and certain days. And they would be weird hours, too. Most of the time was later in the evening. I can get a call at 11 o'clock at night, and they'll say, it's now 11 o'clock. By 11:45, you need to be at the McCarran terminal, and, we'll let you know when we have more information.
But what did you do while you were there? If you're looking at this object, this reactor, and you can't figure out what it is or how it works, other than the fact that it works on this element that you don't even know about.
Sure. The thing was what you do with anything. If you're trying to analyze it, all you can do is perform tests. And all we did is try and come up with every kind of test we possibly could. We tested, it violated a lot of what we thought was impossible to violate. One of the first laws of thermodynamics, essentially any machine, any device that operates always makes extra heat. Nothing works at 100% efficient. Even the headphones you're wearing, anything that takes power, some of that power is going to be converted to heat, and it's just wasted. This didn't. I mean, we looked at, back then we had infrared cameras. They're different today, but back then you had to pour liquid nitrogen into the camera to cool the sensor down and get these infrared images you've seen. But it never got, no matter what the load was on the reactor, it never got above the ambient temperature, which is impossible. I mean, you're, pulling out huge amounts of power and nothing ever gets warm. We tried measuring magnetic fields and there was nothing there. So we started playing around with the emission from the emitters, the gravity wave itself, and saw what we could do with it and how it was focused. So we really spent all our time just trying to see what the stuff can do and what we can control.
So you were seeing what it could do, but you couldn't ever figure out how it was doing it.
No, not really. I mean, we really could only use or come up with a best guess. Now, I can't say that I could absolutely state for certainty how anything actually worked.
Now, how did you know at all how they were piloting it? Because they were doing some tests where they were having these things fly around in the sky, and this is what gets us deeper into your story.
Right. I was out there for one test. Right. In fact, I was with Barry in the lab, and Dennis came in and said, "We're about to run a test. Why don't you guys come out?" Or I think he said, "Barry, why don't you come out here and bring Bob with you?" We went out there, and the craft was already outside the hangar and was just preparing to lift off. Now, they were in communication with somebody in the craft.
So there's a person in the craft?
Yeah, there was certainly a person in there. Now, it's not a comfortable place to be in because it's small. So the guy has to be sitting on the floor in the middle, my best guess.
And this is the same specific craft that you worked on? Because that was the only craft that you were in.
The only one that I touched and worked on. And it quietly lifted off the ground, which was incredibly impressive to see.
Quietly or silently?
Well, quietly, because it produced a little corona discharge from the bottom. A corona discharge is kind of a high voltage rush, little bluish glow discharge. As it was lifting off the ground, you can hear a slight hiss sound. And as soon as it cleared the ground by about 5 or 10 feet, maybe even less than that, the hissing stopped and the blue glow disappeared. So it lifted off quietly and then it hovered silently, if you want to be specific.
Wow. So then what kind of maneuvers was it doing?
It took off, for that particular time, it took off, moved a little around to the left and right, and then sat back down. The craft itself, they communicated with it with a because I saw the guy talking in a regular VHF radio to the person in the craft. And I even saw the frequency that was on the frequency counter, the communication, the transceiver there. But what's weird is he shouldn't be able to communicate with the craft with a radio. The radio wave should bend around the craft. I mean, it shouldn't be possible. Every single thing about the craft and the way they operated didn't make any sense to us. I mean, that's something we talked about for a while after.
Why should the frequency bend around the craft?
Well, you really have to look at the way the gravity wave comes out of the craft. There's the reactor's in the center, and there's a waveguide that goes up to the top. There's actually a small appendage that sticks out of the top of the craft, and it produces a heart-shaped gravitational distortion around the craft. Now, if the craft is sitting in the air and you walk underneath it and look up, you actually cannot see the craft. The light bends around it. You're bending, gravity bends light. It bends radio waves. It's it shouldn't be possible to communicate with a craft that has an envelope around it that's distorting all forms of energy. But they were apparently in contact with it.
Somehow or another, through some unexplained way that they didn't bother explaining to you.
So this thing gets up, it just does some very simple maneuvers, left, right, goes down. And did they discuss this with you? I mean, they said they wanted you to see it.
No, they just wanted, no, they didn't discuss anything with me. It sat down, we looked around for a bit, and Barry said, let's go back. We went back in the lab. All we got to do was see it. Fast forward to some months later, I did have the test flight schedule of the craft. Now, they had times they had designated high performance tests. This obviously wasn't one that was a high performance test. The high performance test goes above the mountain range, and they do much more radical moves with the thing. Look, this is a prized item, and they're not doing anything like taking it out of the atmosphere or flying around other countries or anything like that. They just play with this thing right over the test center. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic in the surrounding areas on the highway was lowest on Wednesday, and that's why Dennis told us that all the test flights occurred only on Wednesday, because it'd be the least chance that anyone would see what's going on.
And this was before the government had expanded the forbidden territory around Area 51 and Papoose Lake and all that stuff. Right?
Yeah, I think that occurred after my story came out. Then people started going up on the mountaintops and trying to look down into there, and they kind of freaked out and then did the land grab and pushed everybody back. But I think all of that occurred long after that I came out.
So you're working there, and while you're working there, you're under this crazy schedule. Forgive me for explaining the story, but you would get these phone calls. You would have to go to the airport at 11 p.m. and your wife started thinking that you were having an affair.
Yeah, apparently so. Now I did give my permission to have, as part of the security clearance process, I gave written permission to have the phones monitored and things of that sort. So they weren't doing any covert stuff. They, with any Q clearance, which is civilian top secret clearance or military top secret clearance, they go talk to friends and, places you've been, make sure you're not connected to foreign countries. But, monitoring your phone is nothing unusual. However, they insisted that, you don't even talk to your loved one, to your partner, to your wife, whatever, about what's going on. So she was essentially in the dark and didn't know the phone was being monitored. Well, part of the security clearance is that not only do you not have any connections to foreign countries and are a maniac, but you have to have a stable home life too. Well, she started having an affair with a flight instructor. Now, they were monitoring this on the phone, and they knew it, and I didn't. So they stopped me coming in, and their attitude at the time was, we need to see how this is going to play out, and if Lazar is going to get a little weird or anything. So let's just, hold him off from coming in and, see what happens.
And they explained this to you, what was happening?
Well, after the fact, yeah, because time kind of went on, and there were guys that were following me around, and I started getting a little concerned, going, well, shit, are they booting me out of the project? And if so, they're not just going to let me hang out at home and go get a new job knowing what I know. So as time went on, I started getting a little concerned, and I took my closest friends and just kind of got together and I said, hey, remember that job I told you about? This is what's going on. And you don't need to take my word for it. Wednesday night, we need to all go out here. I want to show you what's going on. So I took everybody and we went out to, remember, since I have the test flight schedule, and went outside the base, out into the desert, and so everybody could see, one of the high performance tests. And, left quite an imprint on everybody, so they knew I wasn't.
And this video is these tests, right?
Yeah, but remember, this is it's in the dark in the 80s with a big monster-sized camcorder, and you got, a bright light jumping around. But, we did video of it, but there's no, by today's standards.
But is your video specifically publicly available, the video that you took?
Yeah, well, George Knapp has it.
Is it
I
online?
I have no idea.
Jeremy?
Yeah, I showed clips of it in my film. It's online, and someone did a deep analysis of it. It was interesting. Just take a look at how.
Hold this microphone up to your face.
To-
About a fist from your face.
All right. To see how his video looks now, but as far as video evidence, I mean, we are talking 80s campers. The most important thing is the human story here. Everybody that he took up there on 3 separate occasions, they don't all like each other. They don't all talk. They all agree on one thing. They saw something that night at the exact point in time and space that Bob Lazar said. And remember, this is 17 miles south of Area 51. No one even knew really about Area 51. We're talking Papoose Lake. And they all agree. They saw something that night they have never seen before, and they've never seen since, right when he said it. So that's one of like the 6 things where I'm like, how did he know? You can dismiss him. I tried to dismiss it. But some things we can't get around. And there's about 5 or 6 of them. How did he know?
If Jamie wants to find that video right now, what would he look for?
Bob Lazar, UFO, S4, Area 51, just kind of like that. So it's like the S4 UFO video, Bob Lazar. The guy does an analysis, but you're analyzing these 80s videos. He, from the very beginning, Bob never said, I have proof of my story and I'm going to tell the world. He said at the very beginning, I cannot prove my story. That's not why I'm telling this. George Knapp convinced him to tell people, and he lived through it. And I didn't believe it either until I talked with George.
Okay, so you filmed this test flight, one test flight, and then you get caught.
Actually, it was, I think, the 3rd time, because we went out there the first time. Everybody saw it. Everybody was amazed because it did some radical maneuvers, and everybody had a lot to say about it.
Maneuvers that I've seen the video. It doesn't. I don't think there's something we have now.
No,
in terms of like a human piloted craft. And I don't know, obviously, with the government.
No, it's impossible. Nothing can move like that. And remember, we didn't start filming from the very beginning. We were waiting for something, to happen. The craft took off, flying at us, stopped, turned at a right angle, flew back, and then, after it did some, amazing stuff to get the camera, and then we started filming. So it doesn't have all of it on there; it just has some.
The way I describe it to my friends, they said, "What is like?" I said, "Take a laser pointer and then have a wall, and then move it around the wall. You know how it moves around the wall? It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with inertia or physics, or it's not impeded in any way by the atmosphere.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
You're essentially separated from reality. As crazy as that sounds, with being in case its own gravitational envelope, inertia is not going to affect it. And this is how some of those recent sightings of Commander David Fravor, I'm sure you've heard of the Tic Tac UFO. I mean, he describes exactly the thing operates exactly the way I was describing. That's why he was interested in doctrine. But we saw this, and on the way home, it's like, hey, we got away with it. We should try it again the next test flight day. So this became a thing to do, and I think it was on the 3rd time that we got caught. I mean, we started becoming a little careless. I think we took a motorhome out there. And, it was like the stupidest thing you could possibly imagine.
Started tailgating.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And
again, you're in your 20s.
Yeah, and what was funny was we went out there, and my friend Gene Huff and I were leaning on the front of a vehicle, and just for some reason we just started talking shit. Like, I hope they realize that. I don't remember what we were saying, but it's something about attacking the base or something along those lines and stealing the craft or something like that. And then about 20 feet in front of us, we see a little green light fall on the ground and roll to us. And unbeknownst to us, now it's pitch black. You can't see your hand in front of your face. There were a bunch of guards standing right out there, and they had a night vision scope where they were like from here to the wall, looking at us, listening to us, and the guy dropped it, and the scope rolled over to us, and you could see the green screen. We turned the lights on, and all these guys are there. So it was, yeah. So we did incredibly stupid stuff and got caught, as we should have.
So when they catch you and they bring you in, then what happens?
Well, I went in for debriefing, the following day, I went to Indian Springs Air Force Base, which is kind of a defunct base that they used to use at the nuclear test site. And this is when they brought out the transcript of the phone call with my wife. And, you know, they sat me down and we said, you know, when we meant to keep the secret, we meant you can't tell your friends, right? You know, and it just being sarcastic and trying. And then they got real serious. But this is where they, you know, took the transcript out and were reading me what my wife and, you know, our friend were talking about. And,
by the way, these trailer bills don't have hearings; they just have.
So what happens from there?
Way of doing business is very, very difficult.
What do they do? Why don't they arrest you?
I don't know. I don't know why. I'm not sure they knew what to do, but they did let me go that night, and I went home. And this is kind of when the most stressful part started,
because you're realizing you're being monitored.
Now I know. Not only am I being monitored, but now I know I'm in trouble. And it wasn't a short time after that I contacted, you know, at that time, the only investigative reporter I had heard of in Las Vegas was George Knapp. And, you know, told him some of the story because I had no idea what the hell was going to happen at that point.
So George Knapp tries to dissect your story, tries to find holes in it, tells it, puts it online, and makes everybody aware of it, and that's how I found it.
Yeah, to make a long story short.
What happens? Yeah, to really make a long story short. What happens from there on? I mean, do they contact you and say, "Hey, Bob, it's probably a good idea if you shut up"?
The recipients, those eligible for Medi-Cal, is expanding.
They try to label you as crazy. Was there?
There were a lot of things that happened. You know, between that point, I'm leaving out a lot of stuff to fill in the story. We'd have to go back to Los Alamos and well, I really don't want to talk about that.
From us, the taxpayers.
Top secret weapons stuff that you were working on.
No, I'm talking about the 115.
To $25.
Well, I don't know. I have to think about how.
Forget about the $20 an hour for fast
What is the problem?
$25 an hour.
With this?
I don't want to get myself into more trouble by admitting something. So I just have to dance around a couple.
I rated just during the filming of the movie.
Yeah, the movie's great, by the way.
Thanks, Joe.
And it's on Netflix right now. If anyone really wants to check it out, and if you're one of those people like me, who you know, I've always loved the idea of UFOs. I became extremely weary talking to people who are UFO believers and UFO fanatics because there's so many of them that are full of shit. Not just full of shit, they're childishly delirious. Like the way they talk about things. I mean, there's so many people that I'm in contact. They reach me in the night and they explain to me what we're doing to the ocean is wrong. And like, you know,
this is one of the reasons I didn't want to do the show.
I'm sure.
Well, no, it's no. Yeah, well, it's no joke. We've had people literally camp out on our front lawn, and you know. In some ways, I can relate to some of these people. You know, maybe some of them did really have some kind of experience or saw something, and all their friends think they're crazy. But hey, now there's this guy I heard on the radio, and at least he knows I'm not full of shit, so I gotta talk to him. And so most of the correspondence I get are people trying to get a hold of me, going, "Bob, you gotta listen to me. I'm coming to talk to you. I'm driving from Oklahoma or whatever, and but some of them are just fucking batshit crazy.
Yeah.
They're frightening.
There's a lot of schizophrenics that are involved in the conspiracy world. There's a lot of people that have real issues.
Joe, it would be a disservice to your audience to not say that we have to look at what's going on now and understand. I've heard on your show a bunch of stuff about what's going on now, and to not really understand what's going on now, you can't see Bob's story in the correct light after 30 years. And at some point, we should just touch upon that. The biggest being that things like the Tic Tac UFO case that came out, I've heard people, even on the show, say, well, there's a glitch in the radar. That's a data poor perspective. You just don't know yet what's really going on. Commander Fravor, I was able to get the interview with him to talk to him way before it became public. I got that from him. He saw it. Other pilots saw it. This is a big thing that's going on right now. They had more sightings on the East Coast recently. Cubes with the spherical orbs. These are not aerodynamic, and these are the people we trust to defend us on 9/11. Commander Fravor protected Los Angeles on 9/11. So we trust them, but they're not trained observers. Radar, individuals see these things, and the big one, just to throw down so we can consider a story a little differently, it's more depth to it. The big one is the United States government has admitted that they have been continuously studying the UFO phenomenon. That program was called ATIP, was called OSAP. That's the mother program. George Knapp got that out. They announced it in the New York Times about ATIP, but OSAP, these acronyms, OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapon Systems Applications Program, who cares? That was the mother program. So they've admitted we didn't stop studying UFOs in 1969 in Project Blue Book. We don't think it's crazy. We actually want to reverse engineer the technology. That's why on your other show, you said, what's this AAV thing? It's like they're making up another UFO name. Well, hold on. There's a reason. Because in the documents, the DIA documents that George Knapp released, that everybody said was fake till now they know is real, they call them AAVs, which is Advanced Aerospace Vehicles. People are getting acronyms wrong. So the reason for the terminology change is so that we can mimic what we're reading in the DIA documents. People can look for that now. So they changed the names to get people away from UFO or UAP, even like Hillary Clinton said on air, right? So what are you talking about? Hillary Clinton informed the public on Jimmy Kimmel, oh, Jimmy, we don't call them UFOs anymore. We call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, right? So she kind of was giving, the Clintons are very into UFO topic. Senator Reid, he's done a lot for the subject, the study of it, right? So she informed the public so they could look for the right term. So these terms are important because the DIA in those documents, they've been calling them AAVs for quite some time now.
And they changed the name to anomalous.
No, that's kind of a misnomer. No? So they always mess around with things, but it's actually advanced.
Right, but when they're describing it in the news, they were calling it anomalous aerospace vehicle.
Totally, and that's cool. They were also saying anomalous aerospace threats, AAT, right? Because they want the sense of a threat. Right. So my point is, if people don't know this now and they think this stuff is fantasy, this part of it, that we're studying it, that we take it seriously, we're spending money on it, and that we're getting great data from visual pilots to radar. That's why we know it's aerospace. They dropped from 80,000 feet. But guess what? That's the top scope of the Spy 1 radar is 80,000 feet. So the radar system they were using, it was coming from above that. So my point is this. If you don't understand that this is happening, you're just behind the curve because you don't have the information because of the stigma that you're talking about. I saw you get totally upset with UFO topic. I met you first when you were totally upset with the UFO topic. It's the people. When you're doing your, I'm sorry, man. When you're doing your show, the Joe Rogan Questions Everything, I could see how frustrating it is. Trust me, I have been frustrated to hell. Luckily, my mentor is George Knapp, and he's taught me the pitfalls as I went through it. My whole point in this rant right here is just that we have to now look at Bob's story, but knowing the facts, not someone saying it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a glitch. They're not. And so if you don't know that, you just don't have the information yet.
Well, not just that, knowing the facts as we know in 2019, not in 1988.
Absolutely. And so what has he said that has come true? He's totally unimpressed with it, right? What has he said that's come true? So I was like, Bob, they've announced gravity as a wave. You were right, man. You're vindicated. And he looks at me and he's like, well, if you think about it, Jeremy, I had like a 50-50 chance. He was not very impressed, right?
When did they announce gravity as a wave?
So they detected, in a sense, gravity waves.
Who is that?
You might know more. There's two black holes that were colliding, and that's how they were able to detect.
Yeah, somebody built, I don't know which group it was or what part of the government.
That's what Google's for.
Yeah, but they, built a gigantic gravity wave detector. Pretty much detected.
There are such things as gravity.
First observation of gravitational waves. It says it was in 2016. Okay, the first observation of gravitational waves was made on 14th 14th of September 2015, as announced by the LIGO and Virgo collaborators on the 11th of February 2016. Previously, gravitational waves had only been inferred indirectly via their effect on the timing of pulsars in binary star systems. Dun, dun, dun. The waveform, connected by both LIGO observatories, matched the predictions of general relativity for a gravitational wave emanating from the inward spiral and merger of a pair of black holes around 36 and 29 solar masses and the subsequent ring down of the single resulting black hole.
Well,
yes,
no.
He was
in the 80s. The predominant theory was gravity is produced by graviton. Theoretical particles, but they're not. They're waves. They're not particles.
And so the thought is that the way we experience gravity, it's based on mass, which is why the moon, which is roughly 1/4 the size of the Earth, has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So there's some sort of a computation you can make based on mass.
Right, and remember, we can observe the effects of gravity, but we have no idea what it is. All we can do is observe it, and we can't make it. The only way you can make gravity is just put more mass together. And so it's just a product of gravity. But if you have a machine that makes gravity, you can pretty much do anything. You can affect time, you can have force fields, all of that stuff that's in science fiction becomes reality if you have a machine that can make gravity. And what we worked on in the desert was a machine that makes gravity.
I love your analogy of dropping off a small nuclear reactor to the Victorian era. I love that analogy, because back then that wasn't possible. That was magic. What you're talking about here, the fact that they just discovered this 4 years ago, that this is a wave. But we're, as much as we know and as impressed as we are, as we should be, with how much more technologically advanced we are than every other creature on this planet, we're still in many ways in the adolescence of technological innovation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If even adolescence.
And when you're talking about this binary star system, Zeta Reticuli, and who knows how much longer these things have been around than us, who knows what their evolutionary cycle's been, who knows what, I mean, we might be talking about something that's a million years more advanced.
Yeah, it could easily be. Now, I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not into UFOs. I don't follow stories or,
Even after your experiences?
No, I'm fascinated with the technology, and it irks me like every night I go to sleep that, I don't, that it was my own doing, essentially, that prevented me from continuing on in the project. I mean, that to be on that cutting edge of technology is so boring to me.
Right.
But by the same token, I don't really care that there's aliens or where they come from. I mean, the prize is the technology, and that's what I'm fascinated by. But so I don't listen to UFO stories and that sort of thing. But George Knapp is. He's the guy that has the contacts and tries to thread everything together. And what he recently told me is he found, I don't know if it was either documentation or people that he spoke to, it's that the existence of this project, the project that I was on, it's something that they seem to take out every 8 or 10 years.
So that's a very specific memo, and this is actually, this is the first time I'll be very clear with people about it. It's a big topic of conversation right now. It's called the Wilson Memo. You can look it up. Admiral Wilson met with a scientist who's actually was featured in one of my films. Everybody has been debating whether or not this document of a conversation with a sitting admiral at the time is a real document. It's an actual conversation that happened, and this document is real. Everybody wants to know the world's going crazy right now in the UFO world. I'll tell you straight up right now, I'm in the position to know, and it is a real
next up we have X-Zoop, but X-Zoop fucking hates me.
So the
I would absolutely harass X-Zoop
that conversation
while
was
he was
had.
driving.
I have said this story
before to others.
So
it really
there was
made
a
me stop.
document that is circulating
And
right
the
now.
best
and
way
it's
of just
big.
really
It's going around
seriously
everywhere. We're asking,
scamming
what
people
is it?
who are driving,
It's called the Wilson memo,
particularly
is how you can find it online.
Uber drivers,
So the
DoorDashers,
Wilson
Grubhubbers, truck drivers especially.
Wilson memorandum.
So,
So human voluntary.
X-Zoop is a really nice
So,
person. They hate me.
Admiral
But I
Wilson
can tell
meets with this
they
scientist
fucking
and they have
love
this
the
discussion.
deep
Oddly
down,
enough,
just
that
like
special
everyone else. They
projects
love
at
this strategy.
and
We're gonna
I
show
remember
off
Dr.
all their social
I'm
media because
telling
they're
you right
tight.
now, it's real.
This is
And
X-Zoop.
we'll see. My history's pretty
They're
good.
streaming
Like
right now.
saying
They're
something's
live.
real, right?
You
So
can
here we
see
go.
all their shit right
Document
now.
comes out. They meet at EGG special
They're a
projects.
blogger, not a
In
streamer, dog. A
1989,
blogger, not
they
a
stumble
streamer.
into a problem.
Get that shit right.
This happens.
But
they put
they
the
do a
technology
good job.
away,
Oh,
and then
okay,
they
dude,
bring
they have
it
a
back
Discord.
out and see if
I don't
material
think they've
science
banned
is
me from
caught
their
up,
Discord
and if they
yet,
can make any
but dude,
progress. So this
any
document kind of
person
talks about
who's
this
public
process.
enemy number
The
one
big
in this
thing I get from
bitch,
it, and the
I
line
am,
that's vindicated
hey,
Bob, one of
everybody,
the things that's
this is
vindicated
that
about
fucking
CGG
Jeff,
thing is that
or
private
Tim Cook
industry.
thing.
So this guy's an
Fuck
asshole,
Tim Cook.
and he says,
Accept
I
invite.
found out
Why do I
about
have to
your
do this
SAP
twice, you
special
cunt?
access program.
Oh, okay.
I
Everybody
need to
just
know
saw that I
about
did that
it.
once.
And he's going
And
to
if
a private
X-Zoop,
part
you're
of
like,
the
what the fuck are you
and he
talking
is
about,
denied
Rabbi?
access.
It's this thing.
And he
Just
says,
watch all these
you know, I should be
videos and
friends
you'll
with
be like,
this
oh,
person.
dog, this happens
And they
every
were
fucking
able
time.
to deny him access.
And rabbis
So I think
replicated
the
it. And
takeaway
quality
here is
assurance
check
and
it
Apple
out. I'm
stuff's
telling
hot.
you that is an
Especially when they're like,
actual
hey, we've got
correct. That
artificial
is a
intelligence
everything
and our
said
shit
in that
doesn't work.
document, I
Dog,
don't know.
check this
What are you
out.
talking about? What is
Let's
it?
customize your
It's
experience.
between
Dude,
a
I bet my man
scientist
X-Zoop,
and an
especially
admiral,
while
they're
driving,
sitting
has
and they're
had to put
having
up so
a
much
meeting,
bullshit
and they're
from
talking about
fucking
the search
both
for the
Android and
UFO
or
subject,
iOS.
the
It's
search
just
to get
unreal.
special access
Everything
program
from shitty
access to all of these
connectivity
different things,
to
like reverse
it just
engineering
being
programs.
slow and laggy
So
and
in
just
this
all kinds
document,
of
they
other
talk
shit.
about it.
And he wants his stuff to
And
work
I
better. And
believe
so,
that
X-Zoop, you
this
should know
document
that
the
I'm going to
person
do
that
my
went
best to
was
make your
played
shit
by
work
Robert
better
Bigelow,
when it
one of the
comes
guys
to
that has a couple
the
of
internet and
satellites and all that stuff.
technology and
Who's
stuff.
the guy who
All right,
was Skinwalker?
so that's your fucking
No, he's not. He
thing.
was the guy. that
Your
was Skinwalker.
Discord, which is
Yeah, he
tight.
used to own it.
I'm
There's a
gonna
new
get my
owner,
ass in
and
there
I
pretty
interviewed
soon.
for my
Thrown
other
out
film.
like the Fresh Prince
But
of
there's a
Bel-Air.
new owner.
All right,
You'll
dog.
be hearing a lot more about
Now
that
check
soon.
this out. Here's your other shit.
But like it'll just there's
You
stuff
got
that
Instagram.
you'll
We're
be
gonna
hearing
check out
about
your
tomorrow.
Instagram. I bet your Instagram's really
Anyway,
amazing.
the whole point of
There
this
it is.
insertion here is just that
Sammy,
that
that
document kind of validates a lot of this
First
idea Bob just said, that they
5,
make a little progress, then they can't
Knock
go anywhere,
yourself
they
out
tuck
with
it
that,
away,
dog.
and then they bring it
I
back
hope you're
out,
living
you
well.
know, 10 years later
You don't
and
have
start
any
working on
posts,
it.
but you have
What is
over
the
1,000
limiting
followers.
factor?
How the
Bob
fuck
should
is
speak on
that?
this, but it's
Like,
the
how
material
is this
science.
system not
Yeah,
fucking
it's really
rigged?
where
You're
physics
just
is.
so goddamn
I
cool
can
that,
see
like,
them doing that.
you don't have to put out
I didn't
any
have
content. You have 1,000 fucking followers.
information
Oh,
on that,
that's
but
just
I think
out
what
fucking outrageous.
George uncovered is probably
Anyway,
accurate. That,
I don't know how you do it,
yeah, we
dog.
try and do what we can, and
Here's
once we reach a
shit.
roadblock going, we really can't
Tight,
figure it out.
dog.
It's
You know about
just
Rabbi shit?
friggin' wait,
Rabbi,
wait
now,
for
Rabbi has
science
some
to catch
shit,
up.
dog.
You know, a decade
Dude,
later, let's
check
take the
this out.
project out again and see. All right, now where can we go?
But there's got to be someone who remains informed.
If you're like,
Oh,
dude,
yeah,
Rabbi,
got your
what are you doing
scientists like
promoting
you
yourself?
and
This is what I
Barry,
do, baby.
you got
I'm the
people
world's
that
famous marketer.
compartmentalize, you got the people working
Yeah,
on
there
this
has
side.
to be some people that
Viral
know
Life, Welcome
everything.
by Life.
That's
Everybody
very
fucking knows it.
And then someone's gonna be
You gotta check that one. If there are others,
people guard
then
the
it'll come
don't
from
let
sex.
them-
I think a lot of that is private industry,
all right.
and I think that's
So
how they
you
keep it. Yeah, I think
have
that's how they because the
a bunch
government
of
is
fucking
just
people
so
following
leaky.
on a bunch of
I
different
think that's
platforms.
kind of what they're doing.
That's what the document kind
This
of
is a long
proves. You just
fucking video.
articulated that.
I want you to know,
it isn't the
one
deal.
time Zoop posted in one of my chats,
Some aerospace
he was like, dude, stop fucking
Yeah, they
spamming
would
me.
the guy with the admiral wouldn't name it in the car.
I want everybody to know that
So
ever since then,
they
I knew
still
that
have
Zoop
these
and
things.
I were going to be really good friends. So
I
here's
would
Zoop
bet.
doing
I
their
mean, I
shit.
don't have
Check out
any
their stuff. It
information.
looks pretty cool.
Never asked
517 followers. That's
that has
amazing.
any
I'm gonna add a follow to it.
any idea.
Oh, look at this! Look at all this
or
shit.
how they got.
Zoop chat,
No, but,
boom. That's an instant block.
Something
I'm
must
sure
have
I'm
been
gonna get
said to
instant
me.
block.
uh,
Right, Zoop?
from
Dude, look
Mary.
at this. It's like a thing on a thing.
But I
Zoop,
think it
this
was
is
just
an
along
instant
the
block.
way. I
All
can't
right,
quite
are we
remember
done?
what it said, but
Yeah,
it-
dude. All right,
It just
Zoop.
left a seed
Your
in my
shit's
mind.
cool.
I think at least one of them was
Rabbi
part of
means
an
no harm.
archaeological dig.
Calm down when
So,
it comes to the hatred.
It's old.
Rabbi's featuring your
Something,
shit.
one, at least one of them is old.
You're
I
a
don't know
really
which
big
one I looked
streamer.
at, but I remember
You're like the fourth
something to do
biggest
with
streamer on
archaeological
Kick
dig.
right now. Good
So
on
that's,
you.
That
You're going to the
not
top,
just
dog.
News brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. LA may spend
That's all
more
of
than
it.
$1 billion.
Yeah, that took me out when he said that
Offices
first time.
downtown for city
That's a
workers.
freak out there. Just a couple of dudes with some brushes looking for a Tyrannosaurus Rex bone. They hit metal.
And when did they find it? You know, because they have 9 of them.
Well, and how could we have not heard about that? What about the guys with the brushes? How could you uncover something like that? And
Well, Joe's newspaper at home does. I mean, they said it on that first day.
Oh, you mean the Roswell?
Yeah, yeah, the one you
yeah.
told me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a cover. What is this? It's a document, but it's just digging to find it.
Yeah, it's just kind of, yeah, so this is where they meet at ETG. This is Admiral Wilson, and there's a lot more coming out. Now, I want to be clear, George didn't put this out. He didn't leak this out to me. This is, I can tell you how
We
I
recorded this conversation.
So this was an employee of, at the time, Robert Bigelow.
This is in 2002.
Right. Do you remember when he had that government contract called OSAP the world all knows about now? And he had MIDS that studied the ranch. That $22 million, everybody is saying it was for ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The $22 million was for OSAP that was pushed through Congress, 3 congressmen, right, an astronaut. It was pushed through. And that's what that $22 million, by the way, they spend more money on Viagra every year than they do studying UFOs. If it was just this program, which I think is funny.
You probably make a lot more money from that.
They probably do.
UFOs.
Well, you never know how it seeds into population. But anyway, this program, this is what was the mother program. So it got the $22 million. And really, it was to study Skinwalker Ranch. Oddly enough, that $22 million all was inspired by the phenomenon they were seeing at Skinwalker Ranch, because the scientists, they're seeing vehicles come through like a space in the sky.
Yeah, we went there. I went there
Right,
with Duncan.
yeah.
You interviewed a bunch of people that seemed full of shit, but a couple that didn't. It's very, very interesting.
Totally, and if you look, I spent a lot of time in the area. I'm not talking about those stories. I'm saying there were scientists hired by the government, right, through Bigelow to study the ranch because they thought it was important. And you know, whatever. The point is that $22 million was to study that. Then we have ATIP, which was like an auxiliary kind of program of military science, like Commander Fravers and that sort of thing. This document is just one of those things that has now come forward that through the Bigelow studies, it was government funded, and then it was personally funded and then government funded. It's just one of those things that kind of shakes you, because you got this military guy who can't get access because of the private industry that's holding these non-terrestrial materials. They can't study it. So that's the claim right now. Give it some time, let people dig more into this. It's fascinating, man.
So you are essentially you're kicked out. You're out of this program. You can't work with these crafts anymore. And do they give you any threats? Do they tell you what you have to do from here on out?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George Knapp all this stuff, and you know, he said, "Well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we have a record of it." And I don't remember what the was, but at some point, George wanted to air it, and he said, "You know, you make the call on it, and look, if at any point you change your mind, we won't air it." And it came down to the day where George wants to put it on the 5 o'clock news. He said, "Hey, this is important stuff. People want to know about it." And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't not tell everybody that this stuff is going on. That we have, you know, actual hardware from another civilization. It's a big fucking deal. You know, probably the biggest one there ever was. And George said, you know, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And when it came right down to the time to air it, I changed my mind and I said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into a famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he won because he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestled?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news was on, and then I got a call after that, and they said it was from Dennis. It said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" And I hung up the phone. That was the last communication I had.
And what has happened to you since then?
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, people had, anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of them, one of mine that Jeremy knows.
Going on camera with me soon, he'll tell the story now that he's out.
He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through, and they pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that surrounds them. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting someone up. So
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, they couldn't just snuff you out?
That was, I mean, that's what I was told, and George and everybody, said that. It's public. There's, no one will touch you. And I fell for it. And I
just wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and people can't play your lawn.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse doing this.
No, this will make things better.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Well, because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who are not only work in the government, people that are police officers, firefighters, and first responders, doctors, and scientists, you're going to empathize and empathize with what it must be like to be a person like you in your 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most important discovery in the history of human beings. The big question, are we alone? It's the number one question. There's two questions, right? What happens when we die, and are we alone? Those are the two big questions, right? And if we're not alone, and someone knows we're not alone, and these some people who know we're not alone are these bungling sort of...
Even if they weren't, it's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us.
But I mean, I don't mean bungling in terms of they're incompetent. I mean, they can't be competent. It seems to me that what you're describing, that no one can be competent with this technology. Like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of a nuclear reactor. There's no way.
Why do you think they're not telling us? Let's just make an assumption that this is true right now. Why do you think that they're not telling us that our government doesn't tell us? What's your best?
Well, let me put it in what you do. If I'm the president, okay, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from another world. We got it tucked away in the mountains. And I just wanted you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win American Idol?
So one is uncertainty, the other one is what Bob and I talk about a lot. Absolutely not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself.
Right. What do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
But there's something else.
Yeah.
Because,
what do you say?
So you have these objects flying with impunity, right? And you have something else.
Well, not like that. What can you say? Like, how much do you really know?
I think it's mainly the technology. They just want to keep the technology secret because